Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Monday, June 9th, 2025. The time is 9:10 a.m. and we're meeting in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building and via Zoom. I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing on the DC Housing, on the Rental Housing Commission, the DC Housing Finance Agency, Department of Housing and Community Development, and the Housing Production Trust Fund. We are in the thick of the budget here season, and as many of you all know, the Home Rule Act lays out a process. The mayor proposes a budget. The council, a co-equal branch of government, amends and approves it before sending it to Congress. This year, that process got thrown off course, first by Congress, which recklessly overturned parts of our current year budget, and then by the mayor, who delayed her budget proposal even after it was clear that we needed to move forward. As a result, council committees spent weeks in limbo. We couldn't hold legislative hearings or begin budget work because the calendar was frozen, even though the city's needs didn't stop. We received the mayor's FY25 budget 2 weeks ago. Today is our third budget oversight hearing, and we're continuing to work through the proposal on a compressed timeline. This year is especially difficult. We're facing both a budget shortfall and a housing crisis. Our city's affordable housing ecosystem is at a crisis point. It's bad for tenants, it's bad for landlords, and it's bad for our city's future. 15% of renters in DC are behind on rent. The housing here is too expensive because there's not enough of it. The agencies here today play a critical role in building and preserving the affordable housing we desperately need, and their success is our success. In FY26, we will have to make do with less, but we're here to make sure they have the resources they need and can use those resources as efficiently as possible. Part of that means allocating more resources to preserving the affordable housing we already have and keeping tenants safely and stably housed. I want to thank everyone who's here today, agency staff, public witnesses, and community advocates for showing up and engaging in this process in challenging times. Your input will help ensure this budget reflects the needs and lived experiences of residents across all 8 wards. I will say one final but important note. The city is in its first budget deficit in 30 years. 30 years ago, most of my family lived in this city. I'm a 5th-generation Washingtonian. Our city recovered from our deficit, but many Washingtonians were not here to see it. Many of them were priced out. As we face this budget deficit, the challenge for us is to recover economically without excluding the people who are here and want to remain here. That means that we are going to have to engage in a way that is different than we have in the past couple of decades. It means we're going to have to listen to each other. It means we're going to have to be really focused on what problems we're solving. One critique that I will suggest of the mayor's budget, and this critique may survive the council budget if we are not sharp. It is important to know when we pass a budget or when we propose a budget, what problems we are solving. That is critical in a time when we have less. So a lot of folks want the commanders here. I want the commanders here, but we're facing several crises. We have an employment crisis from the federal government. We have a budget crisis because we are in a deficit, and we have a downtown that has not recovered from COVID. If we were to propose a solution to solve any of those problems, a stadium would not be the proposal. So we have something that the mayor has long wanted to do and has fitted into this crisis point, but it's not a solution to what we're seeing now. It is the only option on the table for the RFK land, but the deal right now is bad for DC, which means it is bad for the people who are here who are struggling. And we have got to be cognizant of that. People who are here cannot be the second thought. We also need to make sure that we are mission focused with all of our agencies. When I became chair of the Housing Committee, because we had been in a housing crisis for a long time, I required all of the agencies under our committee to set 3 priority goals, and they had to be SMART goals. They had to be measurable, they had to be achievable, they had to be time bound, and clear priorities so that we all know that our agencies are focused on their core missions. Now that we have to do more with less, that type of oversight and engagement is more important than ever. So I know that the way I operate as a chair, as a council member, it annoys people sometimes, but there is a reason why I operate this way. The reason I'm here on the council is because I didn't see certain communities and certain families benefiting as the city recovered, and I'm not going to have that happen again on my watch. So we're going to work together to get through this crisis and to make this deficit much shorter and easier on the city than the last one 30 years ago. Before we start hearing testimony, I want to lay out the ground rules for our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'm going to call folks in panels. The in-person panels will be smaller than the virtual panels just because we only have 4 chairs here. If you are virtual, when I call your name for a panel, my team will promote you from Zoom attendee to Zoom panelist so you can testify. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily, but you'll come back in as a panelist, after which time you'll be able to unmute. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners testifying as commissioners will have 5 minutes. After that, we will hear from our government witnesses who have 10 minutes to testify. Last note, if you see me and my team looking down during the hearing, which you will a lot, it is because almost certainly for me, I'm taking notes. That's the way I retain and understand what folks are saying. For my team, they're either taking notes or they're administering the hearing. But when folks show up to testify, it's important for you to know that I respect you enough to listen. And so I want to make sure folks know I'm not tuning out and scrolling social media. So we will now start with our first panel of witnesses. We're going to start with the first 4 in-person witnesses that I see here. Liz DeBarros from DC Building Industry Association, Christine Espenshade from Newmark, Jean Stewart from the DC Sierra Club, but I don't see Jean. No Jean. Miles Zahn from the Legal Aid DC. Michael Cohen from the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, who I just saw come in. Can you mark? And Liz DeBarros, you can begin your testimony. Thanks for being with us.
Great. Good morning, Chairman White, members of the Committee on Housing and staff. My name is Liz DeBarros. I'm the CEO of DCBIA, the District of Columbia Building Industry Association. I'm a proud Ward 7 resident. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony for the FY26 budget and DHCD and the Housing Production Trust Fund and the subtitles of the BSA that fall under DHCD in this committee. I'm testifying today to express DCBA's strong support of Subtitle 2.5 of the Rental Act. TOPA has been long criticized for the breadth and impact of its unintended consequences, which include deterring investment and delaying necessary real estate transactions. The Rental Act takes a thoughtful, measured step towards approaching some of these obstacles. I testified on the Rental Act during the Housing Affordability and Preservation Ecosystem hearing on May 28th. That testimony, which is part of the record, provides a comprehensive overview of our position. Today, I will focus on 2 key recommendations and reiterate our support for a timeline associated with one of the exemptions. The Rental Act currently includes a seller's exemption for properties with long-term affordability covenants. We recommend the legislation be amended to also provide a buyer's exemption for the purchase of properties that have affordability covenants lasting at least 20 years. This change would incentivize buyers to place affordability covenants on properties, helping to preserve and expand the district's affordable housing stock. By aligning buyer and seller incentives, this approach supports long-term public interest while preserving market efficiency. Next, we urge the committee to revisit the current language regarding the compensation tenants receive for assigning their TOPA rights. While the law allows tenants to accept any form of consideration, this openness has led to exploitation by predatory third parties who profit from the process without contributing to affordability or stability. Too often, these bad actors approach tenants during the TOPA process and offer rent concessions or cash payments in exchange for their rights. This has commodified what was intended as a proactive measure and opened the door to legal manipulation and extended transaction delays for personal gain. The committee should therefore consider limiting any monetary payments to relocation assistance or direct investment in building or unit repairs. Tightening this provision will help restore the original intent of TOPA and curb bad faith practices. We also urge the committee to retain the 25-year figure in the market rate exemption. Most of the buildings undergo a second sale following the first sale that typically occurs in the first 15 years. As properties are recapitalized or refinanced, by setting the threshold at 25 years, the district ensures that both the initial sale and the subsequent transfer are captured. Initial buyers are not just considering whether they can purchase, they're considering how and when they can sell. Therefore, capturing only the initial buyer's purchase undermines the incentive, as their eventual sale would be subject to TOPA and would prevent the next investor from coming into the project when the new capital is needed quickly. We want to attract developers in the district who are committed to the neighborhoods they build in and who view their investment as part of a lasting contribution to the community. Ultimately, the Rental Act modernizes TOPA to remove unnecessary and burdensome requirements from transactions that have little to no connection to affordability preservation. The district's resources can be better utilized on TOPA transactions that will see results. These amendments ensure that TOPA becomes a meaningful and effective tool rather than a major procedural barrier that will continue to and simply divert private investment to cities where these restrictions do not exist. As others will testify today, the TOPA law leaves meaningful deed and recordation dollars on the table and thus the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars on the table, which if the city was receiving could easily be invested into necessary affordable housing. You have been a champion, Chairman, of making sure our government is spending its dollars wisely, and simple changes to TOPA, not getting rid of TOPA, will provide the district government with further dollars they need most. At its core, the very point of economic development, investing in programs that provide a return on investment to be used for those who need it the most. We look forward to working with you and DACD to ensure the Rental Act is passed and in effect in the start of FY26. I want to sincerely thank you for your significant attention and leadership on this issue.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Christine Espenshade, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the Committee of Housing, and staff. I'm Christine Espenshade, Vice Chairman of Multifamily Capital Markets at Newmark. Newmark is a global commercial real estate firm focused on leasing, debt placement, and investment sales of all commercial real estate classes. I sit in our firm's Washington, D.C. office and lead a team that focuses on the sale of multifamily assets. I have sold more than $13 billion worth of multifamily assets in this region. My remarks will focus on how TOPA impacts investor interest in acquiring and developing multifamily real estate in the district and its impact on transfer taxes, fees, and property values, which limits funding to essential programs like the Housing Preservation Trust Fund. Historically, commercial real estate markets like Washington, D.C. offered high liquidity and strong investor demand, thereby attracting the best capital providers. These are groups with access to extremely large amounts of capital who are willing to accept lower returns because the cities in which they invest are deemed low risk due to a strong, well-educated workforce, access to transportation, and excellent employment opportunities. Investors view commercial real estate and gateway markets as having significant long-term appreciation potential. However, investors with the lowest cost of capital, such as institutional groups, pension funds, insurance companies, and REITs, now avoid investing in Washington, D.C. multifamily real estate. The asset class is deemed illiquid or not easy to sell or recapitalize because of TOPA. I have spent significant time analyzing two comparable markets to illustrate my points today. I think we can agree that Washington, D.C. and Northern Virginia share the same attributes: access to great jobs, transportation, and education. They're located one bridge apart, yet investors look at multifamily assets in both jurisdictions very differently. Here are some key statistics. Both markets have the similar number of multifamily communities. There are 554 communities over 50 units in DC compared to 716 in Northern Virginia, a 20% difference. However, sales in DC since 2018 were 78 buildings. Sales in Northern Virginia in the same time period were 240 buildings. It's a 200% difference. Assume two comparable apartment buildings are for sale, one in Northern Virginia and one in DC. They are the same vintage and have the same rents while being equally well located. Think National Landing and the Wharf. Investors for the building in DC require a return at least 100 basis points higher if they were requiring the same in Virginia. Why? Because investors who buy in DC are opportunistic and not institutional and require higher returns. What does that mean to DC? That means that a building in DC, one identical to a building 2 miles away, is worth 22% less than the building across the river. Institutional capital is big. They maintain their properties and can cover maintenance and improvements. These owners don't shy away from buildings with affordable or inclusionary units either, but they will not tolerate potentially month or year-long delays in a sale or unreasonable financial demands from tenants when they place capital in other jurisdictions. Of the 78 sales in DC, that represents $6.1 billion. Of those in Virginia, the 240, same time period, $24.2 billion worth of buildings traded. 200% difference in volume, worth $18 billion in value. With DC's transfer tax rate of 2.9%, if we had matched Northern Virginia's volume, we would have generated $523 million in transfer and recordation taxes over a 7-year period. Even adjusting for the 20% difference in number of buildings, that would have been $419 million to the district coffers. This means hundreds of million dollars were not available to fund the Housing Preservation Trust Fund. Just by way of example, in FY 2023, $354 million was funded into that. Last year, $21 million, right? That's a 94% drop in money that went into the Housing Preservation Trust Fund because deed and recordation transfer taxes were not available. Considering modifications to TOPA will increase sales volume and investment quality in DC. It will bring institutional investment back into the multifamily sector and enable the funding of essential services, including the Housing Trust Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Malzahn from Legal Aid DC.
Good morning, Chairman and Good morning, Chairman and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Mel Zond. I am a supervising attorney in the Housing Law Unit at Legal Aid DC, and I'm also a resident of Ward 5. We're here today to advocate, 1, for setting aside 30% of the Housing Production Trust Fund for preservation of affordable housing rather than just new construction, and 2, maintaining funding for the Rent Control Administration. We can't afford to lose the precious affordable housing we currently have in DC. DC simply doesn't have enough deeply affordable housing. Homes that are affordable, in other words, homes that are affordable for tenants who have incomes at or below 30% of AMI. The math of current rent prices simply doesn't work for the vast majority of low-income tenants. In order for a family at 30% of AMI to afford an apartment, the rent needs to be at or below $1,160. However, average rent in DC is more than double that at $2,528. DC currently has a shortage of over 37,000 affordable rental homes for low-income residents, and the problem is continuing to grow. In the last 10 years, the DC area lost over 85,000 homes with monthly rent below $1,500. In the face of this rapid loss of affordable housing, preservation of our current affordable housing stock must be a priority. Legal Aid has seen firsthand the desperate need to invest in preservation of DC's affordable housing. Legal Aid frequently represents tenant associations who are exercising their TOPA rights. TOPA is one of the most powerful tools for preventing displacement in DC. While sometimes tenant associations use TOPA to form co-ops and buy their homes, most of the tenants associations that Legal Aid represents use TOPA to assign their rights to responsible developers who promise to make repairs and keep rent affordable long-term. Whether tenants are using TOPA to buy their homes or choosing responsible developers, the law works best when paired with financing that allows for acquisition, repairs, and renovations. As we've stated in our previous testimony, we oppose any new exceptions to TOPA, including those in the Rental Act. Currently, the only designated funding to preserve aging housing stock is the Affordable Housing Preservation Fund, which provides only short-term financing for initial purchase and emergency repairs. While DHCD issued an RFP this past year to stabilize affordable housing using the Housing Production Trust Fund, a continued emphasis on housing preservation is essential. To ensure that developers remain accountable to preserve affordable housing, it will be important that the process for selecting recipients of these funds in the coming year is more transparent than what we saw in this past year's process. Developers should only receive these funds through a competitive process with publicly available metrics. In particular, HPTF funds should only be available to developers that commit to affordability covenants that ensure deep affordability for tenants at or below 30% of AMI. When developers are seeking funds to either acquire properties or renovate recently acquired properties, they should be required to provide documentation that they worked with tenants at the properties. In most cases, a development agreement negotiated through the TOPA process will be sufficient. However, this model can also work for buildings that sell through other processes such as bankruptcy, foreclosure, etc. We are also here to advocate for maintaining funding for the rent control administration. RAD is currently in the early stages of rolling out the new rent registry. For this system to work effectively, it'll need to be accessible to a wide variety of tenants, including tenants whose first language isn't English, tenants with disabilities, and tenants who need assistance navigating technology. Meeting these accessibility needs will require increased investment. For this reason, Legal Aid asks Council to, once again, 1, set aside 30% of HPTF for preservation of affordable housing, and 2, maintain funding for the Rent Control Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much. And finally, for this panel, Michael Cohen with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute.
Good morning, Chairperson White. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michael Cohen. I'm a senior policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. And so I'm here to talk about a few things. The first is rejecting the inclusion of the Rental Act through the BSA, investing in consistent and predictable funding for the preservation of affordable housing, and developing a tenant-focused response to the current issue of high rates of arrears. So the council is currently considering a pretty significant change to one of the district's core tools for preservation through TOPA. The inclusion of the provisions in the mayor's proposed bill will severely limit the scope of TOPA, exempting significant number of buildings that are newly constructed, substantially rehabilitated, or have affordability covenants. That sort of major significant change to a 45-year-old piece of legislation shouldn't happen through the BSA. I'm sure you remember the 14 hours spent discussing the Rental Act among other bills. So we think that legislation should happen through a more sort of substantial conversation. That hearing began that conversation, but due to the timing and length, the council largely heard from landlords, their representatives, developers, also advocates like myself. And we think the council should take additional steps to hear more directly from the many tenants who would lose their TOPA rights through the Rental Act. The second thing that I want to discuss is additional funding for preservation of affordable housing. We've talked a lot about the current housing crisis, but have talked a little bit less about increasing the amount of funding available for actually preserving affordable buildings. So even when tenant associations are able to act on their TOPA rights, there are limited amounts of funding available. The district should be funding the First Right to Purchase program. That program would allow tenants or their chosen developers flexible access to funding that would allow them to better use TOPA to preserve affordability. We also believe that we should be using the investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund to also set aside funding for preserving affordable units. The current sort of criteria used for the trust fund often devalues preservation projects. And so setting aside funding would allow a more consistent and predictable access to funding for preservation. And the final thing that I want to talk about is a sort of balanced approach to this current issue of rental arrears. So we've heard a lot about the idea of this balanced approach, but what we've seen are, steps to, reform ERAP, our Emergency Rental Assistance Program. We've seen these proposed exemptions to TOPA. We've seen the proposed changes to evictions to make them faster and easier. What we haven't seen is a direct investment in the renters of our city, direct support for renters who are clearly struggling with rent. In DC, 69% of renters making less than 30% of the area median income are paying over half of their income in rent. So we think the council should be investing directly in those renters. If there are funds used to stabilize affordable housing buildings, that should come with some sort of forgiveness or reduction of existing rental arrears for tenants in those buildings. So that sort of direct support for those tenants that are facing that rental affordability crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate this panel. I'm going to try to move expeditiously because we have a lot of in-person witnesses. Let me start with you, Michael Cohen. For the rental act, I don't think the council will or should pass it as part of the budget. We can get it done before recess without putting it in the budget, and that's not the appropriate place for it. I will say, in addition to the hearing that we had 2 weeks ago that started at 9 a.m. and ended at 12:30 a.m. the next day, I've also had many community conversations. I've gone out to talk to tenants in individual buildings, landlords in individual buildings. So the notion of like doing more of that and like never getting to pass it, like we can't do that. We got to do something. We are in an emergency. And the result of doing nothing will absolutely mean housing is going to get more expensive. So we've got to move forward. There are no perfect answers in front of us, so we're not going to find it. But something Christine Espenshade mentioned in her testimony that bears some thinking for us, because we need more funding for housing and to support building conditions and tenants. For building transactions, part of that money, the fee on those transactions, goes into the Housing Production Trust Fund. Now, I'm hearing Christine's data for the first time. She's citing a potential $523 million that we lost in deed and recordation taxes because of lack of investment in multifamily buildings in DC compared to Virginia. So that would result in what you're testifying, which is more funding to support tenants. What's your concern with, so if more transactions of buildings means more money for affordable housing, and we have things, some folks are saying we need to change the law so we have more buildings transacted, that would seem to result in what you're asking for. What's the concern there?
Sure. My immediate concern is that I haven't seen any concrete data linking specifically TOPA to being the cause of these differences in the amount of transactions.
What would that data look like for you?
So I think, for instance, from 2014 through 2024, people were talking about how many new units DC was building in comparison to Northern Virginia and Maryland. During that whole period, we had TOPA. Now, in this current sort of reduction in new construction, the only thing that this sort of thing that I'm continuing hearing is that it's TOPA as a cause.
What do you think it is? Because things have changed, right? I think we agree on that part. There's a significant reduction in investment in multifamily housing in DC. So if not, what do you think has been the cause of the lack of investment in DC?
Sure. So again, I don't have sort of I think it's really difficult to have the concrete, like this is exactly the cause, but I do think that, folks have talked about DC being a place that folks invest because of the predictability of the workforce, of the conditions in DC. Obviously, we're in a time where that is no longer sort of the case in terms of that predictability. In terms of the workforce, we've seen the cost of building in the city go up, cost of materials, cost of land. I think all of those things
happen in every jurisdiction.
I think that the sort of change in the sort of predictability of the workforce is is more significant in DC.
Christine, so you mentioned in your testimony that buildings in Virginia, similarly situated buildings in Virginia, are worth more than buildings in DC. How does that correlate to rent?
There's really no significant difference in rent. So again, the example that I used, again, think about National Landing and the beautiful skyscrapers that are being built and the wharf, right? So beautiful buildings, your average rent's going to be about the same. They're attracting the same renter, and the renter's deciding, which side of the bridge they want to live on. So there's really no difference in rent. One thing that is a little bit more challenging in DC than Virginia is our inclusionary zoning, but that's fine. Investors, we're seeing that really happen all across the country. They put it in their underwriting.
But what I'm saying though is specifically if
you're
if I purchase, if a building is worth more in Virginia, then I, as a purchaser, pay more for it than to make a return on investment. It would seem like I need to raise the rent.
So no, that is not actually how investors look at it. So investors are looking at anything on a rate of return that they'd like to see. Like, okay, great. Think about treasury bonds being the base, right? You buy a treasury bond at 4%, right? An investor looking to buy a Class A building in Virginia, they expect about a 4.5% return on their investment, okay? If they're gonna buy that same exact building in Washington, DC, they're looking to get a 5.5% or higher return. So that difference in return expectations is what drives that difference in value. It is not a part of the rent or the expenses. It is truly what they expect to return on their investment.
But it doesn't affect the sale price?
It absolutely, in fact, it makes a lower sale price and an overall lower property value.
So it's worth more, but the sale price is lower?
The building in Virginia is worth more
Mhm.
because the investor expects a lower return. To buy in Washington, they expect a higher return. The building is going to be worth less.
Okay. Getting at these two sets of questions, we're going to make it out of this housing crisis, and we're going to make it out of our budget deficit. The only question is who's going to be left here when we do. And I'm going to go hard for my people, right? So too many people are trying to figure out, do I support business? Do I support advocates? Forget all of that, right? We got to support the people. And so we've got to challenge ourselves and ask ourselves these hard questions. And so I just want folks to understand the basis of the questions I'm asking. And when I say we're going to move the rent, we're going to move that bill. It's going to be amended, but we're going to move it because we have to. Because if we don't, then the folks that I care about, the folks that most of the people who testify at this table care about or say they care about, those are the folks who are going to be gone because rents are going to go up. So we're going to have to keep working together to kind of understand where we are and what we do to move forward. Malzahn, I appreciate your testimony. One of the first things you mentioned that's really important to the point I was just making was preservation. I'm really nervous about what this budget proposal does to preservation. The vast majority of apartment buildings in DC are 50 years old or older. So they have issues. They need investment. Housing Production Trust Fund outside of last year usually primarily goes to build new buildings. Everybody wants to go to a ribbon cutting, a groundbreaking. You don't have that with preservation. It's just not sexy, right? But when we don't preserve the buildings, people get displaced. Those buildings fall apart. They get sold. They get turned into condos, or the issues get so bad that sometimes they get condemned. So I am going to be asking DHCD and other agencies about preservation. I'm really concerned about it. And then there's been some disinvestment. There was a reduction in infrastructure for St. Elizabeth's. That's sort of our workforce housing. I don't understand at this point why we would take money from infrastructure for St. Elizabeth's, because that's housing for a lot of everyday folks. So that's something else, it's preservation and production of housing that like regular people can afford. But one of the other things you mentioned a couple times in your testimony was that we should maintain funding for the rent control administration. Is there a concern there that, what's the concern behind that?
No, I just wanted to note, Chairman, that in this year's budget, there's actually increased funding for the Rent Control Administration. And sorry for not making that clear, but we are asking that increased funding be maintained because it's going towards this essential goal of making sure the rent registry, or we expect it would be necessary for the rent registry rollout to be successful.
Okay. Liz DeBarros, I appreciate your testimony. We had a long hearing on the rental act specifically, so I don't have a lot of questions, but I do understand your position and appreciate you testifying. Christine, do we have your testimony?
Yes, I submitted it last night through
All
the
right,
portal.
I appreciate it. If there's any information you have behind that data that you can also share with us, because I can't just accept just because you said that Northern Virginia and DC are sort of comparable markets.
Yep.
So I want to understand it a bit better.
I will, through Liz, and make sure that you get all of that back up.
Excellent. All right. Thank you all so much for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, there's some faces I see and some I don't, and then some I don't know. So let me just go down. I don't see Farah Fassé with us. Do not see Commissioner Trupti Patel. Jean Stewart with the DC Sierra Club. You can come up, please. Jair Lynch with Lynch Real Estate Partners. Thank you. Maya Brennan with the coalition. There we go. Lynn Amano with Friendship Place. Excellent. And Jean, welcome in person. Look at that. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify today. And as you know, my name's Jean Stewart. I'm a member of the Energy Committee of the Sierra Club DC chapter. And DC's affordable housing crisis is both a social equity and an environmental issue. So we were pleased to see that the mayor's proposed budget actually included an increase in the Housing Production Trust Fund, although it's still less than what is needed. We encourage the committee to retain this commitment in the approved budget. We also encourage the committee to ensure that additional funding is in place through the local rent supplement program. Most of DC's housing stock is in old buildings, as you have informed me. And so that means that a large number of the residents are low and moderate income and can't afford the upgrades necessary to make these homes more environmentally sound. We urge DHCD to use some of its operating budget to provide upgrades such as weatherization and structural and equipment repairs. These would be good investments enabling residents to remain in DC and making for healthier living spaces, thus lowering overall health costs, as well as reducing residents' utility bills. The Sierra Club continues to urge the committee to ensure that new construction of district-financed affordable housing is all electric. A major reason the district is not on track to meet its climate commitments is the continued burning of fracked gas in residential buildings. Thanks to the tremendous decline in the cost of utility-scale solar and wind power capacity, renewable power can be procured at affordable rates. The district needs to transition off burning gas, and, and DHCD has a central role to play in ensuring that new housing is all electric. And I don't need to emphasize that burning gas is bad for your health. And actually gas, the cost of it is going to be going up a lot. And as fewer people use gas, that will place a greater burden on those who are still using gas as their rates increase. And we applaud your leadership in introducing and passing the Greener Government Buildings Act. We love that the law requires government and government-financed buildings to achieve net zero energy standards, making them highly efficient. We strongly oppose the mayor's proposal in the budget that essentially repeals the GGBA. We continue to call for new affordable housing financed by the HTPF to meet the standards in the GGBA. These are public dollars, which should be used for public benefit. Also, importantly, besides preventing displacement, the district cannot attract new residents if it cannot provide healthy, affordable housing. We also ask that you work with Council Member Janice Lewis George's committee to reverse the mayor's attempt to lock DC government into decades of fossil fuel costs by repealing the GGBA. The Sierra Club stands ready to work with you and Council Member Lewis George to protect your pioneering climate law. We ask that homes financed through HPTF be all electric and burn no fossil fuels. In addition, new housing should be built in a way that protects vulnerable district residents from footing the bill for our increasingly obsolete gas infrastructure. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. And Maya Brennan with the coalition.
Thank you, Chairman White. Good morning. My name is Maya Brennan. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition, formerly known as CNHED. Our over 180 members represent a broad spectrum of the district's community development organizations. In alignment with the Mayor's growth agenda, the Coalition wishes to offer our insights and recommendations for DHCD's budget. The Council and the Mayor have our unwavering support as you face difficult decisions ahead. In this testimony, we emphasize the importance of prioritizing investments in affordable housing, supporting our most vulnerable populations, and enabling residents' economic success. Specifically, the Coalition has 6 budget requests I'll put forward today. First, we applaud the Mayor for continuing her commitment to $100 million annually in the Housing Production Trust Fund. And we ask the Council to increase that to $110 million, with the addition specifically dedicated to the needs of the existing portfolio. DHCD's commitment of resources this year towards stabilizing its existing affordable housing portfolio was necessary, but it also meant an HPTF cycle without previously predictable levels of preservation and production resources. By including a set-aside for existing portfolio needs, the district can assist continued stabilization needs, should they arise, while ensuring that preservation and production activities can continue. Second, we request that the district provide $34.1 million for project-based and sponsor-based LRSP. Prior to stabilization of deeply affordable developments, LRSP resides in the DHCD and DHS budgets. The DHCD portion ensures non-deficiency for HPTF developments that serve extremely low and perhaps soon very low income households. Third, for the Housing Preservation Fund, we request that any funds allocated to new HPF loans in FY26, or at least $2.5 million, be designated to assist with maturing loans. You'll see in my testimony details about the situation of these maturing loans, and the written testimony has further details on that. Fourth, the Coalition recommends allocating $10 million for the First Right Purchase Program, FRPP, and advocates for its separation from the Housing Production Trust Fund. This critical resource allows TOPA transactions to close in a more timely fashion. Fifth, regarding home ownership, we recommend $31.2 million to the Home Purchase Assistance Program and $5 million to the Employer Assisted Housing Program. This would allow steady funding for these crucial stability and wealth building programs from the prior fiscal year. And finally, the Coalition recommends funding Neighborhood-Based Activities Program at $12.1 million for FY26. Recognizing these challenging times, our members have also been developing a set of ideas for efficiencies that could allow the district to stretch its resources further without impeding program success. We stand ready to partner with the Council and the Mayor to identify effective ways to increase the impact of district funds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify. I'll be submitting my written testimony later this evening.
Thank you very much. Jair Lynch.
Good morning, Councilmember White, other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. It's been an interesting couple of weeks. I've spent more time in the Wilson building than I have in a long time. We need to be out building buildings, but the housing ecosystem in Washington, D.C. has utterly collapsed. And I'm very happy that there's been a spirited conversation about that over the last 18, 24 months, frankly. We first had conversations with the coalition and others about 18 months ago. The executive Director Green, the executive director of DCHFA, Chris Donnell, council members have been good thought partners through that discussion over the last 18 months. You've challenged us. You've asked us to find the facts. You've asked us to find what's really happening in terms of the stock. Myself, Christine Espenshade, and many of the other folks who have presented a lot of the facts really give you a clear understanding of what's happening, both with rental arrears, with so many millions of dollars that are there, as well as the lack of investment that's happening in Washington, D.C. A couple of highlights from my previous testimony. In our portfolio, if the few residents that are not paying and have not been paying for so long, if we charged the existing residents who are in good standing in the amount that's necessary to cover our losses, we would have to charge them $5,000 each. That's how bleak it is. If we look at the amount of investment that's happened in DC, you have to go no further than look at the ULI study, where we used to be a top 10 market in the nation. We're now 49th behind Knoxville. We have a broken system that needs to be fixed from top to bottom. We strongly support the Rental Act, but it cannot stop there. And you are already laying out some of the important things that need to happen. We have a housing production trust fund that has been emphasizing new construction, but 87% of the buildings in DC are older than 1978. So if we want to be serious about creating affordable housing, let's put the money where it needs to be, in preservation. If we want to be serious about creating new investment in Washington, D.C., then let's look at the 5% of buildings that are market rate. 8% of buildings that are market rate, and allow them to transact, because your people are the people who are the most vulnerable. And the buildings that were built between 1978 and 1999 that were market rate when they were built are still charging $2,800 in rent, which means it's a customer making $100,000. Do you know why? Because those landlords invested in the properties, maintained them. They are still $2,800. So through all of that, we have to make sure that we're putting the dollars where we need to put them, and we need to really examine the costs of delivering product in Washington, D.C., both preservation as well as new construction. I've testified before that we had a building in which we underwrote as market rate, and then we built it as affordable because of the availability of the Housing Production Trust Fund and the work that's happened here. It was 30% more expensive. We're building in Virginia for the same price as we built in 2020 here, but underwriting new development for affordable housing is $800,000 and higher. We have added every single ornament on the Christmas tree, and we have lost our vision between protectionism and opportunity. I'll leave my testimony there.
Thank you very much. Lynn Amano with Friendship Place.
Thank you, Chairman White, for allowing me to testify today. I'm Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Friendship Place is a premier provider of housing and services for those experiencing homelessness in Greater DC, serving more than 5,000 participants last year. DHCD plays an essential role in the prevention of homelessness by investing money from the Housing Production Trust Fund to protect existing and create new affordable and supportive housing for those who need it most. These investments help families and individuals find sustainable housing options. As you've heard, the proposed budget fails to meet the housing needs in a few key ways. We've had a lot of coverage previously about the lack of affordable housing dedicated funds in the Housing Production Trust Fund. But we'd also like to point out that we are experiencing a gap in housing at the top of our continuum of care. We lack supportive housing that's desperately needed for our aging survivors of homelessness. We need housing and services funded through DHS and DCHA, and site-based housing built through DHCD for our highest acuity residents. Supportive housing in the form of independent or assisted living does not exist for formerly homeless individuals with chronic disease, mental health, and substance use disorders, and there are no facilities with on-site medical and behavioral health that can help them age in place with dignity. Our formerly homeless men and women deserve the same level of care we offer to private pay tenants of the progressive facilities in the community. Also, 46% of our unaccompanied adults counted during the January PIT count are chronically homeless, meaning that they not only need housing, but supportive care. A PSH plus type facility, as was previously mentioned, would free up space in site-based and scattered site PSH for this wave of incoming individuals. Please consider these needs as you move to support new housing. We are aware last year's HPTF wasn't used to develop new housing, but was given as grants to landlords struggling from the non-payment of rent. Landlords then use this money to cover expenses that are built into their rent calculus, maintenance, mortgage payments, and legal fees to evict tenants. We were disappointed to learn that this money did not come with forgiveness of back rent owed and therefore did not prevent evictions. With only $5 million available in the mayor's budget for ERAP and thousands of rent-burdened tenants, the backlog of underpayment is likely to grow. Moving forward, if the council chooses again to use the HBTF money to help landlords rather than build new supportive housing or preserve older, we ask that DCHA provide grants as back payment on the part of renters at risk of eviction. By giving landlords this money in the form of rent from their tenants, the money can do 3 times the good. It can relieve the tenants of their debts, halt the eviction process, and make landlords whole. Lastly, we stand with Fair Budget Coalition and the Wake Home Campaign, whose budget requests are based on the real needs of DC residents. Please consider capital gains, business taxes, and taxing homes with values over $1 million, as well as the elimination of business giveaways to raise revenue and meet the needs of DC's most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lynn Amano, bulk of your testimony was about the lack of housing for people, particularly aging people, I think, who were chronically homeless. What is the need there? Is there a rough understanding of how many people
So,
that is?
Unfortunately, we actually tried to build an assisted living facility for individuals who would experience homelessness, but we weren't able to populate that with those individuals for a couple of reasons. One is it's hard to get them to move in because of their personal needs allowance that they get is only $100 a month. So they don't feel like they're able to cover the needs. So they don't want to move in. But the other thing that happened is assisted living providers generally aren't equipped or used to dealing with the kinds of, long-term effects of homelessness. And we have a housing first policy in our homeless system, which the assisted living provider, when we brought them in, they said, oh, we can't deal with serious mental illness or substance use disorder. So literally our guys were not eligible to move in. I say guys because it's mostly men,
Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry, substance abuse, and what was the other one?
Serious mental illness.
Okay, outside of those two,
Mhm.
how big is the population?
So our chronically homeless men definitionally have a disability. So that's how we define the population. So all of the population has some disability that's limiting their ability to access those facilities.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is outside of addiction and severe
Right.
mental illness.
Well, so we have individuals, we get at Friendship, we have because we have a site-based location, we have some of the highest acuity individuals. And those individuals pretty much all need that extra level of support. So we have 50 of them there. But right now, according to the PIT count, 45% of the population is really in need of those additional services.
Yeah.
So if you want to look at what the actual numbers are like citywide, if you figure we had 8,000 roughly homeless individuals, and so to be fair, the PIT count could bias towards the chronically homeless in terms of the count, right? Mm-hmm. But of the 4,000 or so that we counted in the PIT count, that was 45% of those. So, the math puts you at 2,500 or so spots that we need for that supportive housing.
Okay, and where are folks now in this population, that your specific population that you're
So
discussing?
they're either currently homeless, they're in site-based permanent supportive housing, which doesn't have either the medical or the behavioral health, regular access that they need, or they're in scattered site housing. And you probably hear about some of those in scattered site housing that need those additional services that don't have access to them.
And you think it would, you think it would make sense to build one or more facilities specifically for?
Right, because then we could provide them, we could even, I mean, in an ideal world, you'd have a progressive level of care, right? You could have independent living and you'd have assisted living and then even nursing care. But what that does is it provides access to those kinds of services within the same building. My mom is in private pay and she lives in a facility that's very much like that, right? It's independent living with assisted living on a different level. That kind of a facility would allow individuals who aren't doing well in any number of contexts, because they need that additional support, to move into that and then allow a trickle up in the system. So it would open up more site-based facility. It would open up more scattered site vouchers for people to move into.
And the last thing, what would it take to get this done? Is there an amount? Is there a number of buildings? How much do we know?
Right. So there's two options, and I was testifying towards the building option, obviously here because of the DHCD. Another is to provide those services into an existing PSH site. That's, I mean, I don't know, in a budget scale, relatively inexpensive. That could be anywhere between like $250,000 and $500,000 a year to provide that level, that additional level of services based on the analysis that we've done. The site-based is obviously different because you're talking about building a building from the ground up. There are a number of facilities in production, for example, that could be adapted for that use that are in process right now. And we've started talking to some developers about that as well.
Okay. If you could share any of those examples of buildings with the committee so we can think through that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Maya Brennan, one of the things you testified to was a recommendation to increase, I think this was the Housing Production Trust Fund, to $110 million from $100 million that the mayor proposed, with the additional going to what you call the existing portfolio. What do you mean by existing portfolio?
Well, this year, most of the funds went to the existing portfolio. So it's properties that already have funds from DHCD, and they don't need preservation, they need stabilization. So when a property is facing an extreme crisis, a financial crisis like we've been seeing today, that sort of funding is distinctly different. It is helping make sure that these buildings aren't lost and the residents aren't displaced, but it's not the same sort of economic driver and long-term benefit that production and preservation both are. I mean, we know when you put people to work doing putting in new drywall and new systems and all of that stuff, whether it's in a preservation or a production building, it has tremendous economic benefits to the district. And so that's the distinction.
But one of the issues, would you say the top issue is rent arrearages that causes this need?
I would say, yeah, at this point, yeah, the top issue is rent arrearages for sure.
Are your members seeing an improvement in that space?
So it's really a mixed bag. Some are starting to see some improvements. Others still are wading through a really extended process with the courts and have buildings with really deep rent arrears problems. And I've also heard from a member of our Community Voices working group who hadn't realized that the low-income housing tax credit building where she lived didn't actually have income-based rent assistance that would allow her rent to change with her income. And she's one of these people with high rent arrears from a mistaken understanding of what the subsidy source was for her building. So
okay, because if the city did. So last year, all of the Housing Production Trust Fund money went to buildings that were already funded, but were under threat of going into foreclosure. I think the agreed upon reason is lack of rent payment. If that doesn't change and we add an additional amount, I guess I'm saying, where does this, like, what's the end goal?
Right. I think last year's amount was high, right? This year we're suggesting there's going to most of the work is happening on the legislative front and on the court front, and trying to make sure that we can get past where the root causes of the rent arrears crisis were, at least that component of the rent arrears crisis, right? So if we are adding more into the Housing Production Trust Fund, it would be specifically to make sure that we can continue having a preservation and production focus. So my estimation is hard to exactly pin down. We can work with our members to try to figure out what is like our collective coalition sense of what that amount of continued stabilization risk is, because we're sort of on the front end of addressing the rent arrears crisis. Like, we haven't really seen where properties continue to be in the future. And I know some folks are trying to track how that's coming down, and we can continue doing that as well.
What's the difference between the group of folks who would be eligible for this additional 10 million that we're just discussing, and the folks who would be eligible under your recommendation to add 2.5 million to the Housing Preservation Fund?
So the Housing Preservation Fund is basically a short-term bridge loan program for preservation. It has often been used in lieu of the first right purchase program by buildings that need truly preservation resources. So the Housing Preservation Fund is about getting short-term bridge loans in to acquire, preserve a property, and then try to find that permanent source in the future. It has relied in general on having a decent amount of access to low-income housing tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, and Housing Production Trust Fund resources. So they are very distinctly different pieces. The one is really saying that properties that have a bridge loan need to be able to convert to permanent, and we have data about the scope of problem there.
Given the number of buildings that are old in DC, why 2.5 million for the Preservation Fund, but 10 for the folks with the existing existing portfolio? Sorry.
It's our request there is simply that the amount that would have gone into new loan capacity instead shift to being part of the resources that are specifically to help bring them out. So they would still be seeking funds from the preservation line in the Housing Production Trust Fund. However, we're basically our members who make these loans. Many I've heard a lot of time concern that I can't make a new loan if the loans aren't being paid back. So their request was, can we take maybe a 1-year pause on making new loans and have that amount of money? Last year, it was 2.5 million in new loans that were new loan capacity that was eligible. So we're saying just whatever is available for new loan capacity this year. We need to make sure that we can get the maturing loans off the books and only have new loan capacity if that seems possible.
All right. One last question. The neighborhood-based activities program, how do you assess the success of the grantees?
That's a question that I would have to think back more, because the ways that you evaluate success on programs that are really about delivering supports within communities are often about intangibles, or about ensuring that a different program actually has success. So we could try to think through. I don't know if the counseling committee
for the agency, so they have a heads up that question is coming. Because
Yeah.
I mean, it's money, and money is tight right now, but this is preventing foreclosures, preventing people from losing their homes. I want to make sure we have a way of measuring it, and that's not your problem to solve. But if you have,
No, I know.
I can take it.
I'll go back to some of the folks who are in our membership and try to see what what answers and ideas they might have about it, because basically what I hear is this is this crucial glue that is invisible to folks who aren't inside the sausage making.
Yeah.
And, but without it, things tend to fall apart. And so trying to
Yeah.
figure out which those pieces are
Yep.
is really crucial, and especially at a tight
That's where
budget time.
trouble happens, though. So,
Yes.
it is important program. I don't want anybody to think I'm trying to cut it. I'm trying to measure it. Jair Lynch, let me start with preservation. We had, I think it was $2.5 million in a preservation fund. I think there are a lot of landlords who need to make repairs on their buildings without raising their rents or without raising them significantly. Do you have a sense of what the need is in terms of preservation fund, both in terms of the amount, but also in terms of what that should look like? Does it need to be different than the preservation fund we have now?
Aligning preservation dollars where TOPA will strengthen TOPA. Per the Rental Act, the 87% of the buildings that are pre-1978 would still have TOPA. And aligning dollars to that will be very, very important, because the displacement comes from a building that is in disrepair, of which the investment requires new customers. And when you look for those new customer, displacement happens. And having those dollars there. So I would suggest that there'd be a real target of having preservation, 40% of the total housing production trust fund going to that space, and reserving the rest for new construction, whether it's on district land, whether it's on other private land, but really making a significant push towards preservation and making sure that all the components are there so it's aligned. It's not only having dollars there, it's aligned so that time and risk is mitigated. So when TOPA is initiated in a pre-1970 building, so just to give you some context, DECD provided over 400 transactions that were aligned with TOPA. We did the research, and of the 200 or so, over the last week or so, we've researched every single one of them, about over 50% of them. The average age was 70 years old. The average size is 30 units. We need to have a loan program that works for a small landlord. We need to have processes and procedures that work for that type of product. That means that they're delivering on elevators, roofs, windows, all the building infrastructure that a market rate building that's 50 years old can invest in, because the rents are twice as high.
All right.
So we definitely need to make a clear lane for preservation and clear processes that actually allow it to actually work in a timely manner and can protect the people you're talking about.
On a lot of your testimony was about the increased cost of building in the district as compared to other jurisdictions. That cost does get passed on to renters, so theoretically making it more expensive. Why is it so much more expensive to build in DC? You touched on some of it in your testimony, but I want to unpack that a little bit.
So as you know, you and I have had conversations. I have to explain this to my 92-year-old father, why. And I talked to him about the car that he bought in 1981, which was a red Toyota Corolla, middle of the road car. Toyota still makes those cars. Toyota also makes a $10 million F1 vehicle. We have pointed all our new construction codes, all our new construction goals, all our new construction hiring components to make F1 vehicles when we need to make a lot more Toyota Corollas. And that's the problem. I'll give you one example. There have been migration patterns changed by birds moving north every year. They have moved over DC. We have to build a building at the Reservoir District. We have to charge every resident $17 more to put a protective film on the building so that birds won't die. I am very much a progressive person who believes in the environment. But if we don't have a balance between protectionism and opportunity, we won't build the housing for the people we're trying to save. We have to be very blunt about all of these things. We have rent arrears. No offense, but the coalition that has come through the Enterprise Foundation and others represents 20,000 units. And they have a $50 million in rent arrears over the last 3 years, averaging. That's 7x over 2019 in this same jurisdiction. So we have to look at the breadth and depth of the data we have. We have to make hard choices and build some more Toyota Corollas. We can build 5 of those every time we build $1 million home that's affordable.
So this is, I'm glad to have this. I'm going to ask fewer questions as we get into later panels. I don't want people to worry that this is going to be another hearing that goes to 12:30 a.m. We are going to move more quickly, I promise. But I tend to try to unpack more in the first few panels, and we hear a lot of repeat after that. So Gene, we got a climate crisis. One of the things that makes it more expensive to build is energy efficiency. How should we be looking at that balance in your view or the view of the DC Sierra Club?
Well, I believe both in my view and the view of the Sierra Club is the way to get there is more energy efficiency and continuing to upgrade and build buildings that do not meet the building efficiency BEPS. I forgot the acronym. But if we continue to build buildings that are fueled by fossil fuels, this is going to make them more expensive, much less healthy, and in the short and long run, this will enable the district to cope with the climate crisis, because we not only have an affordability crisis, we've got a climate crisis, and we need to be looking ahead to meet that crisis. And that means not cutting out large chunks of investments in more efficient and actually less expensive energy, and still relying on burning fracked gas, which is going to continue to be more expensive. And as people with enough of an income to transform their residences into all electric, you're going to have fewer and fewer people, mostly lower and moderate income people, still stuck on gas and paying ever more as utility rates go up. So we believe strongly that there's legislation on the books, but which that will help with that. The Greener Government Buildings Act is one of them, and the Healthy Homes Act is another. And losing funding, both from the federal government and proposed locally, to enable those acts to be used is going to make it much more difficult for the district to meet its climate goals. And we have been a leader in climate legislation, but we're seeing in the proposals now from the mayor's office that we're going to lose that lead. And we're going to see other jurisdictions moving ahead with both building in means to cope with the climate crisis and to lower fuel costs for housing. And whereas we're going to be moving backwards, which we feel will be just a disaster for the district.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad you are on this panel, because this represents what we have to contend with in DC right now. And it's not just the energy efficiency, it's many other codes and other requirements that accumulate over time and do result in higher rent. And we have to be willing to sort of assess what are all of the things, and are there some that we can live without? There's a study I need to find. Actually, I think my chief of staff brought it to my attention that the the best housing, I think least expensive, most desirable housing is built in blue cities within red states. And I was like, I need to understand this a little bit better. But we've got to be able to kind of assess where we are and ask these questions because we are in the midst of several crises, and we can't solve everything at once. But we need to really assess where we are. So thank you all very much. This is a time where I'm glad to have smart and diverse views at our disposal. So thank you all for being with us today. We're going to, I think, move to a larger virtual panel. So there's a balance between trying to call. So some people who signed up first, the first person who signed up to testify is virtual, and the fourth person is virtual. So we have skipped several virtual people. So I'm gonna do one larger virtual panel, and I would expect that we're going to have fewer questions, so that panel should go a little quicker, and then we'll go back to an in-person panel. Okay, Farah Fasse with Empower DC, Betty Gentile with Some Incorporated, Meg McGuire with the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, Vic Goncalves with Mikasa, Alex Baca with Greater Washington, Yvette Banfield with the Coalition, Deborah Cuevas Hill with Legal Counsel for the Elderly, and Shafika Posh, and Joanne Savage with the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. And Farah Fasse, you can begin your testimony.
Great. Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Farah Fasse, and I'm the Community Development Director at Empower DC. Empower DC organizes low-income DC renters for housing and environmental justice. I'm here today particularly to offer testimony related to the Housing Production Trust Fund and encourage a focus on rehabilitation and preservation of affordable housing. I'd first like to encourage you to oppose the Rental Act. As a city, particularly during the budget process, we need to look comprehensively at DC's housing. And I appreciate that the hearing last week may have been an effort to do that, but there were simply too many housing issues in one hearing for most people, particularly those directly impacted by these issues, to analyze and respond. I spent a lot of time the last few weeks trying to explain and break down these issues for renters, and it was really very challenging. Even though people get why the issues that are impacting their housing. I think what they didn't understand is how the Rental Act actually connected to that. And though this legislation is broad-reaching, it's really a wish list of a small group of developers and fails to address the housing crisis impacting most of DC's renters. The bill will not do anything to address high rents, poor housing conditions, or funding predictability. As Mr. Lynch just pointed out, high costs in DC for housing can't just be simplified to blaming TOPA. A thoughtful use of the Housing Production Trust Fund is a critical way that DC can respond to the current housing crisis. As part of the Access to Justice Grant, Empower conducts regular outreach to properties with a high number of rental arrears. We work to connect tenants and landlords there, ensure that recertifications are happening, and connect residents to resources. What we often find at affordable housing, both rent controlled and subsidized, is that some tenants are not paying the rent because they're in unsafe and illegal housing conditions. Meanwhile, the housing provider and other residents are frustrated. Funding. This vicious cycle of poor housing conditions and rental arrears needs to be broken. The investment of $100 million or more in the Housing Production Trust Fund is critical this year. We need it focused on preservation of housing for very low and low-income renters. We're not going to produce our way out of the housing crisis, particularly even when units are added, we have a net loss of affordable housing. Instead, I urge you to focus on limited funds on buildings where families are currently living to prevent a cascade of negative consequences from displacement and loss of affordable housing. Funds need to be tied to improved conditions, ongoing affordability, and oversight to ensure that tenants with rental arrears receive support and consideration for poor housing conditions that they've lived through. With regards to TOPA, the most impactful way to ensure that the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act is able to preserve affordable housing and that the process is not prolonged is to ensure predictable, stable funding for tenant purchase projects. The First Right Purchase Program at DHCD must be fully funded, and the trust fund must be prioritized for preservation. I urge DHCD to give significant weight to preservation, anti-displacement, and tenant purchases, both limited equity co-ops and assignment of rights. There are preservation projects with applications awaiting a DHCD response for renovation financing. They need to be funded to preserve subsidy that's already been put in and ensure that tenants are living in safe and legal housing conditions. These projects need to be a priority for the current RFP and for 2026. Funding needs to be both predictable and efficient. I'd also like to support Councilmember Nadeau's Common Sense TOPA Reform Amendment Act. In part, this legislation has DHCD provide stronger oversight related to TOPA filings, create a transparency portal, and minimize bad actors by ensuring that vetted nonprofits without a financial interest, including the CBOs that DHCD funds, can provide education to residents on their rights and options under TOPA during the registration period. To do that, DHCD should change its practice of sharing offer sale information publicly and instead limit this to the qualified organizations, as was done in the past. These are low budget reforms that will have strong net impact. Thank you for your time. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Betty Gentle with Some Incorporated.
Greetings, Chairman White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at Some Incorporated, a trusted and longstanding nonprofit in the district that has for over 50 years worked to break the cycles of poverty and homelessness by providing essential services, deeply affordable housing, and pathways to long-term economic mobility and stability for individuals and families. We are proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition and the Coalition. Since 1986, Some has acquired, renovated, or developed more than 20 deeply affordable housing properties. Today, we proudly provide stable housing for over 1,400 seniors, single adults, and families across the district. This work would not be possible without the critical partnership of DHCD and investments through the Housing Production Trust Fund. We are encouraged to see HUPF restored to $100 million in the proposed FY26 budget. This funding is essential to restart and install the affordable housing pipeline and breathing life back into housing development projects that our city urgently needs. We urge your committee to maintain this investment in the final budget. However, while the funding level is important, so is the way these dollars are used. It is imperative that HPTF investments are targeted to serve those with the lowest incomes because that's where the need is the greatest. We respectfully ask the committee to support DHCD in prioritizing the mandate that at least 50% of HPTF resources be directed to residents earning at or below 30% of MFI so that the district's most deeply affordable housing needs are fully addressed. This prioritization is especially critical now as low-income residents face mounting challenges on multiple fronts that threaten their ability to both secure housing and remain housing and stable. According to the 2025 point in time count, more than 3,800 single adults and 400 families experience homelessness on any given night in D.C. And the crisis extends far beyond those visibly unhoused. Nearly 45% of renters are rent burdened, and for renters earning below 30% of AMI, that figure skyrockets to 85.2%. To address the severe shortage of rental housing, the district needs to make 37,000 more homes available for extremely low-income households. This growing housing crisis is also set against a backdrop of substantial threats to the social safety net. DC's FY26 budget, as it stands now, proposes to eliminate the annual COLA for TANF and reintroduce harsh time limits and sanctions that will roll back for a reason because they harm families, cut robust healthcare coverage, which will impact over 52,000 residents, reduce childcare subsidies, even though childcare remains the second highest cost for most families after housing, fail to include any new PSH vouchers for unaccompanied adults, even though homelessness among single adults has remained largely unchanged over the past decade, provides no additional SNAP support, despite persistently higher food costs and looming threats of federal reductions. In short, the district's lowest income residents are being asked to absorb too many burdens, rising costs, fewer supports, and uncertain futures. This is why it's more urgent than ever to ensure that HPTF dollars reach those most in need. We cannot allow the city's economic development goals to be pursued at the expense of displaced residents and deepen inequality. If used with intentional focus on those most in need, HPTF can redirect the FY26 budget's growth priorities toward a more inclusive and equitable future for DC. Equitable housing growth also requires preserving accessible affordable housing, expanding pathways to home ownership, and prioritizing vulnerable populations such as seniors who consistently report difficulty finding both senior appropriate housing and supportive services. In closing, SUM remains dedicated to being part of the solution, and we urge the council to not only sustain this level of investment in HDPF, but also ensure these dollars are used in a way that reaches those most in need, so that every DC resident, regardless of income, has access to safe, stable, and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Meg McGuire with the Committee on 100 for the Federal City, co-chair.
Good morning. I'm Meg McGuire of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. There are startling gaps in the Housing Authority budget for the local rent supplement program. There's no increase in funding proposed for tenant vouchers, even though the incidence of homelessness is rising, and joblessness, which correlates with housing instability, is also rising. Even more concerning is the zero budget for project and sponsor-based vouchers, which serve extremely low-income households. This is striking when the Housing Production Trust Fund proposed budget will create new opportunities for building desperately needed housing for extremely low-income households. And it is hard to imagine they would proceed without voucher commitments at the outset. On the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, we strongly oppose the mayor's attempt to diminish and restrict tenant rights by exempting many older and newer buildings from TOPA. The proposal is both unworkable and untimely. It incentivizes gaming the system to qualify for a TOPA exemption by claiming unreliable data on rents, which we know are subject to periodic change and negotiated concessions. Virtually all market rate tenants throughout the city would have no right to negotiate when their building is sold because the low number of required affordable units are well below the proposed threshold number triggering TOPA. At a time when Americans, and Washingtonians in particular, are losing our rights of fundamental, meaningful participation in our democracy, the mayor's proposal is tone deaf and untimely. We urge the council to reject the mayor's proposal and instead to affirm TOPA's successes. CNHED, the coalition's 2023 TOPA study, found that a total of 16,224 affordable units were developed or preserved through TOPA at that time, and that TOPA is fundamentally successful in offering tenants a seat at the table. TOPA made a meaningful impact on improving the district's affordable housing stock and reducing displacement. And TOPA negotiation allows tenants to shape development outcomes to achieve tenant goals related to renovation, affordability, and homeownership. We oppose any change to exempt newly constructed properties from TOPA because it will open the door to further diminution of tenant rights. We do support programmatic reforms outlined in Councilmember Nadeau's substitute legislation, which seeks to remedy complaints raised by both investors and tenants that the process is too slow and lacks clarity. Reforms proposed in that bill include establishing a certification process for qualified purchasers based on capacity to acquire, own, manage, and improve or redevelop housing, requiring prompt CHCD review of offers of sale and notice of transfer, clarifying information and procedures for owners, developing templates for tenant buyout agreements, and establishing a TOPA transparency portal in the new rent control database to prohibit coercion and retaliation in tenant purchase proceedings. Finally, we urge council to adhere closely to these basic principles for the budget this year. Maintain and secure housing, particularly for the lowest income residents. Avoid or mitigate evictions. Prioritize capital improvements for public housing, and where cuts must be made, phase them in as gradually as possible to avoid sudden shocks that force residents out of their housing or out of the district altogether. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vic Goncalves with Mikasa. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Vic Concalves. I'm a project manager and advocacy specialist at Mi Casa, and I'm a tenant in a rent-controlled building in Ward 3. Mi Casa is an affordable housing nonprofit dedicated to providing quality, affordable housing and technical assistance to DC residents at low and extremely low income levels. Mi Casa believes that housing is a human right and works to ensure that low-income residents have a future stake in the neighborhoods that they call home. We oppose the mayor's approach to making sweeping legislative changes through the budget, especially those that propose eliminating tenant rights and reducing protections for the most vulnerable households. The budget and its supporting legislation should not be drastically changing district law. Through including the Rental Act in the budget, the mayor is trying to eliminate key tenant protections. Additionally, the mayor is attempting to include budget provisions that eliminate DC's sanctuary city status, allowing ICE to engage our city agencies in targeting immigrant communities and making all of us less safe. Other proposals in the mayor's budget that are hurting DC families include cutting the wages of restaurant workers and childcare workers and cutting SNAP and TANF. These provisions will not support DC residents' ability to pay rent. Passing a balanced budget means having a recovery that works for all district residents. We ask that the Housing Production Trust Fund, the First Right to Purchase Program, the Housing Preservation Fund, the Local Rent Supplement Program, the Small Buildings Program, and the Neighborhood-Based Activities Program be fully funded at levels that meet the need of this moment. Mi Casa urges the council to allocate at least $120 million to HPTF to address the critical needs of affordable housing. We recognize that the actual need is a lot more than that. The council and the mayor should ensure that the agency spends at least 50% of the funds on housing for families at 30% AMI and dedicate at least half of the funds to preservation projects. Preserving existing affordable housing keeps families in their homes and neighborhoods and prevents a loss of affordable housing. Additionally, at least 30 million of HPTF funds should be dedicated to taking out existing housing preservation fund loans. These existing loans are structured to be bridge loans that need to be taken out by permanent funding. Many of these loans have matured and face a giant cliff. Without takeout, the developers will have to sell their buildings or extend the loans and rack up extremely high interest costs. Because the Housing Preservation Fund is a revolving loan fund, taking out these loans frees up funds for new acquisitions. In this moment, when potential and existing housing is being sold or auctioned, it's critical that we have acquisition funds available to preserve affordable housing. We recommend allocating $30 million to the First Right to Purchase program in order to ensure that tenants who exercise their TOPA rights have a way to actually purchase their buildings or assign their rights to someone who is invested in keeping their building deeply affordable. When successfully leveraged, TOPA is the most important tool that we have to preserve affordable housing. It provides opportunities for home ownership, minimizes displacement, and encourages formation of tenant associations. Additionally, we recommend at least $34 million to the Local Rent Supplement Program, $100 million to enhance the budget of DHCD's newly improved Small Buildings Program. This program has the potential to fill gaps for small housing providers that keep their buildings in compliance with the housing code while maintaining deep levels of affordability. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Alex Baca, the DC Policy Director for Greater Washington.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Alex Baca, and I am giving this testimony on Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed FY26 budget for the Department of Housing and Community Development on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as the DC Policy Director. We are grateful to the Bowser administration for restoring the Housing Production Trust Fund to $100 million. However, high interest rates, tariffs, a declining labor force, and unpredictable zoning approval processes mean that the $100 million in FY26 will not go as far as it once did. The district can't control most of those things, but it can make it easier and more expedient to build more housing and more income-restricted subsidized housing in more neighborhoods. DHCD's 2023 consolidated RFP for affordable housing projects enabled developers to leverage the value of publicly owned or publicly acquired land to bring down the cost of producing income-restricted subsidized housing. But DHCD has since neglected that approach. The attrition of DHCD staff that has occurred under Director Colleen Green's purview is a likely culprit, and I hope you, as the committee chair, will scrutinize Director Green's performance with a fraction of the vigor with which this committee questioned Brenda Donnell's tenure at the DC Housing Authority. The purpose of HPTF is to produce housing. It is not an ATM. While I don't see any other way that the district could have staunched the arrears crisis without bailing out property owners with trust fund dollars, that is something I hope does not come to pass again. Affordable housing is expensive to build and requires ongoing maintenance. Unless we are prepared to attempt to let the free market do it all, the district must shore up its subsidies for producing new income-restricted subsidized housing. That said, DHCD's bevy of funds could certainly be overhauled to allow for more flexibility in dispersing grants or loans, both regularly and in unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, the committee should require, via BSA subtitle, that DHCD make public all responses to requests for proposals it issues. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yvette Banfield, Executive Vice President of the Coalition, formerly CNHED.
Good morning, Chairperson Robert White and members of the Committee on Housing. I'm Yvette Banfield, the Chief Economic Development Officer for the Coalition, formerly CNHED. My testimony is focused on the Small Business Technical Assistance Program. We are asking that you support the mayor's proposed budget for FY 2026 and committing $4.1 million to support the SBT program. The district's communities benefit from having stable, new, and thriving small businesses. They anchor our neighborhoods and commercial corridors and create jobs for residents and revenue for the district. Through the SBTA program, funded by DHCD, small business support organizations, small business organization grantees are helping to bolster new and existing small and micro businesses in low and moderate income neighborhoods. This funding also enables SBTA grantees to deepen their capacity and capabilities to serve their small business clients better. The SBTA program continues to be an instrumental vehicle for neighborhood economic development, especially with the district's increased emphasis on entrepreneurship and small business ownership. The current network of small business support organizations is reaching areas of the city, of the district with the potential for increased economic growth and opportunity. For this reason, again, the coalition requests council to support the mayor's proposed budget of $4.1 million for this program, which again assists small business owners to start, stabilize, and grow their businesses. The resources, technical assistance, individualized advisory support, and training the small business support organization grantees provide are essential in helping these business owners navigate and overcome common pitfalls that they experience because they don't have a back office. They help them to implement sound business practices and identify opportunities. Businesses also increase their understanding and familiarity with fundamental accounting principles, which is essential for businesses to be able to keep track of their income and their cash flow to make better informed financial management decisions. The value add benefits of the SBTA program in aiding also Black and Brown businesses, immigrant-owned and minority women and micro business and small businesses, entrepreneurs are immeasurable. In my testimony, I highlight some of the impacts to remind you of the impacts of the SBTA program, which I talked about in my during the performance hearings, which is included in my testimony. But in closing, the coalition is asking the council to continue its support of the SBTA program. This investment will ensure that existing and new small and micro businesses have access to essential services that are fundamental to a healthy small local business community and ecosystem. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Joanne Savage with Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Good morning, Chair White and the committee. I am Joanne Savage, Director of Litigation at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in support of the $1 million in the heirs property program in the mayor's proposed budget. The heirs property program provides legal services for probate and estate planning, as well as limited financial support to ensure that lower income heirs can pay costs such as publication and court fees that are necessary to complete the probate process, and especially to transfer the home to the new heirs. This funding is foundational to secure housing and preserve intergenerational wealth, and to ensure that the economic gains in the district are broadly shared. The Mayor's Black Homeownership Strike Force, on which I was proud to serve as a member, recognized that closing the historical and persisting racial homeownership gap requires extending support for existing Black homeowners to preserve their homeownership and smoothly pass on that intergenerational asset. Among the strike force's 10 key recommendations was the suggestion to provide legal services and related support for estate planning and probate, and the heirs property program is an outgrowth of that. LCE has long been a leader in providing probate and estate planning services to lower income seniors. This is a less common practice area for legal services, but LCE has been providing full representation in this area for over a decade in recognition of the need expressed by callers to our hotline. We consistently see that clients have difficulty navigating the complex court process on their own, especially after time passes and the heir situation becomes more complicated. You may have one heir pass on, and then you have 3 additional heirs that are involved in the tangled title to the property. These heirs property issues are a direct contributor to gentrification, as families of color struggle to keep up with rising taxes and barriers around insurance and repairs when they are not on title. The heirs property program has allowed LCE to ramp up our work to better meet the extensive need, and has helped other organizations enter this space. In recent years, LCE has been heartened to see increased collaboration and outreach on this issue as other legal services organizations join in this work. The heirs property program is not only delivering direct services to preserve homes for district residents, but is getting word out in our communities about the importance of formal transfer of property, and was instrumental in reopening the Superior Court's Probate Resource Center to provide on-the-spot advice to heirs who are then able to navigate the rest of the process on their own. Finally, we offer life planning services such as wills, power of attorneys, and transfer on death deeds that greatly simplify the transfer of property going forward. LCE also has a unique process in the presence in the district's tax sale foreclosure court. Over the years, I have witnessed firsthand that a disproportionate number of homes that end up at risk of loss to tax sale foreclosure are unprobated heirs property. It is a special moment when our work can not just save the home from tax foreclosure, but filed a new deed that confirms our heir client as the official homeowner, often becoming a first-time homeowner in their 60s or 70s. By contrast, it is heartbreaking to see some homes lost to foreclosure with the equity eaten by taxes and legal fees because the heirs could not access the legal process. And as a final comment, LCE has been in dialogue with the council about the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act. We're aware of the council's work to reduce the number of vacant homes. I want to underscore the linkage between these issues. Few individuals voluntarily walk away from a valuable district property, but many heirs and families struggle with the complicated process of transferring title, and as years pass, become unable to conduct repairs or keep up with property taxes, both of which are impacted by lack of clean title. Families may even want to sell, but cannot do so with a tangled title. Accordingly, we urge the council to continue to support the heirs property program to secure homeownership and intergenerational wealth and prevent the loss of homes to vacancy and tax sale foreclosure. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Finally, for this panel will be Deborah Cuevas Hill with the managing attorney with Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and Committee on Housing. I am Debbie Cuevas Hill, managing attorney for the Consumer Protection and Homeownership Preservation Practice at Legal Counsel for the Elderly, or LCE. For 50 years, LCE has provided free legal services for low-income DC residents age 60 plus. Our unique view of the district leads us to focus this testimony on the need to protect housing, as well as to protect the district's most vulnerable residents' ability to remain in their homes and communities as they age. LCE supports the mayor's proposed $10,422,000 for housing counseling services in the DHCD budget. While the proposed funding includes an increase of $98,000 over the fiscal year 25 approved funding level, the district's budget for housing counseling grants was previously reduced in the fiscal year 25 by $4 million due to the sunsetting of federal funds. This overall decrease in funding led to service cuts for fiscal year 25. Even as demand is rising, we strongly urge the council to approve the full amount proposed by the mayor for fiscal year 2026. Support from this funding allows LCE to preserve homes for longtime district residents, both owners and tenants. LCE's consumer practice assists clients who are facing foreclosure or who risk the loss of their homes due to predatory lending, foreclosure rescue scams, and other real property fraud or equity stripping schemes. In June 2024, DHCD stopped taking new applications for the Homeowner Assistance Fund program, also known as HAF. In the post-pandemic environment, DC seniors still face many financial hurdles to keep their homes, including higher interest rates and fewer foreclosure prevention programs. While losing HAF is a blow to homeowners in need, many LCE clients could benefit from the district's reverse mortgage insurance and tax payment program, known as REMIT, to prevent reverse mortgage foreclosure. However, this program has exhausted its funds. Active cases assigned to my practice at LCE increased significantly from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24. In fiscal year 23, the consumer practice provided legal services for 197 seniors on a range of issues, including foreclosure prevention. Consumer represented 292 clients in fiscal year 24, and like fiscal year 23, most of these clients needed assistance with foreclosure prevention. Given the changes to federal employment, demand is only likely to increase in the coming years. Rental housing provides a solid foundation for growth budget. Stable rental housing creates safe and growing communities. LCE's tenant advocacy and support practice works to protect DC renters from eviction and substandard rental housing conditions. Our tenant advocacy practice helps tenants facing eviction with both legal defenses and social work assistance to help prevent homelessness. Our tenant advocacy practice's overall caseload, including cases that are attributable to DHCD funding, increased from 630 cases in fiscal year 23 to 845 cases in fiscal year 24. The significant growth happened while the council removed pandemic-era tenant protections and funding for ERAP decreased. However, in fiscal year 24, the tenant advocacy services in DHCD funded cases provided $105,557 in economic benefits to our clients. This money helped keep clients housed. In addition to assisting with foreclosure and eviction prevention, housing counseling funds allotted by DHCD allow seniors to receive help and claim benefits such as tax credits, veterans benefits, and these provide financial relief that help seniors stay in their homes in the district while rising housing costs only increase. LC understands the mayor's desire to grow the district's economy, and the DHC budget provides an opportunity to do that with a solid foundation. Even though demand for stable and affordable housing is rising, DHCD's budget is a step in the right direction. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Not too many questions for this panel. Farrah Fawcett, I appreciate your point around the Rental Act and its breadth. And one quick question for you. You suggested that the Housing Production Trust Fund prioritize preservation. How do you recommend balancing that with production? I agree that we have not done enough over the years on preservation, but if we're not producing new housing, then I think we're going to continue to see housing get more expensive. So how are you suggesting we find that balance?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing is just to really keep in mind that, that for one thing, this is housing that people currently live in. And this is the crisis, right, that everyone has been talking about, is this crisis of this kind of vicious cycle, right, between poor housing conditions, non-payment of rent, neighborhood instability, potential displacement. That's the crisis that I've heard the city focusing on, and this is a way to address that. Through production, there are a lot of ways to finance housing, including like cross-subsidization, meaning you're using market rate units to pay for affordable units. So I think there's more options there. And I think sometimes we're not totally honest, right, about how much housing the city is producing or how much affordable housing, because we're actually having a net loss. And so we actually need to focus on shoring up that affordable housing and making sure we're able to keep it. And there's a huge cascade, right, of effects we're going to have if we don't focus on that. I also think another real opportunity for production of housing is the stadium land. The deal vastly, it's going to have a lot of parking lots where we could actually have housing, and it's going to have a lot of space that's often empty. And so really looking at how could we maximize that to be able to create a truly mixed income neighborhood. That's an opportunity. There's other places in the city that are also opportunities with public land, which is another reason why we need to make sure that the Rental Act isn't just allowing the mayor to pass off public land, but that's really going through a real process to make sure that we are being able to produce affordable housing there.
I appreciate that. Betty Gentle, we do plan to protect the HPTF funding. I will say, and you and I think Vic Goncalves testified about the need to prioritize 50% of the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars going to folks that are at or below 30% AMI. We've been pushing that since I've been chair of the committee. We've gotten up to 44% in the fiscal year 23, which is the last Housing Production Trust Fund report we've gotten. The agency is overdue for its most recent one, but my expectation is that we're not moving backwards, we're moving forward. Meg McGuire, appreciate your testimony, particularly around your thoughts on TOPA and the number of units that that program has preserved over the years. Vic Goncalves, one quick question for you. You suggested that at least half of the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars go for units for people at or below 30% AMI, and that half go for preservation. So that's all of it. Is that what you are suggesting?
Well, a lot of preservation dollars can and will go to people at 30% AMI or below. So when we talk about preservation, that's preserving buildings that people already live in, and oftentimes people at or below 30% AMI are living in those buildings.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification and have noted your other recommendations. Alex Baca, you think DHCD needs to do more with funding, and you think our committee is lacking on oversight there. I appreciate your testimony. Yvette Banfield, the Small Business Grant Program, you mentioned that in your broader testimony, you have some examples of impact, but similar to a question I asked about a different program, do you have a way that we can measure how well the grantees perform with this work?
When you say how well in terms of their delivery of service?
So, I mean, if I'm a grantee, I might give a wonderful report on this incredible business that, expanded because of the work we did. And that's wonderful, but I don't know how many businesses you helped, how meaningful that assistance was. Really trying to press harder on how we examine, how we evaluate these programs, and wondering if you have thoughts on that.
So I do know that the grantees have to provide their data to DHCD, which is then reported to HUD. And so if you want to get more granular data than that or information, then I would think that the DHCD would have to require additional data or information, both qualitative potentially and quantitative. I know that there isn't an annual assessment or annual survey or something like that, that could be administered. That's something that the coalition is interested in doing, particularly with our DC Small Biz Help website, which promotes a lot of the trainings that the providers offer throughout the year continuously. But I think that the small business TA providers would want to work with DHCD in identifying what that would potentially look like.
Okay, thank you. And for Joanne Savage, hear you on the heirs property program. That's a really important program in DC. Debbie Cuevas Hill for the HAF program. And wait, I'm missing one of the names. And in the remit program and tenant protection. So thank you very much to this panel. I appreciate you being with us and sharing your thoughts and expertise. We're going to move to our next panel, which will be Aries Scale, with the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated, Heather Wellington with AREP, Dean Hunter with the Small Multifamily Owners Association, Tyrell Holcomb with Jubilee Housing. And Aries Scales, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman White. My name is Aries Scales, and I am a 20-plus year resident of Ward 7, and I serve as president of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Metropolitan Washington, D.C. chapter, of which I am joined today by several of my dedicated members. As a nonprofit advocacy organization dedicated to advancing equity outcomes for more than 180,000 Black women and girls who call Washington, D.C. home, we offer empowering community-driven programs, strategic legislative advocacy, and sustained civic engagement. On behalf of our chapter, I want to thank you, Chairman White, for your continued support of our work, the women and girls we represent, and your commitment to advancing policies that promote housing equity across the district for, as you stated, the people. Today, I offer my testimony through the lens and as a voice of the women and girls we advocate on behalf of, those who we believe also deserve every opportunity to lead prosperous, stable, and affordable lives in this rapidly evolving city. Our housing advocacy, aligned with our mission for nearly 10 years, NCBW DC has consistently championed housing affordability and stability during the mayor's budget engagement forums, our numerous legislative days with council members, as well as co-authoring legislation, all in support and partnership with the administration to increase funding for the Housing Production Trust Fund and Home Purchase Assistance Program. Housing affordability is no longer a crisis in the making. We recognize that it is here. And we know there's a major distinction between affordable housing and housing affordability. In DC, the median home value exceeds $600,000, and prospective home buyers need an income of at least $110,000 to afford the average home. For many Black women, only 37% of who own their homes, renting is not just an alternative, it is the only option. But even that is becoming increasingly out of reach, with the cost of rent increasing beyond inflation, and as we've seen a troubling increase in unemployment numbers for professional Black women. When programs like the Emergency Rental Assistance Program are cut by more than 80% from 26.9 million down to just 5 million, we aren't just adjusting line items. We are potentially destabilizing lives, weakening a possible safety net for when the unexpected happens, and limiting housing options. So our recommendations: The National Coalition of 100 Black Women, Metropolitan Washington, D.C. chapter, urges the council to prioritize the following for the FY26 budget. 1, target deeply affordable housing by dedicating a greater share of the Housing Production Trust Fund to residents earning 0 to 30% of the AMI. Fully restore ERAP's funding to $26,912,000 from the current $5 million allotment. And lastly, protect and expand emergency rental assistance, legal aid, financial management, and tenant protections that stabilize families and prevent displacement. Without bold and targeted intervention, continued funding cuts will only deepen the hardship for those already most affected. And the impact does not just stop with renters, as it has an undeniable ripple effect, and we've heard about it all morning long. While I benefited greatly from being able to access affordable housing as both a renter and a homeowner, I've seen firsthand personally and professionally how unstable renters cause a direct strain on small landlords, developers, city services, the disruption of education for our youth, and affects our public safety. This all destabilizes our communities. In closing, this is not just a budget issue, it's a foundational one. If we want to create expanded opportunities in this city, housing stability must be a top priority. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Heather Wellington with AREP.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee and staff. My name is Heather Wellington, and I'm here today both as president of African American Real Estate Professionals of DC and as founder and principal of Cube Development and Consulting, a real estate development and consulting firm committed to delivering strategic value-driven projects that create community impact across the district. I have worked as a commercial real estate professional in the DC area and nationally for over 20 years. My testimony today focuses on the current state of the industry and how what were initially well-meaning policies are now causing irreparable harm. AREP represents a network of Black commercial real estate professionals, including developers and housing providers who are deeply committed to providing housing opportunities throughout the district. These are longtime Washingtonians, legacy business owners, and local developers who've answered the call to invest in DC, many with the encouragement and partnership of the DC government. And as stakeholders in the DC housing ecosystem, we at AREP agree that if we're serious about solving DC's housing crisis, it comes down to one thing: we must build more housing at every income level and at every scale. But to do that, we need a stable investment environment and strong public financing tools, especially the Housing Production Trust Fund. We support the increased funding allocated to the Housing Production Trust Fund in the fiscal year 26 budget, as it is one of the district's most critical resources for financing new development, particularly deep affordable housing. And with this, we also need clearer policy that allows greater access to our local developers who are ready and able to build in their own communities. Unfortunately, today, the DC housing ecosystem and its investment pipeline is in deep jeopardy. And we're seeing the consequences in real time on the ground as companies are closing, employees are left without jobs, and construction starts have come to a 10-year industry low. Many of AREP's small housing providers rely on rent collections to cover mortgages, pay staff, manage repairs, and keep buildings safe and livable as stewards in the community. But now some have gone more than a year without steady rent payments. That kind of sustained loss is difficult for any provider, but for small business and tight margins and limited reserves, it's often catastrophic, forcing more and more of our community members to consider selling. Unfortunately, my family is one of those small housing providers of natural occurring affordable housing that has been forced to sell due to rental arrearages and a bogged down court process. And as for those who want to stay in the market, the messages we're hearing from lenders and investors is that DC is no longer a safe and stable place to invest. When rent collection is unpredictable, when court processes are bogged down, and when TOPA and other policy uncertainties increase deal timelines and add risk, the result is a capital drought affecting every segment of the housing market. I have heard from lenders of all types stating that they will support housing investments in other such neighboring Virginia, Nashville, North Carolina, but not DC. You've heard testimony earlier how we've fallen down in the ranks from what we were once top 10. However, with the impending legislation that I strongly urge you to support, DC has the opportunity to become attractive to capital again. And this isn't just about buildings changing hands, it's about the loss of generational wealth, the loss of years of progress that DC has invested in producing affordable housing if properties go into receivership and covenants are lost. It's Black-owned businesses shutting their doors in a place that was once known to help businesses thrive before DEI was popular. It's about the erosion of naturally occurring affordable housing managed by providers who know the neighborhoods they serve and want to reinvest in their communities like me and my family. I'm not ignoring the presence of those who perpetuate problems that we all care about because accountability matters, but they are not the ones being disproportionately harmed. I'm talking about the ones who stayed through COVID, worked with tenants, and absorbed losses in good faith who now feel abandoned as their reserves are depleted and their existence is threatened. I've been part of the chorus of the real estate community that has been warning for a couple of years now that this is coming, and now it's here. So the question now is whether the action that is needed will be taken by the council before we lose even more of our small providers, local developers, and capital that's critical to DC's future housing stability. We ask that you pass the Rental Act, which is before this committee and included in the proposed fiscal year 26 budget, and continue to serve your positive movement to make changes that will support the housing provider community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Dean Hunter with the Small Multifamily Owners Association.
Good morning, Chairman White, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Dean Hunter, founder and CEO of the Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association, which represents the landlords who provide nearly half of all rental housing in the district, including the vast majority of all naturally occurring affordable housing. Let's speak plainly. DC is facing a man-made rental housing emergency, and the damage has been most acute among small, community-based landlords, particularly Black and immigrant owners who for decades have kept housing affordable without subsidies. In 2024 alone, DC landlords lost more than $600 million in unpaid rent. That's not just a number. It's a mass financial extinction event, and it didn't happen because tenants couldn't afford to pay. It happened because the district disincentivized them from doing so. The result, DC now has the highest rent delinquency rate in the country, far exceeding rates in Maryland and Virginia or any of our neighbors. While other jurisdictions saw tenants gradually return to payment after the pandemic, DC policies locked in non-payment as a long-term survival strategy. Meanwhile, the people who bore the brunt of this failed experiment weren't hedge funds. They were your neighbors, retirees, first-generation homeowners, and small family businesses. Many are now bankrupt. Many are now gone. In contrast, during the same crisis, the city rushed to protect commercial office landlords. We offered property tax deferrals, reduced assessments, and other relief. That's why the Rental Act is so essential. It's the first serious effort to fix the laws that created this disaster. It sets enforceable deadlines for eviction hearings, restores protective orders to require rent during litigation, closes abusive loopholes that delay justice, allows evictions for tenants with violent crimes, and finally reforms TOPA to protect housing providers from predatory interference and to prohibit the discourage investment in multifamily properties. Chairman White, I commend your leadership in moving this bill forward. But to be honest, it's not enough. We need tax relief for those who carry this burden alone. I think we're being unrealistic to assume that the $100 million going to the Housing Production Trust Fund is going to be enough. The reality of the matter is the testimony of Director Donald from the Housing Finance Agency demonstrates that we're going to need to provide additional funding to our affordable providers to prevent them from going into foreclosure. Small landlords have been extremely devastated and really just don't have the money to even repair buildings. That's why I'm asking that you dedicate or help realign $20 million to the Small Building Repair Fund that goes specifically to small landlords, 10 units or less, who can demonstrate that they suffered financially during this period of non-payment of rent. And this money is to be used to help restore units. You have thousands of small landlords who didn't get rent for years, who don't have the money now to relet and fix up the units. They just don't have it. We could divide that $20 million under 4,000 individuals that capped at 5,000 each and reach some 4,000 individual units. We need more than just what's in the Rental Act. We need eviction record screening reform. We need an enforcement mechanism to remove squatters. We need to look at consumer protections for landlords who deal with DCHA. And there's been a lot of talk about utilities. You have Councilmember Allen's bill. Joanna Shreve also testified that she's working on some utility measures. We need to look at the utility problem because right now DC is the only jurisdiction in the country that prohibits landlords with rent control properties from individually metering water, gas, and electric. This is creating a severe financial burden on providers and a great deal of waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Tyrell Holcomb with Jubilee Housing.
Good morning, Chairperson White and staff. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I serve as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. I appreciate this opportunity to testify today before you on the FY26 budget, in particular on the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Housing Production Trust Fund. As someone born and raised in DC who still resides in Ward 7, where I grew up in affordable housing, I've seen firsthand how much it means to have a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home. It's what shaped my path and my purpose and what fuels our mission at Jubilee Housing. At Jubilee, we provide what we call justice housing, deeply affordable housing in thriving neighborhoods paired with wraparound services for families, youth, seniors, and returning citizens. We believe that housing on its own isn't enough. True equity means ensuring residents have access to opportunities for schools, jobs, healthcare, transit, and the support they need to thrive once they are in a home. As a Jubilee resident who shared with me, as a Jubilee resident shared who works at a Capital One cafe, after noticing my lapel pin, she said, "I grew up in Jubilee Housing. It's home to me, and I'm raising my own family there because of it." That's why today we're encouraged by the $100 million proposed to the investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund. It's a strong signal that the district remains committed to addressing our city's affordability crisis. But we urge that these funds be prioritized for new developments that don't just preserve the past, but expand access to high opportunity communities. Jubilee currently has 4 properties in our pipeline, one of which sits in Columbia Heights and the other 3 acquired through the TOPA process in Mount Pleasant. These projects will bring well over 100 new deeply affordable homes to areas that have historically been out of reach for low-income residents. They represent the best of what justice housing looks like: community-rooted, opportunity-connected, and ready to serve. We also want to acknowledge that the path hasn't always been smooth between mission-driven providers and DHCD. Timelines, closing delays, and communication gaps have created real challenges. But we're not here today to dwell on missteps. We're here to reset, to rebuild trust, because the only way we move forward is together. Finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't lift up the ongoing strain of rental arrears, a challenge that continues to affect both residents and providers. This is a shared burden, and it calls for a coordinated citywide response. And we at Jubilee are ready to be a part of that work. In closing, we remain committed to the vision of a DC where deeply affordable housing is not just available, but sustainable, supported, and placed in communities where people can truly grow. That's justice housing. And that's the work we're proud to carry forward with your support and in partnership with DHCD. Thank you for your time and leadership, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much to this panel. Tyrell Holcomb, with the Housing Production Trust Fund money, using it for, as you recommended, development, what about the preservation side? We've got a lot of older units, and we have relatively recently built buildings with Housing Production Trust Fund dollars that might go out of existence. So it seems like we are shooting ourselves in the foot if we don't focus on preservation.
Well, I listened into the hearing prior to arriving, and I'll tell you, I don't envy the seat that you're in and having to make a tough decision as if it's applicable to find additional monies to go toward aspects of preservation. We do at Jubilee recognize the need for preservation, and we do see it as a priority. I think for us, the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars, our desire is to see that go toward developments, new developments. And it doesn't mean that we don't support the city identifying additional money that could go toward preservation, which again, we do support. But we do recognize that it is a very delicate balancing act of which we have to go through and play. And to the point you made earlier, the day is going to come where we'll be out of the strain that we're in, where the market will course correct, the budget strain will course correct, things will be different. And at that time, the hope and the reality is that mission-driven providers and developers like Jubilee and others still have that opportunity to be around and have that seat at the table. And I think one of the ways in which we believe that happens is through that opportunity to make investments in new development projects, recognizing that it does create an even greater opportunity. In particular, one of the development projects is where we are currently seated in as our headquarters. That's at the corner of Columbia Road. It would bring 52 units. 26 of those units would be dedicated to returning citizens or folks who have returned home from incarceration as well. And so while we see the need to balance everything within the ecosystem, we understand that there is that opportunity to still continue to have greater impact.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I mean, I think we all understand when a lot of testimonies, including on this panel, requesting pretty significant increases in many programs, which require us to either cut from another program or raise taxes. Those are really the only ways. Well, there's another way. There's a lot of inefficiency in the government, but that requires a level of partnership with the executive that doesn't exist right now, unfortunately. But those are the choices in front of us. What is important for us to remember is those are the choices that are going to be in front of us for at least a few years, if not longer. And so, I'm always trying to think of what is sustainable and are we addressing the most immediate problems? Because I believe you can't fix everything at once. Dean Hunter, two quick things I want to understand better from you. One is you dedicated some of your testimony to non-payment of rent, which you attributed to DC policies, but the courts are slow because they have a near 20% vacancy right now, and that's only going up because many judges are going to retire. So I'm not sure that there's a lot of laws we're going to pass that's going to make that process, the eviction process, much quicker. What's your view on that?
I understand your point. However, the reality of the matter is that the court delays are not the major reason that people are not paying their rent. Well, actually, it is a court delay. It's the fact and knowledge that it takes 18 months to 24 months to get to court.
Which is not law.
So Joanna Shreve testified that when they get an eviction notice, they don't think they're ever going to get evicted. So at the very least, if we pass the Rental Act and they get that notice and the hearing is set in 45 days, it gives them some incentive to go on and participate in the process. So there are provisions in the Rental Act that I think that provide incentives for people, just the mere notice that something is being filed and coming that quickly.
If we're honest with ourselves, that language in the Rental Act is a false promise. The courts can't move any quicker than they move now. And I've spoken to the courts.
The courts can do what they prioritize. And if the legislation makes this a priority, the court can do that. And we should talk to the courts. And we're going to talk to the courts.
I have. Well, and they would say people are getting shot, right? And there are only so many judges. So the long and short is, even if we pass that section of the Rental Act verbatim, one, the court is federal, so we can't dictate to them. They have to follow our law. But the second thing is, I don't see anywhere on the horizon that timeline is going to go down, because they're going to have not more judges, but fewer judges by the end of the year. And so there's a lot. I want to start to correct the record, because part of the disinvestment in DC is a reputation that we have to take on for policies, right? But some of it is the narrative, and some of the narrative isn't fair. So again, we can pass that provision of Rental Act, but these eviction cases are not going to move any quicker.
I'm making a documentary called Rent Burden to deal with all of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reality of the matter is we have a problem, and we're going to have heroes and we're going to have villains.
Okay.
The idea is that hopefully this is going to come out, the district will look good. Why is there a jury trial for rent cases? Why do we have jury? We have people go to jail or misdemeanors and we don't have jury trial. No, the Seventh Amendment doesn't apply to a non-criminal proceeding. This is a civil proceeding.
Yeah.
So it's not required by the Constitution that we have jury trials for rent cases. We can hire magistrate judges. We do have that authority to hire magistrate judges. They're not administrative judges, they're magistrates. And the court can dictate that they do nothing but landlord and tenant.
So I'm looking at that,
Okay.
but I'm running into some constitutional issues. But I just want you to know I'm working through that now.
All right.
The one other thing, the stabilization funding, you recommended $20 million for the small building repair. I do believe more funding for building repairs, particularly for small buildings, is necessary right now, because I want to see repairs made on buildings without rents going up, at least not significantly. And it, you can't, draw blood from a turnip, as they say. But has the small building repair fund worked in your opinion? And is there anything that you think needs to be tweaked or modified about it?
Yes, I think it has worked. The problem has been severely underfunded. And I would think, yes, it can be tweaked. I think the priority needs to be individuals who can demonstrate, oh, this is how we can help, compensate or get people back to who've been harmed. The priority needs to be for individuals who can show, hey, I've lost this amount of money for lost rent over the last 2 years. I need a grant to repair this building. I think we can limit the number of per unit, because I have members who just can't afford to make the $5,000, $8,000 in repairs to get their property back on the market, and it's sitting there vacant. I think it should be prioritized to owner-occupied units, people that live in the district. And I did say 10 units, but the reality of the matter is I got owners who own 40 units who still are in the same kind of situation.
Yeah. I appreciate that, and I've engaged with some landlords that are stuck in that cycle. There are certain things that need to be fixed before it is deemed habitable. I don't think all those things are even. Like a crack in the sidewalk and missing smoking alarms are not the same to me. But I'm still learning. So, but I do think we got a lot of small landlords that add real value to the city that tend to be, not exclusively, but tend to be more focused on DC residents, and a lot of them DC residents and minorities themselves. And the higher we make the bar, then the more money you need to enter the market, which reduces the number of women and people of color. And so we've just got to be really thoughtful, I think more thoughtful about these things than we have been, because we've been comfortable with so much money in DC, with population growth. We can't really be comfortable there anymore. So, so I hear you, and this is something I'd like to see done. So we're looking for a way. Heather Wellington, appreciate your testimony. You mentioned that DC is no longer a safe and stable place to invest. I met with and trying to understand this crisis in front of us a lot of, in addition to renters, advocates, and so forth. I met with a large number of individually for-profit and nonprofit developers and investors. And I didn't say, hey, is X or Y a problem? I said, what is the problem? And in virtually every one of those meetings, one of the things that came back was TOPA and the rent arrearages. But one of the earlier witnesses, not the first person to ask this, asked, is there data to substantiate the notion that TOPA or rent arrearages is the problem? Does that data exist anywhere?
I can check with our teams. I'm working as I'm part of the large chorus of real estate professionals that have met with the council, but we can definitely get back to you on that. I know that Cohn-Resnick and Newmark, and there are a number of agencies that have produced data showing that the timeline to go through the TOPA process, not only it turns off the first line of investor, but the second line of investor too, because many people think that the timeline is, okay, let's protect 3 years or 5 years. But you need to show that second round investor and third round investor that they can come in as well. So that data exists, and I can look into getting that over to your office.
I appreciate it. And yeah, that would be really helpful for this. And I agree with you that we need to build more housing, which is going to require a healthy housing production trust fund. And to the point of somebody in the earlier panel, last panel, we still view 100 million as the threshold. It is a lot. I credit the mayor with setting the bar there. 100 million, when we started making that investment about a decade ago, is not the same 100 million now because of inflation. So I think, now 100 million should be the floor. And again, I credit the administration with making it the floor. Now we've got to figure out how to increase that. Eris scales. A lot of discussion about important programs, and you mentioned some that I haven't mentioned before, like the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. I worked really hard to increase the amount last fiscal year and the fiscal year before that. It's harder and harder every year to find money for that. And the Housing Production Trust Fund and other programs that really target families and people who need stability. How do you think we should be looking at these investments in a time where we can't tap excess revenue, but we got to make a decision as to whether we're going to cut programs or raise taxes? How do you think we should be looking at this?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's definitely a challenge. And one of the things that I've been really kind of noodling over, it's almost like anticipation of what is to come. I laid out that we have 180,000 Black women and girls here in the city, of which about 150,000 are women. 37% are homeowners. Of that, more than 60% basically are renters. Of that, more than half are single-family mothers who are running these households. And then we talk about data that's showing the increase in Black women who are losing their jobs. And so when you have organizations like ours, you have organizations like AREP who can also be partners beyond the policy, who can be partners beyond the financial investment, but the educational components, making sure that women are aware of what services and programs are available, supporting us in being out in the community to deliver financial management, budget management, because while we have a lot of systemic issues we're addressing, we also know that we can control and own a little bit of our own destiny by making sure that we are managing and living accordingly to our financial reality. Can't do that when we've lost our jobs, right? But even with that, planning and always preparing. So I think the faster that we can figure out how to support these women and others with community partners, making sure that we can support them with understanding how to manage their households and anticipate times such as these, while you all are on the back end trying to get a handle on what is clearly a mess, right? I just think that there's more opportunity to do that in the interim, because to your point, it's not easy. I'm here for the women that we serve on behalf of, but I also really understand the financial implications that are being faced by a lot of the developers and landlords. And I mentioned that even in my testimony. And so we do not want there to be a limited opportunity for these women and for these families. And so we are here to be those kind of partners in the in-between.
I appreciate it. I was, as you were saying, I was thinking of a quote from a president. I think it was Eisenhower, but not entirely sure. But the quote has stuck with me. It said, promise only what you can deliver, but deliver everything that you promise. And I think that's is important. The second half of that is particularly important, but the first half is what dictates it. So thank you all very much for being with us today. All right, trying to keep everybody who wants to testify, able to testify and move efficiently. This is going to be a hybrid panel. So we'll have 3 people who are virtual, and then I'm going to have 4 people here. Commissioner Trupti Patel, ANC 2A, who is virtual, Jenna Israel with Jews United for Justice, who is virtual, Jeff Blackwell, who is virtual. And from here, I don't entirely know who's here. So in person, if I call your name, please come to this table. Gabby Majewski with DC Affordable Law Firm, who is the executive director. Hillary Nash, who I did see with the DC Association of Realtors. Colin Johnson. Oh, there you are. Excellent. Paula Taylor. Price is Right. All right, and Commissioner Trupti Patel, we are promoting you right now so you can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson White. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that my comments may be entered for the permanent record. The mission of the Department of Housing and Community Development is to produce and preserve opportunities for affordable housing and economic development and to revitalize underserved communities in the District of Columbia. DHCD focuses on the 3 strategic objectives: producing and preserving the supply of quality affordable housing, increasing home ownership opportunities, and revitalizing neighborhoods, promoting community development, and providing economic opportunities. However, when tenants such as myself are subject to being bullied, harassed, and intimidated by small landlords who thrive on being exempted, are emboldened to abuse their exemption status doled out by the Rental Accommodations Division towards myself and my elderly mother. The day the new landlord finalized the sale of the unit, he immediately texted me and insisted on meeting me, which was when he attempted to force me to sign a new lease without even having his RAD number, etc., to present to me. And I told him that I had a 90-day cooling off period. He refused to believe me. He asked questions that were in violation of the DC Office of Human Rights Act. He was like, I won't ask how much income you're making, but how much of your pay goes to rent, and proceeded to ask him what I did for a living. While I initially was stunned, I wanted to offer the landlord the benefit of the doubt. Then over Labor Day weekend, my oven was not shutting off. I had to call DC Fire Department, who came and shut it off. Per guidance from them, I informed my landlord that the oven was faulty and it needed to be replaced immediately. It took 21 days for me to have a stove with the landlord not providing a hot plate, etc. I spent over $600 between throwing out food and having to eat out due to not having a stove. When I requested a rent credit, I was told I better not deduct it, and then proceeded to tell me that I broke the stove and I better not do it again, and that I was running a cooking business out of my apartment. This person who I'm paying rent to faithfully all this time felt he could denigrate me. I will have to take him to small claims court and would receive assistance when I am ready, as I had a 3-year time window. The landlord failed his inspection and was angry at having to do more things to get into compliance. As any and all repairs done in the unit have been done only to pass inspection, which he did the minute he got his BBL and RAD number. And he couldn't wait to slam me with an outrageous rent increase of $300 more than what I am currently being paid now. He blatantly attempted to ignore the 90-day cooling off period, which is enshrined in law. In fact, when I informed him of this, he attempted to bulldoze me and state the law did not apply to me. I'm sharing this narrative as I will be filing a tenant complaint. He wants me to pay market value for the rent for the unit. So let me tell you about several things with my unit. It's never been painted since I've lived in it. The dishwasher is over 22 years old. The building itself has brand new elevators that don't function properly and smoke to the point where the DC Fire and Emergency Services had to come and shut down the elevators. The water system in our building is constantly being shut down for emergency repairs. There are mice everywhere in the building. This is where we suspect as mold is in the common areas. The amenities of the building have been reduced, i.e. we no longer have a business center. For the near 22 years, my rent has never increased more than $50 on a yearly basis or $100 every 2 years, which is a little over 3% a year. Yet with no increase in services or updates beyond what was required, I'm being now asked to accept an 18% increase. I'm sharing this story to state that this is all too common, that slumlords are abusive and retaliatory towards tenants to expect to be treated in a fair and legal way. In fact, I'm actually trying to make the leap forward from renter to homeowner as we applied and got the home purchasing assistance program through Housing Counseling Services. Their team was great and got us through a stressful process. There have been some issues with HVAC. It was really restrictive. I couldn't find anyone who was willing to accept it bank-wise. I wanted to buy in my own building, but due to the loan restrictions, we won't be able to use it. It's now moved to a lottery system, which is poorly explained and only makes it tougher for awardees to access funds when they need it. DCHD and the sub-agencies under it need to function in a manner that serve the people, not the slumlords. Number one, RAD is the scapegoat for slumlords to get away with exploitations. Number two, slumlords do the bare minimum to get their BBL and to get their RAD exemption number. RADs need to be in partnership with DOB and DCLP to ensure that the tenants are being protected. While there is an exemption allowed, it's very clear that many renters like myself will be at the mercy for really bad actors. Create legislation that does cap increases versus just letting them dictate whatever rates they want. 4, make it mandatory that every building converted on being built must have deeply affordable housing. You can build all that you want, but if no one can afford it, then it will sit empty. The economic outlook is going to be in dire over the next few years, and it's imperative that the DC Council act proactively against the exploitation that I outlined. So that's the end of my testimony. I am at work, so I won't be able to stay for Q&A, but thank you and your team for really letting me testify and bear with my work schedule, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm always happy when you're able to join. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenna Israel with Jews United for Justice. Welcome.
Hi, council member. Good morning. My name is Jenna Israel, and I'm a tenant in Ward 1. I'm also a DC community organizer at Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JUFJ is a member of the Way Home campaign, the Fair Budget Coalition, and All In for DC. My testimony today will address the need for more funding for affordable housing preservation, as well as the Rental Act's inclusion in the BSA. JUFJ supports the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaigns asks for 25% of the Housing Production Trust Fund designated for preservation and $30 million for the First Right to Purchase program in the FY26 budget, funded by progressive revenue raisers if needed. Mayor Bowser's proposal includes no money for either of these crucial priorities. Mayor Bowser is also demanding that the budget include a bad deal for RFK Stadium. We cannot hand over development rights of this valuable land that could include affordable housing and other necessities for our communities, to a billionaire who is also receiving huge amounts of public funds. Any budget deal about the stadium should put DC residents' needs ahead of the needs of the owner of a football team. If there's money for a stadium, there's money for affordable housing preservation and TOPA support programs like FRPP. We also oppose the inclusion of any part of the Rental Act in the BSA, including the provisions stripping thousands and thousands of tenants of their TOPA rights. The prophet Micah understood that housing is more than a roof over one's head, and that to deny a person safe housing is not only robbing them in the present, but also robbing their family for generations to come. We've seen this devastating long-term harm at work in DC, and not only to families, but whole communities, especially Black and Brown communities. Increasing rents and worsening conditions lead to housing insecurity and evictions, which lead to community-wide displacement. TOPA helps tenants stay in their homes by providing an avenue toward home ownership and by giving them leverage through which they can secure conditions improvements, rent freezes, and anything else that would make it easier to stay. Taking access to that right away from anyone destabilizes communities and leads to housing insecurity. I'm a tenant in a building completed in 2020, so under the Rental Act, I wouldn't have access to TOPA for another 20 years. Even though tenants report issues with conditions in these newly constructed buildings within the first 10 to 15 years of use. In 10 years, tenants like me are going to be stuck in buildings with rising rents and worsening conditions and no tools to improve our housing. If the Rental Act had been passed just a few years ago, it would have affected the TOPA process of the Gale in Eckington, which was completed in 2013. It went through a TOPA process in 2022 and was able to designate hundreds of units to be below the area median income and institute a rent increase cap across all units. This is exactly how we keep people and communities in DC, and it's exactly what this budget and the Rental Act is trying to stop. What's more, without funding for preservation and first right to purchase, tenants who are trying to buy their buildings or who are trying to preserve their buildings are also going to be stuck in buildings falling into disrepair. This is a major driver of displacement. When buildings are no longer safe or healthy to live in and tenants have no way to improve their conditions, people move out, often out of the district. The root cause of the problem here is not TOPA. It's that the rent is too high because landlords and developers are pursuing profits at the cost of tenant security and stability. That's the problem JUFJ and our partners hope you solve by strengthening the TOPA process, investing in affordable housing preservation, strengthening and expanding rent control, and creating social housing. JUFJ looks forward to an FY26 budget that moves us toward a DC where everyone has a safe, stable place to live. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Jeff Blackwell with Victory Housing.
Good morning, Chairman White and other members of the committee. My name is Jeff Blackwell, and I'm Senior Vice President of Victory Housing, a nonprofit Section 501c3 tax-exempt organization that serves as the housing development arm of the Archdiocese of Washington. With over 2,700 units in our portfolio across 35 communities in the District of Columbia and 4 counties in Maryland, Montgomery, Prince George's, St. Mary's, and Charles, Victory Housing has grown from our inception in 1979 to be one of the most experienced affordable housing developers in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. We are known in particular for our focus on providing quality, affordable, mixed-income housing opportunities for seniors and for all. Our president and CEO and previous director of DHCD under the Fenty administration, so Victory also has a unique perspective on the critical balancing act that the district undertakes to ensure a thriving housing market where people can prosper and attain opportunities for homeownership and investment while simultaneously ensuring a strong safety net in the form of affordable housing portfolio and related programs. This portfolio and these programs have historically been looked at as best practices by other jurisdictions. COVID had a detrimental impact on our housing market in ways we are all coming to further understand. In the continuing demand for ERAP and the wave of bankruptcies and foreclosures on multifamily that is beginning. During the 2008 housing crisis, there was a similar moment when it became clear that decisive action was necessary to mitigate, if not reverse, the crisis. I hope that is this moment. On behalf of Victory, I'm testifying today in support of the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, continuing a reliable level of funding for the Housing Preservation Trust Fund, and to commend the Council for its proactive support of affordable housing communities experiencing delinquencies. The Council and the Mayor should strive to maintain the Housing Production Trust Fund budget for a minimum of at least $100 million in preservation and production funds annually. In order to meet the existing portfolio needs, we need to propose a $110 million budget for the Housing Production Trust Fund. By having the district leadership commit to a minimum of $110 million for the Housing Production Trust Fund, affordable housing developers will be able to deliver high levels of deeply affordable housing that the city desperately needs. Affordable housing development and preservation is an economic driver, and the Housing Production Trust Fund ensures that the district continue to invest in this initiative. The Housing Production Trust Fund also ensures that there'll be a critical infusion of funds available during times of economic uncertainty and periods of crisis. The housing ecosystem in a state of crisis, evidenced by the delinquency and vacancy rates, as well as more recently, the growing number of nonprofit and mission-based affordable housing and for-profit market rate housing providers who have voluntarily or involuntarily put their properties on the market. The most recent RFP for HPTF funds for stabilization of communities in the DHCD portfolio is critical infusion of funds that will allow some but not all affordable housing providers to fund critical operations and financing expenses as we all try to make it back to a world where the social contract between tenants and landlords can be honored by more than 75 to 80% of the community. For us, we have one community where this will be a critical infusion that will allow us to reposition the community in a way that does not have a heavy burden on the must-pay first lien funds from DCHFA.
Let me ask you to summarize that example quickly. Our timer was
I'm
having a
sorry.
malfunction, so we're over time.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And just a thank you for your time and consideration and leadership and looking for solutions.
Thank you very much. All right. All right, Gabby Majewski with the DC Affordable Law Firm, the Executive Director. Welcome.
There we go. Thank you, Councilmember White and staff. My name is Gabby Molnick-Majewski. I am the proud Executive Director of DC Affordable Law Firm and a longtime Ward 5 resident. On behalf of our organization, I testify before you to express support and gratitude for the Heirs Property Assistance Program and affirm the import of this program as proposed in the Mayor's FY26 budget. I want to call attention to a few aspects of the program and we'll submit longer written testimony. But first, the Heirs Property Assistance Program has been a vital tool in helping to protect Black homeownership, preserve affordable housing, and build Black wealth in the District of Columbia. Nationwide, heirs property issues most drastically affect Black and Brown populations. That is very true within the district. Our operation of the program has shown that the average client served therethrough earns $45,000 a year, a household income of $45,000 a year, with an average AMI of 40%. Our client base of residents served through the program has also been consistent, with 87% of clients in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8, and residents served in every ward of the city but for Ward 2 through this program. 80% of our current probate clients identify as Black residents and close to 2/3 are women. These trends have maintained since the inception of this program in October 23 and have carried forth ever since. And I think it's important to note that since the launch of the Heirs Property Assistance Program, DC Affordable Law Firm's probate and estate planning caseload has expanded dramatically. Our practice has grown by an astonishing 1,300% in the number of cases handled since 2019 annually. And though not all of these cases in that statistic are part of the cases served through the Heirs Property Assistance Program, where real property must be part of the estate, the mere existence of the Heirs Property Assistance Program has been vital in expanding community awareness of probate and estate planning, which is certainly a central tool in preserving Black wealth and ensuring that family members do not lose the property and succumb to heirs property issues. I'm not sure if the timer is working. Oh,
It's not working. You have 3 minutes left.
I'm going to keep on trucking. So, and beyond legal representation, one of the vital aspects of this Heirs Property Assistance Program is certainly that it provides financial support for probate cases, covering expenses that typically deplete estate assets, such as court costs, publication fees, probate bonds, and fees for tax professionals. These subsidies ensure much more of the estate's value remains available for distribution to heirs. I will note that as of today, DC Affordable Law Firm's extended representation, DC Affordable Law Firm's representation under this program through all scopes of representation has started the process of helping DC families preserve $47.6 million in wealth for DC residents based on the tax assessed values of properties. This preservation not only supports the individual households who will benefit from the distributions of these properties, but certainly entire communities. By our count, the program, the clients that we have served in the aggregate through FY24 and FY25, there are 174 DC heirs who benefit from this work. And I will note the Heirs Property Assistance Program has also made it possible for DCALF and sister organizations to bring new innovation through a whole host of ways.
But by my clock, I started a timer when you spoke. You have another minute left.
Then I will add more. So we have launched the Probate Legal Assistance Network at the courthouse at DC Superior Court. That has been central in ensuring more families are able to access probate and get the guidance that they need, as well as spawning the creation of the Securing Your Legacy series that we have operated in wards 7, 4, 5, and later this month in Ward 7 to bring in homeowners and individuals who are interested in learning about estate planning, but using those opportunities as a crux to help families better understand the title to their homes, their tax obligations, and ensure that we can be more proactive and be further upstream in catching families. I will end by sharing just a few of the personal stories of the individuals we've served through this program.
Now you are at time, though.
Then you can read my written testimony and I'll keep you in suspense. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Councilmember.
very much. I do look forward to reading those, though, because it is important. And I have a family house in DC, and so I always think about it. And my family still has it. Hillary Nash with the Association of Realtors. Thank you.
Well, it's almost afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair White. My name is Hillary Nash. I currently serve as the chair for the Public Policy Committee for the DC Association of Realtors, or DCAR. I am also a resident of Ward 5, an associate broker where I lead Core Property Group powered by Arla at Properties Real Estate, where we brokered more than $500 million of real estate transactions in the district last year. DCAR is the state association of realtors and serves as the premier voice of real estate for DC. Our mission is to protect, advocate, and promote the interests of our approximately 3,000 members and their clients who live and work in every ward. Through our public policy work, we represent real estate professionals, small housing providers, homeowners, and renters. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. First, I want to thank you for holding a marathon hearing on the Rental Act and associated bills last week. I know it was a long day, but you heard from numerous small landlords and real estate professionals sharing their stories about the crisis in our housing market. As you know from the testimony of our members and associates at that hearing, that DCAR supports the Rental Act and Chairman Mendelson's eviction reform legislation, and we call on you to pass that legislation as quickly as possible. Since that legislation was incorporated into the mayor's proposed Budget Support Act, I repeat our call to build on the success of the single-family TOPA exemption by exempting 2 to 4 unit housing from TOPA. TOPA is fundamentally broken in these very small buildings where a single tenant can prolong a sale for over a year and demand personal cash payments in order to procure a sale. I also ask that you ensure TOPA reform shortens the exorbitantly long timelines to complete the process and put a clear completion date on TOPA rights, which addresses the concerns that we also have in our sister title industry. Turning to the DHCD budget. DCAR is concerned about the proposed reductions to the budget of HPAP. If we are going to talk about a growth economy, we should ensure our families can avoid displacement and join the city's economic growth through home ownership. As you know from our advocacy day several weeks ago, the total economic impact of a typical home sale in DC is over $200,000. So we ask that you not only restore the over $6 million in proposed cuts to HPAP, but substantially increase that budget for home ownership over the level that we had last year. When you make that investment in home ownership, it's also important that we make sure we're fixing our HPAP process to avoid the issues that we had last year. The first step in repairing our system is to restore the first in, first out process for distributing funds and end the uncertainty of the challenges that a lottery presents for this particular type of process. We tried it and it did not work. And after fixing that mistake, we stand ready to work with you and our partners at DHCD to further the streamline the HPAP process by adopting best practices from programs like DC Opens Doors, which you also know very well. We also call for an increase in funding to the Small Housing Provider Grant Program by increasing the funding to $10 million from $5 million and putting an emphasis on owners who are also DC residents. We can help our small building providers to repair properties, help bring more of a naturally affordable housing units to market, help them come above board to obtain their basic business licenses, get their certificates of occupancy, et cetera, so that they can fully participate in the system. We ask that you end the exclusion of our transit workers from the Employee Assisted Housing Program by incorporating them into the Home Purchase HPAP for Transit Workers Amendment Act into the Budget Support Act. In addition, we ask that you support our first responders by funding the homeownership provisions of Councilmember McDuffie's Safe Neighborhoods Amendment Act. Finally, it pains me to continue to raise our concerns with the proposed sweep of $175,000 from the Real Estate Guarantee and Education Fund. This year, we are doubly concerned that the budget proposes to make the fund lapsing, which restarts that balance at zero every year. The Real Estate Guarantee and Education Fund is not like other special funds. By law, our members are required to pay into the fund every time we renew our licenses to maintain that fund balance. That fund protects consumers if they have sustained monetary damages during the course of a transaction. This is regulated by the DC Real Estate Commission. It's an excellent example of self-governance in our industry. Sweeping that fund is essentially a hidden tax on real estate professionals. We ask for your assistance in not allowing the fund to become lapsing to ensure we don't have to pay more in fees, and because of this sweep, ensuring the fund balance is high enough so that when a consumer makes a claim, they can be funded. Thank you again, Chair White, for the opportunity to testify, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Colin Johnson.
Thank you, Chairperson White. My name is Colin Johnson. I am a past president of DC Association of Realtors and a Ward 3 resident. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Greater Capital Area Association of Realtors, an organization that is 11,000 members strong of lending professionals, real estate professionals, and title professionals. We agree with many of the positions that our Hillary Nash from the DC Association of Realtors was speaking about just now, but today I want to speak specifically on the the Home Purchase Assistance Program, HPAP, which we've worked together for many years on. It is imperative that the department engages with the business community on the front end of the basically unintended consequences of changes to the program. As mentioned, the shift from a first come, first serve policy to a lottery policy had negative impact on the real estate community and did not serve the intended purposes of that change. What we're asking is that if any changes do occur, they're done so well in advance and not done so at a last minute nature. The other position that we understand that budget cuts are in place right now for the HPAP program. It is imperative that you work with the business community on how those impacts may directly impact from a practical standpoint within the real estate community. And we ask that you work directly with us in the business community, lending community, and title community to make sure that it has the least amount of impact possible with required budget changes that the city is facing. I have written testimony that I'm going to present to the committee. And at this time, I'd like to thank you for the time. And if there's any questions, please let us know.
Thank you very much. Finally, for this panel, Paula Taylor, welcome.
There you go.
There you go.
I don't represent any organization. I'm a beneficiary, actually, of the single family residential rehabilitation program. I'm a longtime resident, born in DC, always lived in Ward 7, homeowner, now a widow, and I've lived in my house for over 40 years. And through the years, we cared for a home, but now it was getting old and I was by myself and I needed a roof leaking, all the upstairs bedrooms. I had to put buckets of water. I didn't have any money to get a new roof, couldn't get a loan. But a friend, a neighbor, told me that the DC had a program that could help homeowners fix their home up. So I found out that it was this program, went down and applied. It was a long process, but the person that helped me, Ms. Martinez, walked me through the program, had all the things that I needed, all the documents, everything that I needed. It took a while, but I was approved. So I really got to see the benefits. Like I said, it was over a year before they actually put the roof on. And then they also came inside and looked at the damage that the leaking roof had made. I had new ceilings. There was mold in there. It actually had gotten to my living room, even my kitchen. But the gentleman came in, they looked at it, did an estimate, and came in and repaired it. And finally, by the end of this April, it was like 2.5 years, the whole process. My house was restored where I could live in, was very happy. Everybody was very, very polite, helped me through the process, very congenial. The workmen did an excellent job. And I would like to really encourage the funds that are needed to keep this program in force for anybody who needs this kind of help. I couldn't afford it myself. The district paid for it. It was a grant. I don't have to pay it back. So that made it an extra bonus. And this is really a program that I feel is needed in the community. I'm able to stay in the community, the neighborhood that I love, in a house that I can really feel safe in. And that's my testimony.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us today and providing testimony. I'm always particularly happy to hear from somebody who has used and benefited from one of the programs we're discussing. For Ms. Taylor, for the first of all, I'm sorry for the loss of your husband, you know, a roof issue is, man, that's a tough one. I think I'm gonna be paying for my new roof for a long time. But the single family rehabilitation program is an important program. When did you go through the program, or when did you, I guess, start the
I
application?
started the application process in 22.
Okay.
They finally put the roof on, it was January of 23.
Okay.
And then it was just this final year
Oh.
that so it took a long time.
Yeah.
Like I told Ms. Martinez, I knew I was bugging her. I was calling all the time.
It's your home.
Because, you know, I had all these buckets, and what they did in the process, they put a tarp over my house. So that eliminated the leaks right then. And then once the roof that was fine. But then I had holes in my ceiling, pieces of wood, of course, you know, eyesore. And finally now, I actually sent her pictures of how wonderful my house looks now.
That's
Very
great.
pleased.
How were the contractors selected?
Mr. I forgot his name. They brought in 3 contractors to do bids.
Okay.
Okay, and once whatever, they selected the bid.
Okay.
The contractor came in, and they said, of course, the work they had to do, I had to move out. Of course, they gave me a stipend to move out and care for the expenses, because it was going to be too much dust. I'm an older person, and
Yes.
so everything was nice. I got to pick out the colors that I wanted, of course, and very polite, very, very workful. They cleaned up everything. So I was, you know,
That's right.
I'm happy.
I'm glad to hear that. How were payments handled? Did you have to approve before they got paid, or did like a city inspector
A
come?
city inspector came,
Okay.
Mr. What was his, I have the names in here.
No problem.
But he had to come through, because that was probably why I had to move out too. Because of course they had to do mold remediation in some of the back rooms.
Yes.
And there had to be, he had to inspect as they came along with the work.
Okay.
And so once that was approved, and then they would call me in, what color paint do I want? And I could look at what they had done so far. And it was excellent work.
I'm glad to hear that.
Very, very, very professional.
Excellent. Yeah, Colin Johnson, always good to see you. Yeah, in fact, a picture popped up on my timeline from years ago, and both you and I looked younger.
I know.
Not better, but younger. For HPAP, you and Hillary Nash testified that the first come first served is better than the lottery. What's the benefit to each of those, and why do you come out saying the first come first served is the better option?
I think thank you for the question, and thank you for the timeline memory. I think the reality in the home purchasing process is providing certainty for that buyer is really what is going to allow them a greater ability to get across that finish line. And that same certainty is going to go to the seller. If the seller has any reluctance in accepting that potential buyer, say they don't know if that financing is going to go through because it is a lottery, there's also a reluctance on the sellers in working with buyers that are going to utilize that program. So if that buyer has that certainty, knowing that they're in first position to be in position for the money, then you're giving certainty both to the seller and to the buyer in that transaction that this is more likely to occur.
So when you say certainty, what do you mean in terms of, because even with the first come, first serve, there are more people applying for this incredible program than there is money available. So
Right.
how's there a certainty?
So if they're, the certainty level is that if they know that they're in a lower position, meaning further up in the possibility of getting that money, somebody may be able to express that directly to the seller, and they're going to have a direct number or a direct position to understand what that position is. If they're at a significantly lower number, say there are hundreds on this list, then that they may seek other alternative financing options in lieu of depending on that HPAP program.
Okay. All right. So if I'm the buyer or seller, if I'm putting in my application and I have my ducks in a row right as the money becomes available, I know that there's a high likelihood that I'll be selected, as opposed to if I'm putting in my application halfway through the year, then I have to assume that it's not likely going to work out for me that
Correct.
fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay. Anything different on that, Hillary Nash?
Just in addition, a lot of HPAP recipients also stack programs. What does that mean? They might be an HPAP recipient, they might be an EHAP recipient. They might be a recipient for FHLB, which is a big program that offers like a $10,000 grant. Birdseed, which I'm sure you're aware for the Justice Grant. They all are first in, first out programs. So with a lottery and a defined timeline, without that, they can't, it's hard for them to participate in those programs. We have to remember this is government subsidized, but it's participating in the private market. So it has to be able to compete in the private market. And we need sellers who are just regular homeowners and some small time developers to participate as well. And if they don't have certainty, then even if a buyer has all the funding in the universe, they have to still partner with a seller that can trust that process. So the lottery doesn't allow for that trust to move forward, and it doesn't allow them to participate in the other programs either.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, housing held another lottery apparently at the end of April, and none of the title partners, the lending partners, we had no idea. So we actually started receiving phone calls from lenders saying, "Is this true? Like, did they get a scam email? Like,
Yeah.
what happened?" They're passing them along, and then they get, I think, a 90-day window now in order to purchase, but the people weren't aware that the lottery was happening, so they were pulled out from the October. I guess it was funds that weren't utilized. There's just unpredictable space to just now start from scratch. Those were people that were in the lottery previously from the October timeline. I understand the need to maybe host more than once a year. We're always starting on October 1st. There's, the big race for the money in and money out. Maybe if we had, a more delineated timeline multiple times a year, that would be fine by us as well. But just predictable is very important in a private market where the average home is selling in less than 30 days. This process is 90 to 120 days, which sets it already below the place to participate and compete in the market. The good news is that it's easily available to DHCD to work with us to minimize those timeframes and make this program more efficient. And, we just keep repeating that you have DC Open Doors to look to as a program that really does compete in the private market space, that provides assistance, but is not scary to sellers. They can rely on it dependently.
Okay. And when you say scary to sellers, you mean making sure that our people who use HPAP are competitive and they get selected.
And can close. Many of these sellers are buying another property, so they have other obligations as well. So that's what we rely on in the private market space, is reliability in that timeline. And so when you can't provide it, it's hard for them, especially if there's somebody else that's using conventional financing that would want that. The seller does have the right to discriminate financially in this example.
Gabby Majewski, how do people find out about the heirs property program? Could you turn on your mic?
Yes, through a multitude of different avenues. DHCD and DISB have both been reliable government side referral partners. The court has been an instrumental player in the probate division generally, even separate and apart from our establishment of the Probate Legal Assistance Network. And then I would say the community engagement events that we have been leading through this initiative to work with and disseminate word through trusted community partners. We also place ads in the newspapers, in a few different newspapers, The Informer, El Tiempo, to highlight the program multiple times a year. And I will say we have not been hurting for folks coming through the door. I think the biggest challenge that we continue to navigate and what we are hoping to be able to turn the tide on is really folks not knowing that they have an heirs property issue. And so doing that proactive work and helping families even with the title checks is really essential to that, because still we see most folks coming through the door after they've received a foreclosure notice or a tax sale notice, or have not been able to take advantage of a program like the single family home rehabilitation program.
And you said cases have grown by 1,300. I missed the time period, but also if you said why that increase, I missed that.
I think for us, what I can, the heirs property assistance program really was the catalyst to us being able to scale our probate and estate planning work as an organization. So hiring additional folks onto the legal team that does that work, but also all of these initiatives, it's hard to kind of part and parcel and separate them out. Certainly the heirs property assistance program has then been a catalyst to other to work that we've been able to do through the Access to Justice Grants program to do more estate planning. It's also opened doors for other financial institutions to invest in this body of work for us to do estate planning with homeowners. So I think it's but I do attribute that growth to the heirs property assistance program, because now you're seeing probate and estate planning becoming more of the vernacular, and we're trying to be very, very intentional about that, because these are very under-discussed concepts in general. And I think there's a lot more that we can continue to do as we've identified trends to even lower the barriers to families from lower modest income households to be able to navigate probate more seamlessly, as well as thinking through some interventions that could be done further upstream and hopefully to catch folks more proximate in time to the death of a homeowner.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Jeff Blackwell, quick question that we're sorting through today. Do you have thoughts on how we appropriately balance the pot of money between with HPTF between preservation and production? How should we be looking at that balance?
Well, I think as we testified, I think it's both. I mean, we've had opportunities to preserve housing in the district and, put into new housing. In fact, our most recent project in the Petworth neighborhood of Washington, D.C., which happened to be on a piece of land that the district disposed of. We actually did an adaptive reuse of an old building that had been some housing at one point and did that for seniors, as well as build new housing for families on the same site. So, we've most recently done that same thing. And I think as others testified earlier, such as for small owners and things like that, preservation is very important. So often we go where the opportunities are, and sometimes there's land, sometimes there's existing buildings. So we see it's important for both. I don't have an exact number of what I would set aside between the two, but we are supportive of both.
I appreciate that. And Jenna Israel, One thing I want to just pick up on and elaborate from the last part of your testimony, that you suggest that TOPA has been important because tenants have used it to improve conditions. Is that what we should be using TOPA for, or is that something that should be the focus of Department of Buildings or our courts or some other mechanism as opposed to the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act?
We should be using every tool at our disposal for improving conditions. There are ways in which DOB is failing to improve conditions for tenants in many ways, failing to collect fines from landlords who are not within their right conditions, not providing healthy and safe conditions for tenants. So where government is failing, tenants are stepping up and are able to negotiate better conditions and better affordability for themselves. We need to be using every tool for better conditions as these older buildings are falling into disrepair. And by older, I don't mean even, that old. Yeah, I don't think we should be limiting the number of tools that we have for folks to be living in safe and healthy housing.
All right, let me press that in a way that I wouldn't under better financial times. So, if we think about tools, when we use tools for things other than their intended purpose, we blunt those tools and make them less effective for their proper use. And so you're right, we should use everything at our disposal, but why not instead focus on fixing the things that are the tools that are supposed to address this, as opposed to taking tools that are for something else and saying, let's make it fit that, which I think, is a way to leave broken things broken and then break things that aren't broken. And that's one of the frustrations, my biggest frustrations with government. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we should be fixing the way DOB functions in terms of how it's collecting fines from landlords and how it's providing housing inspections. We should be fixing those things. We are not taking like a TOPA is the only tool for this approach. We do want tenants to have a seat at the table when their building is going up for sale. And sometimes that includes conditions complaints that they might have, or conditions improvements that they might want. We don't think that we should not be fixing DOB, but also DOB is not working, and taking an important tool away from tenants while DOB is not working is not the solution, we don't think.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you for your testimony. And I know Trupti Patel had to drop off, but Trupti, thank you for your testimony as well. I appreciate you all being with us. We will move to our next panel of witnesses. Angie Whitehurst, Antoinette Cottom, Andrew Anderson, Leo Elias, Housing Education and Financial Empowerment Manager with the Latino Economic Development Center, or LEDC. Angelica Rufino, are you with us? Emmanuel Hernandez. Okay, maybe virtually. We don't see them, so yeah, if you would ping them. Or if there are any witnesses, anyone with us in the room now who plan to testify as a public witness who has not testified. Okay, excellent. Please come on. And if there's anybody online who intended to testify but hasn't been called, please ping my team. We will work you into this panel. So we will begin with All right. It's just you unless somebody else jumps in soon. And if you would let us know your name again.
Sure. My name is Eric Lin.
Glenn or Lynn?
Lin, L-I-N.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
You can begin your testimony.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Eric Lin. I serve as the Director of Lending for the Latino Economic Development Center, LEDC. We are a nonprofit organization and CDFI based here in DC with offices serving the broader DMV region as well as Puerto Rico. I'm here today to ask the council to support keeping the SBTA, Small Business Technical Assistance budget at the proposed level and perhaps even expanding it as this type of funding pays the city back through the benefits of employment, business creation, and preservation. And similarly, to recommend the council support maintaining funding for the Neighborhood-Based Activities Program, which provides critical support for community-based organizations such as ours. Since 1991, LEDC has worked to drive economic and social advancement through small business development, among other services like housing counseling and financial coaching. And I want to begin by underscoring that DHCD is a primary source of support for the work that we do to help small businesses grow, start, and thrive in DC. For the past 33 years, the district and DHCD has been a vital partner in our mission and the foundation of a longstanding impact across the district. We work with a cross-section of entrepreneurs, neighborhood-serving ventures, legacy businesses facing the pressures of displacement and rising costs, as well as those often left behind by traditional financial systems. We provide what most banks won't, trusted patient capital, early stage funding, and the technical support to ensure that our clients don't just survive, but grow and succeed. In fiscal year 24 alone, in the district, LEDC small business support staff served over 2,500 clients, training over 2,000 individuals across 147 workshops, graduated 93 cohort participants, and provided one-on-one technical support to over 340 entrepreneurs. We also deployed nearly $1.9 million in small business loans, all of which helped to create or retain almost 240 jobs. Our clients represent the economic heartbeat of the city, from Michelin-guided restaurants like Amparo Fondita or mobile vendors like Los Quesos. These businesses bring DC communities to life. Today, small businesses are facing significant pressures, declining consumer confidence, increasing economic uncertainty, combined with federal layoffs. These are threatening local businesses' abilities to stay afloat, and these changes affect DC directly. To make matters worse, proposed federal cuts could deeply affect small business support programs that are available through agencies like the SBA, or restructure the CDFI fund that could divert resources to rural jurisdictions, leaving urban communities behind. Funding from DHCD helps CDFIs like LEDC to unleash private capital as well to create jobs that pay back dividends to the district. I'll summarize, but we partner with the CED program that's administered by HHS. We've deployed $3.5 million to create over 500 jobs with an average cost of around $7,000 lent per job. In this program, we've also seen that for every dollar of CED funding, we unlock about $6 in additional private capital. So our team also brings lived experiences to the table. As former entrepreneurs and first-generation immigrants, we offer personal, culturally competent support that empowers our clients to believe in themselves and thrive. This is far from a moment to step back. This is our opportunity to step up. To support DC small businesses, we need bold, coordinated support now more than ever. So in closing, I urge you to sustain and expand our support for DHCD's small business funding. This isn't just about our organization, LEDC, but the hundreds of local entrepreneurs that we serve.
Thank you very much. And we have, I think, three people virtually. Sharifa Pasha, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Hello, it's Shafika, actually.
Shafika, thank you for the correction.
No problem. Good morning, Chairman, council members, and council staff. Since I only have 4 minutes to speak and my issue dates back to 2021, I created an analogy to express it, but can also provide you the complete 11-page narrative if necessary. Imagine you go into a Save-A-Lot to get a loaf of bread in order to save a little money. You don't pay any attention since you don't think you're purchasing anything contaminated because you've shopped at some of their other locations. You get home only to realize that that bread you selected had a few spores of mold on the slices. You return to the store and attempt to, 1, get another loaf of bread, and 2, to inform the store of the issue so they correct it, only to be told that unless it was an entire loaf, there was nothing they had to do, that it wasn't a big deal as it was just a part of grocery shopping, and you'd be fine. You accept that explanation, hoping that in consuming this bread, you'd be okay, because you didn't see mold on the other slices. Well, you do consume, and it makes you very ill. When you research the issue, you learn that even though you didn't see mold on other slices, the roots can spread throughout the bread. You return to the store to advise them of this. Again, they tell you it was not a major issue and was nothing they had to do. You continue to shop at that store, and on several different occasions, you continue to see bread containing mold on the slices, sometimes even the whole loaves, and among other issues within the store. In their effort to resolve it, all they did was cut the spores out of the slices and put the bread back on the shelves for purchase. While you knew that you could go to a Wegmans or a Whole Foods to obtain bread that was fresher and of better quality, you also knew and felt like you shouldn't have to. You felt you should be able to go to a Safeway, a Giant, even a dollar store to obtain bread that was of equal quality. You go to the store's corporate office, but was told shop somewhere else. Although bread was used as an example, the mold was actually in your apartment, and you were basically creating a sandwich with it every day. So based on the way you were being treated at a Save-A-Lot, you decided that you would spend more money to get fresher food and began shopping at Wegmans. Because of the appearance the store gave you, a more secure vibe, making you feel like you wouldn't encounter any issues of any kind, you don't mind spending almost double what you were spending at Save-A-Lot. Unfortunately, although they had better loaves of bread, after 3 days of shopping there, you noticed that they have spoiled milk and broken eggs. But you continue to shop there because it wasn't as bad as what you combated at Save-A-Lot. As you continue to patronize, you came upon rotten bananas, stale chips, and other minor issues. You hadn't even been shopping there for more than a year, and you were already encountering several minor but inconvenient problems. Imagine patronizing these stores, paying them your money, and they're saying your health isn't an issue, that the stale chips are $15 and you just have to eat them. Well, just know that I was creating a sandwich with that bread every day for 3 years and have been eating stale chips for almost a year. And I'm currently behind on my rent because I'm not going to keep paying it if the money is not being used to keep these properties what they're supposed to be. I can't do it. So now I have to literally today go pay an escrow of $1,915 because I am behind on my rent because I don't want to continue to patronize a place where I don't know where the money's going. What am I paying these thousands of dollars and I have to live with mold? I may have carbon monoxide. Water's falling from my ceiling, much like Politilla. I had to put buckets down. I have videos of these things, and no government official, office, the news, the corporate office, nobody wants to help me, but they want my money. That makes no sense. And I'm not going to pay it until something is done about this. That's my testimony. Thank you for listening. I'll answer any questions if you need it.
Thank you so much for being with us. Sharice Liu with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharice Liu with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. We are all aware of the economic challenges now facing the District of Columbia and nationwide. However, DC residents are struggling with a pre-existing housing crisis. 37% of the DC households are rent burdened by a local average rental cost that is over $1,000 above the national median. Approximately 50,000 DC households spend more than half of their household income on rent. The U.S. Marshal Service reports that eviction filings are up 250%. If these trends are permitted to continue, they will undoubtedly cause an avalanche of socioeconomic devastation for DC residents. The DC Council must use all necessary tools to intervene. We are pleased to see that the Mayor increased her Housing Production Trust Fund investment to $100 million in her FY26 budget proposal, after cutting it in FY25. We hope to see DC continue this commitment, at a minimum, sustain this level of funding going forward. The Housing Production Trust Fund is the primary resource and crucial toolkit for the creation and preservation of deeply affordable housing for the extremely low-income residents. It must be used effectively. In 2021, the Inspector General detailed that $82 million of the HPTF money meant for 0 to 30% AMI was misspent. The report also indicated that the DHCD could not assure that 88% of the projects funded since HPTF's creation were used for the production or preservation of affordable units, as required by the publicly funded loan agreements. This, of course, contributed to DC's failure to meet the need. Agency implementation failures impact the lowest income residents the most, often resulting in displacement and homelessness. Improved oversight and aggressive enforcement measures could have prevented such failures. The HPTF legislation explicitly mandates that 50% of the annual funds are for the creation of deeply affordable housing. However, annual utilization continues to fall short. In FY 2022, only 20% of HPTF expenditures were spent on the creation of deeply affordable housing units. In FY23, that statistic doubled to 43%. And the DHCD projects that it will be 44% in FY23. However, the DHCD has not produced that report yet. While this is an improvement, if it occurs, it still does not meet the legislative mandate. DC Council should protect and strengthen the strides it has made by maintaining project-based LRSP eligibility at 0 to 30% AMI. It must reject the Rental Act and the Mayor's LRSP subtitle that changes the eligibility for the local rent supplemental program from 30% AMI to 50% AMI. Raising the AMI level would only further incentivize developers, DHCD, and the Mayor to dismiss housing production efforts for those who need deeply affordable housing the most. The DC Council included the Housing Production Trust Fund Transparency Amendment Act in its FY23 Budget Support Act. However, additional transparency measures are necessary and should be incorporated into the legislation. The additional provisions should require DHCD to provide detailed post-completion reports on each project and publish the number of projects that have met the eligibility requirement. Additionally, the agency should include detailed data about each awardee and report the amount of the operating subsidy that is granted. Also, DC Council should separate the fund for the extremely low income to avoid misallocation of funds. The DC Council must ensure LRSP funds appropriately match the HPTF operating fund for the creation of deeply affordable units. The creation of deeply affordable housing is more crucial for DC residents than it has ever been. We strongly urge the DC Council to require additional transparency and reporting measures, ensure LSRP funds are matched appropriately, especially for the 0 to 30% AMI households, and create legislative safeguards that protect funds allocated for deeply affordable units. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Callan Peter, Vice President of Government Affairs for AOBA. If you would, I think that's no. Excellent. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I don't. Sorry, I'm having a technical difficulty.
No problem.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Catalin Peter, and I serve as the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington, or AOBA. AOBA represents owners and managers of over 120,000 apartment homes in the district's all 8 wards. Our members operate housing at every affordability level, from naturally occurring affordable units to properties subject to rent control. And we share the council's commitment to creating a rental housing system that is stable, equitable, and functional for all stakeholders. Today, I want to speak both to DHCD's ongoing role in supporting rental housing stability and to AOBA's strong support for the Rebalancing Expectations for Neighborhoods, Tenants, and Landlords Act, also known as the Rental Act. First, we want to thank Director Colleen Green and her entire team for all of the support and the outreach that she has provided in the past 6 months to a year. We know we have asked for a lot, and we have been responded to almost near immediately every time we've reached out, and we do thank her team for the responsiveness. The Rental Act in particular represents a very important reset for all of us, recognizing that housing policy in the district must protect tenants, support neighborhoods, and also uphold landlords' ability to manage safe, financially sustainable buildings. That balance has been missing, and the consequences are becoming unsustainable. They are unsustainable. Across the district, many housing providers are carrying extremely high levels of rental delinquency, as you all know, with some properties seeing non-payment rates of 30% or more. These are not just numbers on a balance sheet. This is deferred maintenance, capital improvements that can't be done, and increased financial risk that threatens the long-term viability of rental housing across the city. At the same time, our members are contending with serious safety issues, including criminal activity within properties. In many cases, owners know exactly who is creating unsafe conditions but are unable to act due to a legal process that is slow, opaque, and biased, that it undermines accountability and jeopardizes community safety. The Rental Act addresses these challenges head-on. It restores reasonable pathways to recover possession of units when rent hasn't been paid. It creates clearer, more navigable standards for addressing lease violations and serious nuisances. And it restores integrity to the legal process in a way that respects tenants' rights but does not render housing providers powerless. We are encouraged that the Rental Act acknowledges the role that bad faith actors play on both sides of the system and begins to bring expectations back into alignment for everyone involved, tenants, landlords, and the broader community. We urge the council to ensure that DHCD is part of this rebalancing process, not just as an adjacent agency, but as a strategic housing partner that understands what's happening on the ground. That includes working with housing providers to identify at-risk buildings, supporting better rental data infrastructure, and preparing for smoother coordination when new legal standards are implemented. We are committed to working with you to move the Rental Act forward and to ensuring that DHCD is equipped to support its implementation. A functional rental housing system benefits not just landlords or tenants, but the city as a whole. Thank you for your time and leadership. We welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for being with us. Not a lot of questions for this panel, but Shafika Pasha, the concern about paying thousands of dollars in rent when you have major building condition issues like molds or leaks. What if, I assume you've reached out to the Department of Buildings. Is that accurate? And if so, what have they said on this issue or done so far? Shafika Pasha, are you still with us? Okay, looks like you dropped off. Eric Lynn, for the Small Business Technical Assistance Program and the capital that you all have deployed, how do you evaluate the requests that you get?
So we do have an underwriting process that relies on 8 primary factors for risk analysis. We also have a real holistic approach to it. So we have a calculation that assigns a risk rating, but at the end, we look at the business owner, the business plan, experience, conditions, and we take a whole view of the business and business owner when determining whether the loan makes sense. We also look at things beyond traditional metrics. So for example, for us, credit score is a factor at some point, but it's not a factor in the decision-making of whether or not to provide a loan, because we believe creditworthiness is determined by pretty specific things, and credit scores are just a overly blunt instrument to truly evaluate those factors.
What is how many years have you been deploying this capital?
So LEDC began deploying a microloan program in 1997, but was certified as a CDFI starting in 2003.
Okay, and what is are these are loans that are supposed to be repaid?
Mm-hmm.
What have repayment rates look like?
So traditionally for our portfolio, actual losses are below 5%, around 3 or 4% in that range, and defaults in general are about 5%.
Okay. How does that compare with other similar loans?
So for business loans in general, I think it is comparable. For CDFIs, it's actually relatively low. So we have found sort of a way to do lending for people who are often rejected by other financial institutions. And I think that our default rates are kind of an indication that these are just untapped potential for economic activity.
Okay. Well, Sharice, I appreciate your testimony around the Housing Production Trust Fund. I'll ask some questions to the agency around that. We've been working to increase the amount of funding going to people making between 0 and 30% of AMI. And Catalin Peter, thank you for your testimony around the Rental Act and other things impacting our rental housing. So let me thank this panel for being with us, and thank all of our public witnesses. Thank you very much. All right. So we are. This will be our really our last panel. So anybody who has joined us with the intent to testify, please come on and join us now at this table. And as you sit down, there's a button on the base of the microphone. If you'll let me know your names, so I know if you are on our list or joined us late.
Hello, my name is Angelica Rufino.
Okay.
And I'm from Latino Economic Development Center.
All right. Excellent. All right, Angelica, you can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson and Council members. My name is Angelica Rufino, and I serve as the Housing Counseling Program Manager. And I am a HUD Certified Housing Counselor at Latino Economic Development Center. LEDC is a community-based nonprofit community development financial institution, CDFI, and a HUD Certified Housing Counseling Agency with over 33 years of experience serving the Greater Washington region. Our mission is to drive economic growth by equipping individuals with the skills and resources needed to achieve financial stability through homeownership, entrepreneurship, and access to capital. Excuse me. At LEDC, our housing team works daily with individuals and families throughout the district. People who are navigating complex financial challenges, raising rents, and limited affordable homeownership opportunities. We offer one-on-one housing counseling workshops and long-term support to empower our clients to make informed, confident decisions about their housing future. Our work is not just theoretical, it's transformational. In FY 2024, we helped 16 families achieve homeownership in the district, and year to date, we have doubled that, helping 32 families in DC become homeowners. With or without the support of down payment assistance, these are families who might have otherwise believed that owning a home, in the district was out of reach. We help them build credit, develop budgets, understand loan products, and navigate the steps to closing. This is life-changing work. In addition, nearly 2,000 families and individuals assisted our workshops with hopes to begin their homeownership journey. We often say that housing counseling is about more than just buying a home. It's about building confidence, equity, and long-term community prosperity, creating generational wealth. One of our recent clients captured this beautifully, in a message after settling on their new home. We're so grateful to you at LEDC. We still feel a bit of disbelief that we are here in our home. We also feel such a sense of accomplishment and excitement, and what an education we got along the way. She is a resident of Ward 4. This kind of transformation is what happens when DC residents have access to trusted, personalized support. As a bilingual and multicultural team, we meet people where they are, whether they are first-time generational buyers, renters at risk of displacement, or residents working to repair their credit and regain housing stability. As policies shift and affordability challenges continue to grow, our work is only becoming more essential. We're often the first and sometimes the only source of guidance for residents navigating the city's changing housing programs, such as HPAP or EHAP. Our clients rely on us not just for information, but for advocacy, coaching, and for hope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Leo Elias.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. My name is Leo Elias, and I serve as the Housing Education and Financial Empowerment Manager at the Latino Economic Development Center. I present this testimony on behalf of LEDC and the communities we serve. At LEDC, we believe that housing education is a critical pillar of economic stability and upward mobility in the District of Columbia. In a city where affordability challenges, rising interest rates, and a complex home buying landscape can discourage even the most motivated residents, housing education serves as both a guide and a lifeline. Our work empowers residents with the knowledge, tools, and confidence to make informed housing decisions, whether they are purchasing their first home, avoiding displacement, or rebuilding after financial hardship. Through education, we help demystify the process, reduce barriers, and ensure that the dream of homeownership and housing stability is accessible to all DC residents, regardless of their background or of their income level. Housing education is more than a one-time class or a single counseling session. It is a process that builds trust, financial confidence, and long-term planning skills. Our team meets people where they currently are, providing personalized housing education that reflects their lived experiences and their cultural context. Whether it's understanding credit, budgeting for the future, learning about local assistance programs like HPAP, or navigating the emotional toll of displacement, our services equip residents with the knowledge they need to act and the support they need to persist. This kind of education leads to most successful outcomes, fewer foreclosures, and healthier financial habits across households. In fiscal year 2024, nearly 2,000 individuals and families participated in LEDC workshops with hopes of beginning their homeownership journeys. Many of these residents once believed that owning a home in the district was out of reach. In the classes, they worked to build their credit, develop budgets, understand loan products, and learn how to navigate each step of the home buying process. This is truly life-changing work. In a housing market that can feel overwhelming and inequitable, education is a form of empowerment. It ensures that families aren't left behind simply because they don't have access to the right information, resources. Residents understand their rights, responsibilities, and options. They are better able to advocate for themselves and make choices that align with their long-term goals. That's why investment in housing education is an investment in the district's future, one that creates stability, fosters equity, and builds a kind of inclusive communities we all want to see in the district.
Thanks so much. I think, Angelica, you are Housing Counseling Program Manager, and Leo, you are Housing Education and Financial Empowerment Manager. Is that right? Okay.
Yes, we both work together.
Excellent. What's the difference between your positions? You just hit the button. You don't have to hold it.
There you go. So I work mostly in the education piece. So at LEDC, we structured our team to where I have an education team that specifically educates these families on different down payment assistance programs. And then once they're educated, we then send them to our counselors, who then counsels them more one-on-one.
And what's the caseload of the counselors? No, you were on. There you go.
Oh, I was, sorry. Caseloads can range depending on the availability of programs or the demand of clients. So it could range monthly, probably 50 to 100 clients. And if there's programs available, or currently now that is June, the homeownership month, it can spike up to 200 with people wanting to learn more about homeownership and the choices they have and the options.
Is that how many housing counseling program managers are there?
In our organization, we have 3 because we have 3 different markets.
And so each of you have a caseload that big, or is that between the 3 of you?
It's between our group, our staff. So each office currently has 2 per office, a manager and a housing counselor. And depending on the demand, it could be that high or sometimes it could be low.
Right. And so you all, with people who are actively trying to purchase it, your caseloads could be as much as 200 collectively?
Depending, yes, if there's programs. For instance, when HPAP was active and reoccurring applications could go in, we could go as that high.
And what do you do and other folks in your position once the HPAP funds run out?
We research other options. We talk to lenders. We see what else is available, what other down payment assistance programs. We also counsel housing counseling with the clients to see what they have available in order to see what percentage they could put up for down payment themselves and also closing costs.
And what's your take on the change to the lottery system versus kind of first come, first serve for HPAP?
The change, we have seen a drop in clients. More clients are either not going through the process because they don't have the assets available, because currently in the market, you need at least 3.5%. And with DC market, that could be a substantial amount for a family to put out. We are still seeing people that have hope that want to apply. And the only thing is we don't know what the lottery is and we don't know how it works. So we can't tell the clients what are their probabilities on the lottery.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you both for the work that you're doing and for coming to testify. I appreciate you being with us. Those are all of our public witnesses. Before we move to our government witnesses, and the order will be Daniel Mayer, General Counsel for the Rental Housing Commission, Christopher Donald, Executive Director of DC Housing Finance Agency, and then finally will be Colleen Green, Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. We're going to take a 15-minute recess, and we will resume at 1:15. So we are in a brief recess.
I'm gonna turn this off.
Thank you. All right, we are resumed. So we will, of our three government witnesses, we will hear first from Dan Mayer, General Counsel for the Rental Housing Commission. And before you sit down and get comfortable, it is the practice of this committee to swear in our government witnesses. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members and staff of the Committee on Housing. I am Daniel Mayer, General Counsel to the Rental Housing Commission. I've been designated by Chief Administrative Judge Adam Hunter to testify on his behalf today. In his absence, he had pre-scheduled travel, and obviously this budget season has been a little unusual for scheduling. So we appreciate your indulgence on that. And I'm joined by Beth Spooner, our agency fiscal officer. Chief Judge Hunter has prepared these remarks, after which I am prepared to answer any questions that the commission and committee may have. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to testify regarding the commission's budget for fiscal year 2026. I want to start by thanking Mayor Bowser for her continued support for the Rental Housing Commission in the FY26 budget, and thank you, Chairperson White, for holding this hearing and for your and this committee's continued support for the commission. The Rental Housing Commission promotes fairness in the rental housing market by helping to make sure rent control laws are fairly applied for both renters and landlords. The commission issues clear legal guidelines, certifies annual rent adjustments, and hears appeals from the Office of Administrative Hearings, decisions, and landlord-tenant disputes. Commission appeals generally relate to issues that include illegal rent hikes, requests for special rent changes, required repairs, retaliation against tenants, and the return of security deposits. The Commission is committed to making fair decisions on appeals and making DC's complex rules about rental housing accessible and understandable to everyone. The RHC's staff works hard to provide helpful and timely service that builds trust in the Commission by being honest and professional. The three members of the Commission are appointed as administrative judges by the Mayor with the advice and consent of the Council. In addition to the three members, the Commission has 4 more full-time equivalent staff positions for a total of 7 FTEs at the agency. In this difficult budget year, the Mayor's proposed FY26 budget reduces the overall Commission spending by 5.5%, while maintaining the same level of public service and making key investments in the Commission's future. The proposed budget makes increases in key areas that directly align with the Commission's mission, while also addressing current trends of its appeals workload. The enhancements to the Commission's budget fall into 3 areas: improving web access to essential information, language access and training, and updating Commission's technology internally. These 3 areas directly improve the Commission's focus to champion access to justice. As mentioned previously in our FY24 to 25 performance oversight hearing, we've developed an access to justice plan to ensure that all litigants understand their rights, the applicable law, administrative law process, and appellate decision-making. To achieve the Access to Justice mission, the FY26 budget includes $30,000 for the creation of a case management system that will make searching the docket of the Commission's current cases and past decisions easy to find on our website. Currently, all cases are located in a rudimentary public file folder, and the rules, notices, and guidance on our web pages are not intuitive to navigate. Second, to align with our SMART goals, we want to increase the judges and staff training, approximately $17,000, and to fulfill our obligation for language access through translated documents and interpretation services, approximately $5,000. Third, to ensure that our office and staff can continue to work without interruption, we want to keep our information technology up to date at an enhancement of approximately $15,000. This coming fiscal year and this current fiscal year, the Commission has reduced its FTEs by 1 due to the reduction in force that was conducted earlier this year of the mediator position. The Commission entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Office of Administrative Hearings to conduct mediations going forward. That's a cost of approximately $8,000 this fiscal year, and we're estimating $13,000 the next fiscal year. We're appreciative of the mayor's support for the commission's mission and overall agency goals. In sum, this budget will allow the commission to continue performing all of its functions, achieve access to justice, and increase spending in key areas while reducing our year-to-year spending by 5.5%. As you said at the start of this hearing, Chairman White, we are planning to do more with less. I look forward to continuing the progress the commission has made in promptly resolving cases and keeping the regulations up to date with legislative changes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and this concludes our prepared remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very both, Mr. Mayor and Ms. Spooner. Let me start with some of the enhancements. $30,000 to support the case management system. How old is the current case management system?
As I mentioned, the case management system isn't even really a case management system that we have online. We implemented a Google Drive and have organized, we've posted PDFs in that. Not great, not searchable. And so we are hoping to build out something along the lines. Other agencies, similar roles, have similar systems. Office of Employee Appeals, Contract Appeals Board. Their functions are slightly different, so their databases are slightly different than what we envision.
But you would use the same vendor or program or different?
We need to work on that with Octo
Okay.
to figure out exactly what it's going to look like. The $30,000 was a number that came to us some number of years ago. It has been included and occasionally swept from the budget from other reasons over the years. Originally quoted as putting together an RFP to contract out. We'll see how much that needs to be done. There are certainly other improvements to our website that are needed. That would probably be done by MOU with Octo, just to get some basic design upgrades. We get a lot of calls that people are looking for information. We know it's on our website, but it's not at all intuitive to find it on the website. Things like rent increases and process.
That'll be separate from the case management system, though.
We're going to have conversations with Octo about how much we can get done. Yeah, it would probably be a separate piece, but related to money that would go into the website in the coming fiscal year at least.
Okay. I'll just flag a concerning trend I've seen across DC government is agencies getting new IT programs, and then, it takes years to get them on board, and then they purchase this program and they barely use any of the features, and then they need a new one because it doesn't work for their purposes. And there's a lot of wasted money in DC government resulting from that. Seems like Octo needs to take more of a leadership role in a lot of this, but that's something that I'll work through with you all as necessary. On the little more than $22,000 increase to support language access, how much is in your current fiscal year budget for language access?
Yeah, you've got it open.
Yes, Councilmember. That budget line this year is $13,000, and $5,000 of that is set aside for training.
Training and language access, what does that look like?
Yeah, they are together. So it's the idea this year was that $5,000 would be for training of employees, and the balance would be for language access work.
Okay, training in language access?
Yes. They're
training
and
okay, so training for your
RHC staff.
Okay, but not with regard to
professional training along the lines of access to justice issues.
Okay.
Legal research and writing training, other continuing legal education, professional development.
So that leaves about $8,000 for language access. How much have you used so far this fiscal year? Or how much did you use last fiscal year, if that's more readily attainable?
I'm going to have to pull that number up for you just a second.
Okay.
Well, it has been swept down. I think you're right.
Oh, no, it should be translated.
Yeah, but that's on a P card.
We can,
There was one expense related to language interpretation at a hearing. And then I believe that was all that was spent, and I believe the money got caught up in the sweep mid-year.
okay. Well, if you would follow up with us on that, and we'll work through it with you. I want to just understand for the past couple fiscal years how much has been used or needed for language access.
And going forward, we anticipate, as we talked about in our SMART goals for this year, of getting plain language guidance documents out. I think we're close on getting a couple of those out. Those would be things, depending on how the money is or isn't available this fiscal year, good things to get translated.
Okay.
From plain English to plain Spanish, at least.
Okay. We talk about the caseload a bit. On average, so far in fiscal year 25, it takes RHC about 421 days to issue a decision for administrative appeals cases. In fiscal year 24, it took about 599 days. Still too long in my estimation, but certainly moving in the right direction so far by a long shot. What changes did you make to address these delays, and about how many cases does this encompass?
Fairly small number of decisions each year. As of, I think that might even be updated. We can get you, I think there are at least one more decision on that FY25 count. I'm not sure how that will change the average. Overall, the broad trend is we're doing better with cases that have come in the last few fiscal years. There have been a number complicated cases, legacy cases, repeat players with multiple cases that are related, and one decision kind of waiting on the other decisions. That's led to some of the ones that are still a couple of those pending, that are just by that nature, they're clocking in much higher. They're bringing up the average.
How many?
We are getting on top of being close to that 340 number for cases filed in the last fiscal year and this fiscal year.
How many decisions for administrative appeals have been issued this fiscal year?
To date, 5, I believe. It was 4 at the performance hearing, but I believe it's 5 now.
And are there any changes RHC made to cut down the time it takes to get to that final decision?
Again, clearing out some of those older cases and really, it's a little bit of triage always of, you've got a newer case that's going to be simpler. How do you balance who's handling that, how much time they're working on that, and versus working on the older cases that are going to take longer. But I think a real focus on getting the ones out that can be gotten out faster. Again, that is going to result in a few outliers that have much longer times on the cases that have already been lingering a while. And you have to balance that those parties also quite reasonably expect their cases will get done at some point.
Yeah.
But also at this point, they know that they're in the cases that are on the longer track, I would say.
Okay. For the enhancements for case management and language access, will that positively impact delivery or case resolution in any way?
Yeah, we're hopeful that it will. Again, with things like plain language guidance and language, multiple language guidance for things like the appeals process to help parties better understand their rights and the appeals process and what they are bringing to the commission. it's not just easier for people to have lawyers for themselves in litigation. It's easier for the court when parties have lawyers who can narrow the issues. So if we're giving people better guidance, they better understand what they are presenting to us. It's less time in some of those more complicated cases of having to dive through the record and really understand things if the parties have been able to more clearly and better present their own case.
What's the given the backlog in the courts and significant number and percentage of judicial vacancies at Superior Court, I'm looking for creative ways that we can get things moving faster. We heard a lot of this in testimony earlier. I understand your concerns around establishing an eviction tribunal to take on some eviction cases, but we do need a resolution. In fact, somebody testified earlier offering a similar solution. What role could the Rental Housing Commission play in deciding eviction cases?
This is something we've talked about a little bit, and I certainly don't want to make any formal proposals. Again, thinking creatively here as best we can. The Office of Administrative Hearings that does the trial type hearings and the commission that hears appeals from those, the administrative side of things that handles mostly the rent control issues. Potentially, it could be an option for reform. As you mentioned earlier, the Seventh Amendment affects these eviction cases. You have a right to a jury trial on either side. That's a waivable right. So to get people who want to go in front of magistrate judges, there's waiver required. Potentially, the administrative side could serve as like a magistrate role or an arbitration kind of role. People can do arbitration by agreement. Again, there would be people who get served with an eviction case and the people who are bringing eviction cases consenting to do that because of the rights to a jury trial and everything else. That's one possibility of taking some of the workload off of the landlord-tenant branch.
Can you say more about the Seventh Amendment concern?
Yeah, the district is a little unique here, and without going into a whole rant on constitutional law, because the Seventh Amendment directly applies to the district, and we are the one federal enclave that really has evictions. Other states, their own constitutions can optionally have a right to a jury trial, depending on how their courts have interpreted their own constitutions. There is a Supreme Court case that directly says Seventh Amendment jury trial in DC eviction cases. So.
Okay. The Fairness and Stability Act took effect on May 2nd. The title, most relevant to the Rental Housing Commission, amended the Rental Housing Act of 1985, addressing the moratorium on voluntary agreements, which was lifted in June of last year. Our bill, the Fairness and Stability Act, made changes to allow individual tenants to opt out of voluntary agreements and requires landlords to report who is opting out and get approval from the rent administrator. It updated rules on rental housing appeals, including increasing the time to appeal a decision from OAH from 10 days to 30 days, and giving RHC 120 days to decide an appeal, which is up from 30, and incentivizing mediation. And it eliminated certificates of assurance, which previously gave certain landlords tax credits if their rent exempt buildings, like new construction or long vacant buildings, became subject to rent control. Now that the Fairness and Stability Act is in effect, will RHC need to issue additional regulations? And if so, what's the timeline for doing those?
Yes, we have a draft notice of proposed rulemaking. All rulemakings require first a notice of proposed rulemaking published for public notice and comment and a 30-day comment window for the public to submit to the agency any changes they'd like to see. That draft is with the Office of Attorney General's Legal Counsel Division right now. They had some edits and questions, got back to them. They just got back to me with more edits and questions earlier today. So I'll take a look at that this afternoon or tomorrow. And hopefully we'll be publishing a notice on that in a couple of weeks. DC registers every Friday, so.
I'm sorry. You said you expected to be in the register in a couple weeks? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
Optimistically, but
I get it.
Something always seems to happen, but
yes, knock on wood.
We are close.
Okay. And the agency still has an MOU with Office of Administrative Hearings. Is that right?
Yes, we just entered into one with OAH for handling our mediations. You may also be asking, we have one that's been in place for a while with the Office of Human Rights.
Office of Human Rights, I'm sorry.
Where,
That's the
where
one.
we are handling
Yep.
mediations for them when they are down judges who can handle those things.
Okay. And how is that RHC is handling mediation for Office of Human Rights, but then Office of Administrative Hearings is handling mediations for the Rental Housing Commission?
Based on everybody's workload, as they saw it, of who could handle taking on these extra things, because our caseload has been a bit down lately. Mediations for OHR, typically we find take about 2 days worth of work, day and a half worth of work. They compensate us for that time. Similarly, using that as a model, we compensate OAH for their work on our time or on our cases.
Why not exit the MOU with Office of Human Rights and retain that mediation capacity for your own cases?
Because OHR specifically wanted their mediations done by people who are administrative judges. That's the way that they handle them internally when they have a sufficient number of judges to do their own mediations. Because our judges sit as a panel of 3 judges for all cases, they don't have mediation capacity to do our own cases. Those need to go, previously it was done by a member on staff. The mediation caseload wasn't sufficient to justify a full-time employee. So OAH has stepped up to fill it with staff attorneys or administrative law judges down there as they are available. And does that answer your question? I'm not sure if
I can't say I'm completely clear on why, but maybe the answer to this next question might help me start moving in that direction. Is there a reason that RHC has to have 3 judge panels for all cases?
the statute makes it a 3-member commission. And I think the statute actually explicitly says that he sits as a, maybe it does, I think it does say actually that they sit as a panel, but in line with all other appellate practice of 3 judges sitting and deciding the cases together.
Okay.
So there are only 3 judges. That's all appointed members are potentially up. Occasionally somebody might have to recuse for whatever reason. So if somebody's conflicted out by having mediated the case, then you can run into a real problem where you don't have a quorum. The statute makes a quorum 2 judges. So,
are there comparable bodies that use single judges to hear cases?
For example, the Contract Appeals Board, although it sounds in name like a very similar body, the judges on that are essentially trial judges and do it as single judges. Office of Employee Appeals, for example, employees, trial level, administrative judges, and then appeals from that can go to the full OEA board. Again, they would sit as a panel in that case.
Okay. Given the challenges in our housing market, significant non-payment of rent, issues with eviction backlogs, federal job cuts. I'm starting to hear from landlords telling me that it's starting to impact rent payment in a different way. Will any of these challenges have an impact on RHC's workload?
Potentially. There's always, with any kind of changes to the housing market, rents going up or any other issues, yeah, it can result in more cases being filed. Those cases then they filter through the Office of Administrative Hearings before they come up to us. So it is possible that in any times of greater difficulties, more cases could come to us. Typically, they come up because of rent increases. So in situations of a down market, it may actually have the opposite effect. Rent's not going up because people can't afford it. That's a different set of problems than control. But anytime, also number of evictions, you can have people who then complain about the notice that they received, or complaints that it was retaliatory. Things like that can also come up through Rental Housing Act claims, the administrative petition.
Let me go back to where I started. For the case management system, well, let me not focus on that one yet, because I do think it's just an outdated system. But for language access, do you hear feedback around inaccessibility for various documents or information?
As I mentioned, we had one case that came up, and it ended up sitting for a while before they got a hearing because we were trying to secure interpreter to have at the hearing to help tenants who didn't speak any English. As far as documents on the website, I could go back and check.
How did you all manage that?
We located someone who provided interpretation services. We were able to purchase that, the P-card purchase. Several $100s for an hour of work, I believe.
Okay.
Quote the exact figure, but
does Office of Human Rights have funding to help other agencies with language access?
I would have to ask them.
Okay, I'll check. I thought they did, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay. But those are all the questions I have for you today. I want to thank you for being with us and for the work that you all are doing.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We're going to welcome Director Donald, head of the DC Housing Finance Agency. I will ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Will you be testifying? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony, and welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Christopher E. Donald, and I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency. Here with me today from the agency is Melissa Lee, our new Chief Financial Officer. She is 2 to 3 weeks in, so be nice to her. And as I shared during our performance hearing in March, our former CFO retired at the beginning of May. On behalf of the Board of Directors and the agency staff, thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee to testify at this fiscal year 2025-2026 budget oversight hearing. I recently appeared before your committee to share the agency's performance for FY 2024 through the second quarter of FY 2025. And I've listened to today's hearing with very much interest. And you and I have had an ongoing conversation when I've testified and talked about the condition of the portfolio. And it seems to me that we are in a position where there's this dynamic tension between these two things. And that is the health of the market and the condition of the renters in the District of Columbia. And one of the things that you asked me at the last hearing, or that you said to me after my testimony at the last hearing, is it is very difficult for residents of the district to pay rent. The rent is high, and the rent burden is high as well. And I thought a lot about what you said to me after that last conversation. And one of the things that you also asked during the course of my testimony is, well, how do we balance these two things? What do we do to address the delinquency problem that we have in the market and the burden that the residents in the district are facing? And I think it is by addressing the delinquency issue in the marketplace, but also by continuing the investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund, which you're considering right now. That $100 million will go a long way towards the production and the preservation of new units in the system. At the same time, if we don't address the delinquency issue, it will be like pouring water into a bucket that has a million holes at the bottom, because we will continue to lose the revenue from unpaid rent. The system is unhealthy, and the bond between the renter and the housing provider is broken. And we've got to repair that. And so we're spending a lot of time thinking about what are the things that we can do that will allow people to restore that relationship. As background, DCHFA was chartered as an instrumentality of the government in 1979 by the Council of the District of Columbia. The agency is entirely self-supporting, and by statute, the agency's budget is independent of the DC government executive branch. None of its proposed budget funds are derived from the district government revenues, nor does DCHFA utilize district government full-time employees. It's worth noting that the agency's budget and staffing have remained consistent year after year. As a result, we are a steady agency that produces consistently high results across different economic scenarios, and we do not fluctuate as volume changes. Last year, Standard & Poor's S&P upgraded DCHFA's credit rating from an A+ to a AA-, citing a track record of adapting the agency's programs through strategic initiatives that increase the agency's asset base. I will highlight three primary areas of business that we have been charged with performing. First, DCHFA creates home ownership opportunities in the district through the implementation of several agency-sponsored programs that provide low-cost single-family mortgages and down payment assistance made possible through the issuance of mortgage-backed securities. The agency is also a co-administrator of the Home Purchase Assistance Program, HPAP, funded by the DC Department of Housing and Community Development. These programs help to promote and preserve home ownership. These programs bring down payment assistance and competitive mortgage rates to first-time home buyers and ensure that these new home buyers are prepared to be successful homeowners. Second, the agency issues tax-exempt bonds to fund the acquisition, construction, and preservation of affordable multifamily rental housing, more commonly known as apartment buildings. The agency also provides bridge loans to pay for the pre-development of projects using McKinney Act loan program. Third and finally, over the last 7 years, the agency has made a direct investment into building for-sale housing for the missing middle through its Housing Investment Platform, or HIP. This platform has been incorporated into the Theodore R. Hagen's Investment Fund that also includes pre-development funding for emerging developers building affordable multifamily housing. It is through the implementation of these designated tasks that we serve the residents of the District of Columbia to ensure that they have home ownership opportunities and live in communities which provide beautiful, healthy, and affordable homes. The agency's proposed FY 2026 budget of approximately $18.3 million will allow DCHFA to implement its business plan objectives throughout the fiscal year. The proposed budget is slightly higher than FY 25 and accounts for minor increases in personnel costs. DCHFA works in partnership with the district's housing agencies to achieve economic diversity in the income strata it serves. Single-family programs focuses primarily on borrowers earning 80% of the area median income and below. The tax-exempt bonds serve residents up to 60% of area median income, and our Hagen single-family program, formerly HIP, serves future homeowners between 60 to 120% of AMI. DCHFA's Single-Family Programs Division creates homeownership opportunities in the district by providing low-cost single-family mortgages and down payment assistance made possible through the issuance of mortgage-backed securities. DCHFA's flagship homeownership resource, DC Open Doors, makes home ownership in Washington, D.C. affordable by offering qualified buyers home purchase loans, down payment, and closing cost assistance. From the start of FY 2025 through the second quarter, 30 First Trust mortgage loans in an amount of $9.9 million have been funded via the Open Doors program. DCHFA is also a co-administrator of the Home Purchase Assistance Program. In FY 2025, DCHFA has funded 135 HPAP loans totaling more than $17.3 million to date. In August 2024, the agency relaunched the Reverse Mortgage Foreclosure Prevention Pilot, referred to as REMIT, and distributed the remaining program funding to eligible DC homeowners aged 62 and older that were in danger of losing their homes. The agency will continue to administer programs that promote and preserve homeownership. The largest impact on our ability to increase the number of multifamily dwelling units for low and moderate income residents is our tax-exempt bond cap allocation. In FY 2024, DCHFA issued over $200 million in bond financing for the development of 475 affordable housing units. In FY 25 to date, the agency has issued $169 million in volume cap for 4 projects totaling 543 units. In addition to bond issuance, as of May 2025, the agency had $2.75 million outstanding in McKinney Act staving loans. The proposed FY 2026 budget will allow the agency to continue to function at similar levels of volume as we have done in the last few years. While DCHFA is an independent agency, the board of directors, the staff, and I are fully committed to and work in collaboration with the Mayor Bowser, the council, and our governmental housing partners to advance the housing priorities of the District of Columbia. I would like to take a moment to recognize the finance team for their work on the proposed budget, as well as the entire DCHFA workforce for their dedication to our agency. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Committee on Housing and present information about the work of DCHFA and more specifically our proposed budget for FY 2026. This concludes my testimony and I welcome your questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Director, and Melissa Lee, welcome. I don't want you to get the wrong idea about our hearings. I usually ask more questions to our agencies than what you'll hear today. But we just don't have a lot of money. And so, my questions are around not sort of new programs or expansions that I know will never happen this year, but just trying to figure out where we best focus our funding. So, how's Director Donald doing?
Great. Good. Really, council member?
Director, couple questions from things that struck me during your testimony. For the Housing Investment Platform or HIP funding, you mentioned, I caught pre-development funding. Are there other things that the HIP funding is funding?
So we've got the McKinney Act Fund, which does pre-development for multifamily projects and kind of our bread and butter, our tax-exempt bonds and tax credit projects. And then you've got HIP. And HIP can do everything from pre-development to actual development cost, depending on the project and where the sponsor comes to us at in that development process.
Okay. And when you say development costs, what do you mean?
So that's the cost of land, the cost of sticks and bricks, the cost of paying for your architecture, the cost of any kind of studies that you have to do. All of that is included in the development process.
Okay. And how long has this program been functioning?
HIP has been in place for about the last 7 years.
Okay. Looking at that program or others, but this is the one that caught my attention in your testimony. Are any of these programs suggesting that there is potential that we need to pay more attention to, untapped potential to, leverage housing dollars or produce more housing? Is there anything that we can glean from these programs to suggest, hey, if we put more money into this program, the district is getting back, multitudes of dollars in return, or able to find matching funding?
So I think it is with all the tools that we have, council member, the more we put in, the more we can get out. As you started from your introduction saying, resources are limited. And so with the resources that we have, we're going to try to maximize them to the best of our ability. The big thing that you've heard me talk about is making sure that we reach and we increase the pool of practitioners so that we have more people around the table doing this work, right? We can never have enough. So ensuring that the next generation of practitioners are prepared, exposed, and well-skilled to be able to carry on the industry is something that we're very focused on.
I'm going to come back to that because I appreciate the work that you all are doing in that lane. For the remit program, at least one person testified about that. Was that local or federal funding?
Those are local dollars.
Okay. Is this program continuing, or has this been phased out?
The remit program?
Yes.
The one that you approved, sir?
Yeah.
You would have to tell me whether you're going to continue to fund the program, sir.
Is it in the mayor's budget proposal, is what I'm trying to get at. I just don't recall.
I'm not certain.
Okay.
It is not.
Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned the downgrade of the credit rating.
No, it was an upgrade, sir.
Upgrade. I'm sorry.
Yes.
From
a single A to a double A minus.
That's right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the district's credit rating from AAA to AA1. The reason they gave, at least I think it was Moody's, was the long-term impact of federal workforce cuts and declining federal aid. Will that impact DC HFA's borrowing in any way?
The district's
Correct.
change? No.
Okay.
The DCHFA has its own issuer rating and it has ratings on its indentures.
Okay.
Right? Now, ultimately, some of the same factors that impacted the district may end up impacting the agency, but at this point in time, the agency is unaffected.
Okay. And the agency's credit rating went up to AA minus one?
It went up one notch from single A to double A minus.
Okay. And what was the reason it went up?
Just a consistent performance over time. We started building out the indenture about 7 years ago as well. And so we've been consistently in partnership with the district, and really as a result of the investment that we've been making in the Housing Production Trust Fund through the mayor's leadership, through the council's leadership, that predictability and production has allowed the agency to produce consistent results, and the market is recognizing that.
Well, that's excellent work. It's a tough environment to get an upgrade in the district. I think most recently, Maryland, we're having a tough time. One of the things that you flagged some time ago was a concern about rent delinquencies and the impact that you were seeing on the market. We're seeing a dangerous ripple effect across our housing ecosystem. Aside from rent delinquencies, are there other warning signs or emerging trends that you're seeing that we should be paying more attention to?
That is the thing that keeps me awake at night, council member. That is a challenge that I think we face, as we've talked about on any number of occasions. Just how do we deal with that, and how do we get the system back to normal? Yeah. One of the things that I would share with you is, and again, thinking about our last exchange, is when I'm looking at, and you heard me talk about, I've got a group of projects, about 15 projects that are in conversion right now, and 9 of those cannot convert because they face serious rental delinquencies, right? And those projects fall into a couple of different buckets. Number one, I've got newly constructed projects. So when I hear conversations about the conditions of properties being subpar, those are newly delivered projects, either newly renovated or newly built. That's not the issue. It's not that the projects are in poor condition. Additionally, these are projects that have just leased up where people are moving into the projects and only paying rent for the first month and then not paying it thereafter. Those folks have been qualified. And in that qualification process, what we've done is, what the providers have done is they've determined that that household has enough money to pay the rent. So I say that to you to say that there's something else going on. And I can't tell you what that something else is, but what I can tell you is that the environment is such that that contract is broken. And until we get that contract repaired and folks go, it's my responsibility to pay my rent, and the housing providers make sure that they deliver beautiful, affordable, and healthy housing, we're going to continue to have this conversation.
That is something I hope we are saying by the time we have this hearing next year. I hope we're saying we fix it and we're moving in the right direction. It won't be fully repaired by then, but certainly that's enough time for us to be moving it in the right direction and us understanding and assessing what, if anything else, we need to address next. Because the decline, for folks who have not tuned into all of our hearings, the decline in production of apartment buildings specifically has been steep over the past 2 years. And our population is growing, which means housing is going to keep getting more expensive. And as a lot of people testified today, we also have to focus on preservation because we have a very old housing stock. I think that HFA is looking at launching a new single family product. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you say a bit more about that and what groups of folks you're hoping to target?
Sure. So you've heard me talk about Taylor before, and Taylor is our ideal borrower. She's a young African-American woman. Our typical borrower, she's about 33 years old. She earns $88,000 a year. She's got a credit score of 715. She has no children. She is not married. She is a very happy young lady. For her, brunch is a verb, right? And she's all that we hope for on the Melon and Rainbow. So Taylor is who we're looking at. How do we help Taylor? And we've asked a more fundamental question about this idea of home ownership. We oftentimes talk about home ownership in terms of accessibility, but we also like to tell a story about home ownership as a life-changing wealth building journey, right? And so we've asked ourselves the question, how do we unlock home ownership so that we can close that wealth gap that we see in the marketplace of 81x between Taylor and her other counterparts? And part of that is through how do we accelerate the payment of that mortgage? And so we are designing a mortgage product that will allow her to amortize a portion of her mortgage much more rapidly than she would in a conventional 30-year mortgage. And one of those ways is through a 15-year mortgage with a lower interest rate. And then we're also looking at a shared note appreciation model. So we're building those right now. Originally, we had been working on delivering both of those together, but we're going to decouple them and try to deliver the 15 years sooner rather than later.
And given the increase in the average home purchase cost, Taylor would be able to get approved given the what you laid out about her status, her financial status. She'd be able to get approved for a 15-year loan.
Councilmember Taylor is like that. Yes, sir. She will get it done.
Do you have a timeline on that new product?
So we just presented to our board and our research phase. We've been talking internally and working towards the fall for the first phase of that. And then we'll be coming back to the board later on after we design the program for the second product. But the first product we're hoping to launch in the fall.
Okay. Last year, HFA offered a portfolio stabilization grant, which was a one-time grant designed to help affordable housing providers stabilize properties in financial distress. The grant was available to properties financed through programs like HPTF, LIHTC, the Low Income Housing Tax Credit, home investment partnership or home or community development block grants or CDBG funds. Priority was given to properties on HFA's watch list and those with the 4% LIHTC financing. I think you allocated $10 million and offered a maximum award of $250,000. Looks like as of February, 43 properties totaling 5,358 units had received awards. Is this program one that you plan to continue?
So we're going to constantly assess the market. Council member, we did that first round, and we thought that that's what the market needed. We'll continue to study the market and see if there's more that needs to be done. It was not intended to be an ongoing effort. We funded that off of our balance sheet, and our balance sheet is limited.
Because there certainly is a need for this. I mean, this goes to the stabilization and really keeping the units that we have. Has that the 10 million you put into that, has that been expended, or are you still working through that?
Oh no, that's out the door.
Okay. And this was
This is a grant program.
a grant program. Okay, so this funding you don't expect to be paid back?
No.
Okay. Um, Remit program, if we're able to find funding for it, this is something that was made permanent as part of the Fairness and Stability omnibus bill that I discussed with the Rental Housing Commission. But should the program continue, HFA proposed 2 amendments to the remit language that you say will significantly enhance your ability to support senior homeowners and administer the program more effectively. One was a clarification on delinquency tax payment eligibility. Currently, remit rules only allow payments for property taxes that are already delinquent. But many senior homeowners are struggling to pay upcoming taxes. They're not delinquent yet. And so HFA said, well, look, allow us to, if this program continues, include taxes due but not yet delinquent. The second recommendation was with the establishing a minimum assistance threshold. Proposed recommendation was setting minimum assistance amount to $1,000. I think the reason was that it costs something to administer. So how do you land at 1,000 as opposed to, let's say, $500?
Unfortunately, my single family person is not here with me, so that's something I'll have to come back to you on.
Okay, if you could follow up with us,
Yes,
I'd
absolutely.
appreciate it. On HPAP, everybody in this room knows, but not everybody watching knows. HFA is one of the co-administrators of the HPAP program with the Greater Washington Urban League. Do you have thoughts, Director, on, so I think it was 2 years ago, the mayor increased the maximum amount to $202,000. Before that, the maximum amount that a borrower could get was $80,000. the size of the pot didn't increase. And so theoretically, it means fewer people can access HPAP. Do you have thoughts on whether the $202,000 maximum should continue to be the maximum given budget constraints, or should we look at lowering it back down to 80,000, 100,000? Do you have thoughts on what the maximum amount should be?
I'll defer to my colleague who will be joining you shortly after my testimony concludes.
Well, I'm going to ask her too. All right, so no opinion. He's going to give that one all to Director Green. All right. As we close out questions for DCHFA, one of the things that we are just going to have to figure out as a city is how we do a better job of one, attracting capital, but also leveraging opportunities and looking to create programs that didn't previously exist. In terms of opportunities to leverage money or create programs that we haven't been focused on, but all to the goal of preserving and producing affordable housing. What are you seeing as opportunities that we need to be pursuing now that we might have paid less attention to last year or the year before?
So it's difficult, again, to be forward-looking. I think that the thing that I'm focused on, council member, is how we heal the system. How do we get back to the point where we're the first stop on the list for the investors, where they know that there's a predictable value proposition in the district because residents are doing what they're supposed to do and housing providers are doing what they're supposed to do. And so what I'm thinking through is how long will it take us to right the ship and get us back to that point? Because then I can have a conversation with prospective investors and lenders and say, look, here's where we are. Here's how long it's going to take us to get well. And this is why you should come back to the district.
I hear you on that. We may have to do both at once, but your role may be different in how we correct this market and get that investment going. But I worry a lot about what happens if it goes along with righting the ship, but if we don't get investment in multifamily housing in DC, and if we don't figure out how to do more with less funding, we're going to be in a lot of trouble, because everything that we're seeing now and struggling with gets harder, not easier. So I appreciate what you and the Housing Finance Agency are doing, and look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to turn to our third and final government witness, Director Green from DHCD, Department of Housing and Community Development. Before you sit down, Director Green, I ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
Let me say that good afternoon again. It's much better. Good afternoon, Chair White and the members of the Committee on Housing. I am Colleen Green,
the Director of the DC Department of Housing and Community Development. It is my honor to testify today in support of the Mayor's fiscal year 2026 budget, Grow DC, a transformational growth agenda for a stronger DC. I'm joined today by Beth Spooner, Agency Fiscal Officer, and members of our dedicated DHCD team. Before I begin my formal testimony, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the residents, businesses, and organizations who have testified before the committee today and shared their priorities and recommendations for the fiscal year 2026 budget. We appreciate your feedback and look forward to your continued advocacy on behalf of district residents. The transformation of the federal landscape over the past 5 months poses an inherent challenge to our nation's capital, but simultaneously presents an opportunity for the District of Columbia. Grow DC, Mayor Bowser's transformational growth agenda, seizes the opportunity to meet this moment and align local economic initiatives with new and revised federal policy reforms. This agenda is necessary not only to stabilize the district's economy in the short term, but to ensure a resilient, diversified, and forward-looking fiscal environment for our future. The mayor's vision for a fair, inclusive, and thriving DC for all residents has consistently prioritized housing affordability during her tenure. Key investment proposed in fiscal year 2026 budget continue to prioritize her commitments to housing creation, preservation, and making home ownership opportunities attainable for district residents and families. The proposed investments will uphold our commitment to support district families, communities, and businesses to stay in DC, attract new investments, and support growth of our local economy while maintaining financial sustainability. Since 2019, DHCD has been determined to meet the mayor's goal of creating 12,000 new affordable housing units by 2025. Thanks to the mayor's leadership, the district has delivered 10,500 affordable units through 2024, reaching 88% of this goal. We continue to be on target to achieve this goal by the end of 2025 and committed to meeting the mayor's new housing goals that will support growth and diversity in district's economy for 2026 and beyond. The district's success as a national leader in affordable housing was made possible through historic investments to the DC Housing Production Trust Fund, which totaled more than $1.5 billion in the last 10 years, more per capita than any other jurisdiction, and key policy initiatives and shifts that were made necessary as the market changed. We are pleased to see the mayor's continued commitment to housing, production, and preservation in her proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, with her additional $100 million investment to the Housing Production Trust Fund, ensuring we can continue to provide more homes for residents and families to support their ability to stay and grow in the District of Columbia. As costs continue to rise, the legislative appetite to sustain these priorities causes great concern to investors and developers. The district's housing providers are managing unsustainable rental delinquencies while faced with growing economic pressures in their operational expenses, and it is clear our commitment to stabilizing our housing ecosystem must continue. Though there is no appropriation to the Housing Preservation Fund for fiscal year 2026, the proposed investment in Housing Production Trust Fund will support our efforts to steady our affordable housing investments that are at risk, and we hope that HPF will start to revolve funding as payments that are due are made as intended. DHCD will continue to analyze, listen, and shift as needed to achieve the mayor's housing goals, but passing the Rental Act will be essential to allow us to continue leveraging this investment in our strategy to preserve housing and help mitigate the loss of homes for district households. Homeownership is another key tenet behind the mayor's strategy to make DC a fair and more inclusive city. We are pleased that the fiscal year 2026 budget proposal will maintain funding for the DHCD's Housing Purchase Assistance Program, the Single Family Residential Rehab Program, and the Heirs Property Assistance Program. These programs serve as critical tools that support and maintain opportunities for home ownership and wealth building for district households. Amidst recent changes in the economic and federal landscape, these investments are more important than ever to ensure people and businesses can stay, live, and grow in the district. The Home Purchase Assistance Program is DC's primary tool to help low and moderate income residents achieve the dream of home ownership through interest-free loans and closing cost assistance. DHC updated the HPAP award determination process to a lottery system at the start of fiscal year 2025 to better manage demand and place more buying power and certainty into the hands of potential home buyers. And in April, we successfully held a second lottery for the fiscal year. In fiscal year 2025 to date, HPAP has supported 223 district households to become homeowners. With the maintained funding, we are optimistic HPAP will be able to help at least 220 more people become homeowners next year, and we will continue to award HPAP loans through the updated lottery system. We expect the need for HPAP will persist as people look to live and work in the district, and DHCD will continue to look at strategies and streamline coordination and processes to help make homeownership more attainable for residents. Local funding appropriations also enable DHCD to support district homeowners who need assistance updating and maintaining their homes through our single-family residential rehab program. The single-family program helps homeowners make critical repairs and ensure they and their families can stay in the district and live in safe, healthy, and accessible homes. Through our AIRS program, district households get support during the probate process when there is a need to transfer assets to maintain them within the family upon the death of a family member and preserve intergenerational wealth. As the cost of housing in the district have become increasingly difficult to afford, these programs reinforce our strategy to prevent further displacement of DC families. We are grateful to Mayor Bowser for her continued commitment and investments in these resources, and we know that growing demand for both programs exceed our ability to meet the need. In that same vein, DHCD will continue to seek approaches that maximize the impacts of these programs, ensure we are able to serve more households in fiscal year 2026. Overall, the fiscal year 2025 mid-year reductions to DHCD's budgets are fortunately minimal. While the hiring freeze is anticipated to remain in effect for the rest of the fiscal year, DHCD remains dedicated to upholding our essential services to support families, communities, businesses in the district. Our Housing Resource Center, which is locally funded and launched this fiscal year, will continue to serve as a critical instrument connecting residents to the array of housing resources available across the district. For fiscal year 2026, proposed federal funding allocations to the district from the Department of Housing and Urban Development show very minor changes, which result in a net reduction overall, but luckily mostly maintained. Our use of the CDBG program enables DHCD to provide funding for comprehensive support to local businesses through our Small Business and Technical Assistance Program and for Section 108 loans. We will continue to use CDBG funds to focus the SBTA around targeted housing investments, and we anticipate awarding another Section 108 loan, which will support a more resilient local economy for the district. In addition, the Home Program and National Housing Trust Fund allocations will allow the district to continue our progress in new affordable housing production. As challenging and dynamic this year has been for district and economy, we remain steadfast to our goals of meeting the demand for affordable housing and preventing displacement of district families. DHCD will stay focused on maintaining our progress towards the goal of producing 12,000 new affordable housing units by 2025, and to ensure we meet that target, we will be responsive in trying to move towards a more managed pipeline structure. Although the federal budget proposes an expansive of low-income housing tax credits to restore a 12.5% boost to the 9% LIHTC allocation, tax credits don't work without corresponding subsidy investments. With uncertainty in the likelihood for more federal investments, we are at a pivotal moment as a local government to examine how we can leverage our resources and update longstanding policies and processes to maximize cost savings under a more prudent fiscal environment. Legislative updates like those proposed in the Rental Act are necessary to modernize our policies to work for the fiscal and market conditions today. And without these changes, our resources will be less impactful. We look forward to continued collaboration with the Council to pass this critical measure to avoid further losses of our vital housing investments. DHCD is committed to continue to make improvements in the utilization of our federal and local resources, while we also look to innovative strategies that may help the district achieve our housing goals. However, we know this commitment requires the collaboration of everyone who values and shares our affordable housing and community development goals. Together, not only can we bounce back but remain an affordable housing leader that hits its targets? That concludes my testimony. I'd like to thank the DHCD staff and everyone that has been committed to affordable housing. Thank you for your time. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director. So one of the things I'm really concerned about in the budget proposal is both displacement and production of housing that average person can afford. And this is outside of your portfolio, but I mentioned earlier the reduction in infrastructure funding for St. Elizabeth's, to me, looks like it's going to result in less housing production. Is any of that in your bailiwick?
No, sir.
Okay. So the Housing Preservation Fund, I was glad to see the mayor recommend $100 million. But did I not say HPTF? No, what? Sorry, Housing Production Trust Fund. Thank you. A lot of budget hearings. Housing Production Trust Fund, HPTF. I'm trying to use the acronyms less in case folks are just tuning in for the first time. Earmarks only $12 million for preservation. Why is that?
So the Housing Preservation Fund.
Production, HPTF.
So HPTF is 100 million.
Right.
Then there's a preservation fund amount that is 12 million. Is that correct? Okay, she's gonna correct me.
It's 100 million total, 12 million of that is earmarked for preservation.
Right, within the HPTF budget, there's 10 million that is always sort of set aside for the TOPA line. And then $2 million that's generally set aside for the work that the PAD division does, right? Acquisition and turnover of vacant and blighted properties. But within the trust fund, all of those projects really run through development finance. So it's a guideline.
Yeah. So last year, all of the HPTF money went to essentially preservation. Is that right?
No, we did close on some production projects as well.
But the majority of it went to preservation.
Yes.
This year, it looks like $12 million of the $100 million for HPTF is available for preservation.
That's true. I would make this one distinction, which is that $12 million, right? The 10 million for TOPA and the 2 million for PAD, vacant and blighted, is recurring year over year in our budget. That doesn't change. I think what is different in FY25 is that the funds that otherwise would have gone only to new production was in the RFP directed towards projects in distress.
For the current fiscal year.
Yes.
But outside of the current fiscal year, so let's say last fiscal year, all the money in the Housing Production Trust Fund was available theoretically for either production or preservation?
Yes.
Okay. Is all of the money in the mayor's budget proposal for next fiscal year, is all of that money aside from this $12 million that Ms. Spooner just described available for production or preservation?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay. I'm a little confused reading the budget, so I'll follow up with you on that to make sure we continue to be on the same page. In the consolidated 2024 consolidated RFP, 69 projects were selected, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but those have not been funded yet.
Not all of them.
Okay. How much roughly will be obligated after the remainder of them are funded?
We think we're going to get to maybe a little over the 144 million that was requested.
Okay. So it sounds like if the council approved the trust fund at 100 million, all that money is spoken for already.
No. So the future 100 million is not accounted for fiscal year 2026. That was not the dollars that were used for preservation was sort of a reassignment of what was already obligated.
So of the 69 projects selected in the 2024 consolidated RFP, you won't need any of the FY26 trust fund dollars for those projects?
No, sir. I will note a caveat that in the consolidated RFP for 2024, there was 7,000 approximate, about 7,700 units in that request that we're discussing. There was also a request for information about other projects because we did limit who we could help or how we would help them. Like people were only able to select 3 or 4 projects, but we did ask for information on the universe. So the universe is another 4,000 or a little over 4,000 units that could not get funded based on this RFP, but was information saying if the RFP was allowing for more requests, that these other 4,000 units would have needed help. Does that make sense?
Say that one more time for me. I was trying to follow.
Okay. So in the RFP, we limited requests to 3 or 4 projects per group.
Mm-hmm.
But we did ask for information about all the universe of projects that potentially needed help.
Mm-hmm.
So we were able to fund those 3 or 4 projects, but they did say there's another 4,500 that could use the help.
I see. Okay, I'm with you. And it's the applicants.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about our religious institutions that have been working, many of them sort of as a cohort to build housing on property that they own? What I hear from them is that they have a hard time competing with seasoned developers. Is that what you're seeing?
Well, I think DHCD has put in a specific program called the Faith-Based Initiative where we fund this initiative to specifically help that group of people through the enterprise program. So they're getting help. We also put in this last RFP, and we'll probably continue to do that, give extra points for groups that come through that initiative.
Okay. Let me pause there and see if my colleague from Ward 1, Brianna Doe, if you have a statement, questions.
I have questions.
Excellent. You can begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Director.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you, Councilmember?
Great, thank you. This is hearing number 3 for me today. So first, I just want to note that I was happy to see $100 million for our Housing Production Trust Fund, and I hope we can protect that investment despite the difficult budget year that we're facing. We've talked about the Home Purchase Assistance Program and performance oversight earlier this year, and I'd like to continue that conversation, specifically about the lottery. You previously mentioned that DHCD planned to use the lottery system again this year. Is that still the plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm concerned because a lottery seems like an ill-suited format for this program, considering that applicants are required to be actively under contract. So why was a lottery chosen, and how was that decision made?
So the applicants are not required to be actively under contract with the lottery. They just need to be in the lottery. They need to just be qualified to enter the lottery. So they would have to go through the HPAP eligibility and go through the home purchase program, the first time home buyer program, like any other, like in the past, and they would be eligible to be entered into the lottery.
So they have to go through all of that. I did HPAP, so they have to go through all of that upfront work and the homeowner training and getting all their documents together. And after that, then they get in the lottery to find out if they get picked.
Well, that's how it was with eligibility when you had your NOE before.
Well, you weren't in a lottery though.
You weren't in a lottery, no.
Yeah.
You would just run to the front door and hope you got it.
Well, yes. But generally, if there were funds available, you did.
Well, that may have been true at one point, but it was not true in the last couple of years.
So what did you do instead?
So instead, we did the lottery program so that it'd be like having your savings already in your account. So you know you have your savings already in your account. You know that you can shop with your savings, and you know that there's no question about whether or not I'm going to get it when the portal opens or when the application opens. I already know I have it, and now I have a specific amount of time that I have to spend it. So it's basically like giving you your cash. Now you could go shop.
Well, it used to be that you had your NOE, so you didn't have to go through a lottery once you had your NOE.
But when you had your NOE, you still had to first come, first serve, right? You had to rush to the line and hopefully you got picked. And there was no certainty about whether or not you would. And there was complaints about there wasn't enough money because now I've spent money, I've worked with my broker, I've selected a house, I've done all of this work, and I didn't get the money.
How long is your lottery ticket good for?
It's good for, I think, about 6 months.
And then if you don't find something that meets your income requirements and the amount of assistance, then you have to go through the lottery again?
Yes.
Didn't NOE wasn't that available for a year in the past?
Yes, the NOE was available for a year. But basically, if you have 6 to 9 months to shop, and the only reason we did 6 months this year was because we had sort of the interim lottery process in the beginning because people were entering into contracts without knowing whether or not they were getting funding. So there was a lot of people that entered into contracts for their homes, not knowing whether or not they were going to even be able to get HPAP funding. And so because of that, we allowed those folks to be entered into the lottery because they were used to the old system.
It just feels like there's a lot of work that goes in up front before you even know if you've won the lottery. Like all of the CBOs are doing all of the homeowner counseling, you do all the training, and then you might not even get a lottery ticket. That feels like a big waste of resources all around.
Well, you would have to be eligible either way. Like either way, you'd be eligible. You have to do the work to be eligible to get an NOE in the first place.
I know. I did that part.
Yeah.
But then, it's about the work that you put in, not your luck. And also we have all these CBOs, so the CBOs just have to do the work for everybody regardless of whether or not they become eligible through the lottery.
I mean, I think it's important to have home buyer education to know what you're getting into up front and how to buy a home. So I don't think that that's a waste of time.
Well, it is if you don't win the lottery and you can't buy the house.
But
we have limited resources for the CBOs. So
well, the CBOs are still doing the housing counseling regardless.
Yeah, but not the homeowner counseling.
It's the same counseling. So they're doing housing counseling regardless. Whether or not they get it or not, they're still doing home buyer education and training. That hasn't stopped.
Have you seen other examples of home buying assistance programs that are determined via lottery anywhere?
I can't think of any right now, but I also don't know any other jurisdictions where people are rushing to the door and putting sales contracts and working with agents in advance of knowing that they have funds to do so.
I mean, that seems like very particular to the individual, though. Like that could be happening anywhere in the country. There's probably not a survey on that.
What could be happening?
That people could be counting on money they don't have. I mean, that's not just a problem with government.
So what I have seen before is that people get qualified. They know that the money is there and that they know that they'll be able to close on those funds. That's what I've seen before.
Why is that a problem?
That's not a problem.
Okay.
But in the case here, people are entering into contracts. They were spending their deposit money from their own pockets, and then the application process would open and it was first come, first serve. And then somebody would, or a number of people, 50, 60, 100, whatever it was, would be left without funds, but still holding a sales contract and their own personal money out the door. And then they'd have to wait for the next year.
Okay. And who was consulted when you decided to move to the lottery? Were the housing counseling agencies consulted or realtors or anybody?
Housing counseling agencies, realtors, a number of interested parties.
How did DHCD communicate the lottery process for April?
We put out a notice on our website, I believe. We let the CBOs know and the housing counseling agencies know, and we also communicated directly with the individuals that had notices to continue, which has been changed from NOEs to notices to continue.
How many applicants were awarded funds in the April lottery?
Let me get back to you, but I think it was about 20 or 30.
And what percentage of applicants would that be?
So I don't know what you mean by applicants. There's a bulk of people.
How many people in the lot? What percentage of people in the lottery actually?
So anyone that has a notice to continue is eligible, and we have about 700 people that have notice to continue.
Okay, so 20 to 30 out of 700.
Right, but we lotterized more than that this year. So 233 people were awarded in the lottery for the first half. And then what we did was we had remaining funds, and we did a second lottery for the remaining funds instead of waiting till next year.
Got it. I see. Thank you. When we met during performance oversight, we talked about the 80 buyers, more than 80 buyers yet to close despite being actively under contract when they applied on October 1st, 2024. How many of those buyers have now gone to closing?
Almost all of them. I think I couldn't get the exact numbers. I think there's only, okay, so almost all of the people that had NOEs or had money did close.
Okay, you let us know the number when you have a minute.
Sure.
Thank you. I also want to ask a couple questions about TOPA, since the mayor did include her rental act as a BSA subtitle. There's designated housing production trust fund money for TOPA, which is important because that funding can be critical for these transactions. How much housing production trust fund funding went to TOPA transactions last year?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
And what is DHCD's current role with TOPA?
We fund TOPA transactions. And they are normally through the Housing Preservation Fund.
Is DHCD prepared to take on the complex role of determining which properties TOPA applies to under the Rental Act?
So we have a CASD division, condominium sales division, and so they will still be involved with TOPA notices and how they go out and tracking those. That is still part of the program.
So they'll also be determining which buildings are eligible based on income levels and all of the means testing that goes into the Rental Act?
So no, they will not be they will not be doing that. They will just be putting out the notices.
So how will you determine which buildings to notice under the new law?
All buildings that are interested in TOPA will get noticed. So it's after the fact that they will be able to figure out if they qualify. But the notice is once a sale is out there, they have to notify the tenants regardless of what is out there.
Well, the mayor's proposed law actually exempts a number of buildings. So if you put out a TOPA notice and then it turned out that building was exempt, you'd probably be opening us up to litigation. So who was going to be determining which properties should receive the TOPA notices based on the mayor's exemptions?
So the CISD division will determine that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ward 7 Councilmember Felder, welcome. And do you have a statement and questions? Just questions. Excellent.
Well, thank you, Chairman White, Director Green, members of your senior leadership team. It's always a pleasure to see you. I'll jump right in with my questions. The mayor's proposed budget for FY 2026 is titled Grow DC. Could you speak to how your budget supports or reflects those efforts?
Sure. Very generally, we will grow DC through our making sure that as the population grows, that we have housing that is invested in that is affordable to residents of the District of Columbia.
Could you speak to what are some of your challenges that you think you'll face in this upcoming fiscal year?
Certainly, our biggest challenge will be around stabilizing the housing ecosystem and the normal revenues that we look forward to in terms of supporting the Housing Production Trust Fund and other revenue produced dollars based on rent payment and repayments and the revolving funds of some of our programs. That will be the biggest challenge.
And could you speak to what way does this budget help you tackle some of those challenges?
I am committing to a minimum of 100 million in the Housing Production Trust Fund. That does help. And by passing the Rental Housing Act, that will help. Hopefully, again, put us back into the ecosystem where people can begin to make repayments and revolve the Housing Preservation Fund.
Thank you. Now, oftentimes, folks across the city, they may hear DHCD or DMPED talk about the housing that is being produced. I think the mayor had an ambitious goal to produce 36,000 units by 2030 or 2026. I think 2025. I know she's exceeded that goal. Could you speak to the number of affordable housing that is being lost or in jeopardy of being lost, and how your budget plans to right size that challenge?
Well, it's hard for me to know the entire universe because there are people and partners and providers all struggling in different ways. I can only speak to the information that we received in our RFP. And so there was about 7,700 units that we selected to be funded, and there was another approximately 4,400 or 4,500 units that said they were also in distress that we could not fund or did not fund. So from that perspective, that's a large number of units.
Now, you spoke about the Housing Production Trust Fund and how it's being funded at $100 million. From your perspective, do you think that number is sufficient enough?
I think that, yes, that number is a very welcome number, and that commitment is a very welcome commitment. I will say, if you look at all the housing costs and all the pressures on the Housing Production Trust Fund, that is something to contend with.
Copy. Now, could you talk about how the projects that are going to receive Housing Production Trust Fund funding are allocated or prioritized?
Yes. So each year we set a priority through the RFP, request for proposals. And based on that, projects are submitted and then they are scored based on the score that is in the RFP.
Gotcha. Now, I know DMPED oversaw this project, and I know there was a collaboration between the two, and maybe this predates you. But nonetheless, the mayor launched this Black homeowner strike force to address racial wealth gaps in home ownership. I think the goal was to produce 20,000 new units by 2030. With that, could you speak to how your agency is supporting that goal, if any?
So there were a number of recommendations in that task force, and we could get back to you on where we are on the status of all those, but many of the recommendations that were in that task force were implemented. In addition, I think there was like a study that was also done and commissioned by DMPED about how to reach homeowners. But one of the major things that came out of it was the AIRS program, which has been really successful in terms of supporting intergenerational wealth and making sure sure that probate issues were handled and transferring homes were handled. Also through the single family rehab program, making sure district residents can maintain their homes, which becomes a challenge sometimes after owning it for some time. So those are some of the things. And of course, using HPAP, what was one of the big initiatives that came out of this task force when there was an increase to the limits for HPAP.
Copy. Now, I noticed that in your proposed budget, there was a $28 million increase in funding on the operating side. Could you speak to how this increase will be invested in affordable housing in Ward 7 developments?
I'll turn that over to my CFO.
Okay.
Hi, council member. I can't speak to the Ward 7 part of that question.
Okay.
But overall, the increase in DHCD's budget is there are offsetting reductions, but the increase you will find is in the budgeting of a second tranche of Section 108 funding,
Okay.
which is a loan program through HUD, securitized by our CDBG grant.
Okay. Don't go anywhere, CFO. I'm gonna stick with you. I have some budget questions now. Now, I saw within your operating budget, or the proposed operating budget for FY 2026, within account groups, specifically 712011C, that focuses on energy, communications, and building rentals. Could you speak to the services that fall under this account group, and why did you think it was necessary to increase the funding for it?
Yeah, so that account group is most of our fixed costs, not all of, we have other assessments that are outside of that group, but most of it is rent. It is and telecom. And the important thing to realize about our budget is that part of it is in agency UZ0, which is the HPTF trust fund, right? The Housing Production Trust Fund. So as we were preparing for less admin available in the HPTF, we moved a bunch of administrative costs back into DHCD's budget, into the DBO budget. So the net increase in rent is actually $440,000. The increase on the DBO side is offset by the trust fund decline.
Okay. Now, within the same account groups, specifically in the areas of rental, equipment, and others, the funding jumped by 117 million. I'm sorry, 117,000 in FY 2026. Could you explain why the increase was necessary?
Yeah, that's exactly the same situation.
Okay.
That's the lease of our copiers and postage equipment. And it was in FY 25 in agency UZ, and in FY 26 it's in DV.
Okay. Now, your agency shows an increase in funding surrounding compliance, while your FTEs stay the same between FY or from FY 2025 to FY 2026. Could you explain why that's the case?
Yeah, that is that compliance program includes our Office of Program Monitoring. And so budgeted with that division in FY 26 is $3 million for the Recovery Housing Program grant.
Okay.
So it is, and it is there because it is waiting for a project. But that's what that increase is for.
Okay. Now, I noticed that your approved budget for FY 2025 common interest communities was zeroed out. But in this fiscal year, there was money there. Could you talk about how DHCD plans to utilize the $168,000 allocated for common interest communities in FY 2026?
Yes. In FY 25, we did not have an activity for that,
Okay.
although we had money for it in different places.
And when you say activity, for folks who may be tuning in.
Yeah,
who may not
so
follow.
the budget is structured on programs, activities, and services,
Okay.
which is way inside baseball. But it describes at a granular level what we do and then how those programs roll up together. The So under common interest communities or limited equity cooperatives, we've got funding that was given for a position in FY25 for someone to staff the advisory committee. That position was put in the director's office. We had $55,000 for training for limited equity communities, and that was in the small buildings program. And then we had $3,000 that was in the acquisition and critical repairs program, but it was all designed for work with LECs or common interest communities. So we put it all in one place.
Copy. I'll save my additional questions for my next round.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. I think I'm rounding out my questions on the Housing Production Trust Fund, but I want to raise something that several witnesses raised, and we've talked about this and worked through this over the years, which is statute requires that 50% of the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars go to units for people making 0 to 30% AMI. I appreciate the work that you have done over the past several years to increase that amount. It's still, as some witnesses pointed out, not at 50%. What would happen if the council were to separate the funds, as one witness suggested? So take half those funds and say it can only be used for units that are for people earning 0 to 30% AMI. How would that impact us?
I think that would impact production very significantly. Again, often we have other funding sources that go towards that are already earmarked for that amount or for that income level. So it would sort of hamstring the ability to support the housing developments where there's gaps in order to get the housing done. So while Housing Production Trust Fund dollars, and I will check, I do believe we actually have met that number because we did last year, where the fund did go to the as prescribed in the spending levels. We always produce more in that category by function of the actual units, even though the spending hasn't been there. So effectively, it's working the way it should, but the spending level is not where it should be sometimes because we have other sources and can stretch the dollars so that the gaps in the development finance is there. But I do believe, regardless of that, we have met that spending requirement for the.
Well, not the spending requirement, but the production goal.
I want to double check is what I'm saying, that the spending requirement, because I know last year we did meet that spending requirement.
I thought it was at 44% last year.
I thought it was.
It was FY23. I don't think we have the FY24 report, which is overdue. When are we going to get that? That way we'll know.
We're working on it. So I will get that to you and just double check that because but in terms of the units, like I said, and that's something that hopefully we can actually work on because I think the idea is to make sure we are meeting the goal of units, which is what the intention really should be.
I want to talk about preservation now. The Acquisition and Critical Repairs Fund, which is used to preserve homes for people with the lowest incomes in need of urgent repair. For FY25, it's 4.5, almost $4.6 million. And the budget proposal, it is 0. Why is this fund being zeroed out?
The funding for the Housing Preservation Fund is always a one-time enhancement. So without representing the view of policymakers, I think there were just not enough resources to fund that program. But additionally, the Housing Preservation Fund grants are made to outside partners, and they continue to use funding that's been granted to them in previous years.
All right.
It's a revolving loan fund.
But it's still zeroed out, unless you're telling me there's money that's gone back into it and the fund is healthy.
So, and Beth can correct me if I'm wrong. So there is about about 130 million in that fund. The fund gets repaid. The challenge is, again, we need the banks to be wanting and willing to take out the transitional money and repay it back into the fund. That's been challenging because they don't like how the rent rolls are looking. They don't like how rent collections are using. But the Housing Preservation Fund gets that those earmarked dollars every year, and they're supposed to get revolved and repaid.
Beth Spooner, is there money in the Housing Preservation Fund?
Yeah, so a nuance, right? The budget that is in DHCD's budget every year is an increment to the money that is already in the funds that were granted to the external partners, right? Yes, previously. And those grants have occurred in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2022. They then leverage those funds 3-to-1 or 4-to-1.
I'm just trying to figure out how much money is in the fund.
It is about $140 million,
Okay.
but it is not on our books.
What does that
Right,
mean?
because it's these were 10-year grants to the funding partners. So those grants are with them in discrete accounts that they hold with the money that they then bring to the table. So it's not in our.
About
it's not on-
$140 million is available for preservation
It has been granted out
from,
from the Housing Preservation Partners.
okay. I still don't know if I need to tap preservation fund, whether or not I can do that. Is there how much money is available for preservation right now?
So I would have to see what is available that has not been granted out from that fund. The fund is given out. There's several investment partners that handle that fund, and it totals about $140 million. What's available in that fund remaining, I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay, we will need that.
Yes.
The small buildings program is fiscal year 25 is $853,000. FY 26 proposed 763,000, so a 90,000 roughly dollar drop. This small buildings program provides funding for owners of small to medium multifamily buildings to keep the buildings clean, safe, and in good repair. I hear from a lot of small landlords who need this funding and concerned by the proposed cuts in the mayor's budget proposal. Why cut funding for another program that can help keep housing both affordable and safe?
We have several projects that are closed, 4 projects that are closed, and 10 projects that are in the pipeline. They're in the process to close. So it's 14 projects. There are opportunities to use the Housing Production Trust Fund and the Preservation Fund for the preservation purposes and maintenance purposes, but this will be a challenge to keep doing work with the small buildings program.
But there is a need, substantial need. And recognizing that we are in a world of many tough choices right now, but these small buildings are critical to the housing ecosystem. Do you see another place that they can get funding to make necessary repairs, keep them health and habitable without raising rents?
I think that we will have to make some choices about how to fund this going forward. Hopefully there'll be some more repayments. Hopefully the Housing Preservation Fund can be used. Maybe there's an allocation from Housing Production Trust Fund that could be used. Right now, we are funding the projects that have applied. I think we have a few more that are looking or have applied to this program that we're looking for resources, and maybe we can look to reallocate.
Let me go quickly to the single-family rehabilitation program. There's a proposed $679,000 increase, was at $2 million. How many additional households do you expect to serve with this increase?
The average cost for single-family rehab program, I think, is around 300,000. So that will help a few homes. We funded to date this year around 57, and by the end of the fiscal year, I think we're going to do another 48. So we're helping as many homes as we can with that.
And do you keep any demographic data on this, whether it's geographic by ward, age, race?
Yes.
Okay.
A number of seniors is probably a significant population that uses that program.
Okay. Thank you. Let me turn it to Councilmember Fruman, who is a member of our committee. Welcome, Councilmember Fruman. Do you have just questions or a statement?
I have questions, but let Councilmember Felder go first, and then I'll come after him if that's okay.
Sure.
So you're my favorite colleague. I'm making.
Councilmember Felder has 2 minutes.
Appreciate you, Mr. Chairman. Director Green, picking up where we left off, I noticed that there was or rather, could you express why the funding for acquisition and critical repairs was zeroed out in FY 2026?
Yes, so that program is funded by the Housing Preservation Fund.
Okay.
And it is always a one-time enhancement. There weren't funds to fund an enhancement to it this year. But as we were discussing earlier, the money that has already been granted to our partners is in a revolving fund. So the fact that there isn't an increment in FY 26 doesn't mean there is no funding for housing preservation activities.
Okay. Now, under the community development budget, there was a decrease by $6.1 million in FY 2026. Could you talk about how this will impact funds or programs for first-time homebuyers?
I will tell you what makes that number up, and then I'll defer to the director.
Okay.
So the HPAP program is funded by multiple sources. The decrease that we're seeing year over year from 25 to 26 is based on the idea that we're not assuming that CDBG and home funds will be available at the same levels that they were in FY 25. There may be carryover to augment that program budget, but we didn't put it in the baseline, right? Not knowing what the carryover number would be. So for all intents and purposes, really HPAP funding is flat. We hope to be able to backfill that difference. Part of the reduction also is not just on the HPAP side, but on the EHAP side. EHAP was taken from about 5 million to about 2.5 million, and that's based on our recent actual experience of spending on EHAP.
You mentioned HPAP funding. Could you, and Director, this is a question directed to you. Do you, per ward, do you see more recipients living in a one specific ward compared to another? If you had to do a ward by ward breakdown, could you see how many neighbors who live in Ward 7 apply for HPAP funds compared to neighbors who live in Ward 2? Or
Yes, and I can get that information to you.
Okay. With over $10 million allocated to housing counseling services, could you walk me through what's your outcome expected for the program, and what made you allocate $10 million to support it?
So housing counseling services covers first-time home buyer education. It covers foreclosure prevention activities. It covers a number of things related to the home. So I think it's really important in terms of planning. It goes across several CBOs across the district in various wards so that they are reachable to as many residents as possible.
Copy. I recognize that in this challenging fiscal time, we got to make some tough decisions as a government. With that, I do recognize your budget reflects that. I was a little disappointed, specifically at the reduction of your vacant and blighted funds. As you know, Ward 7 has a ton of vacant and blighted properties. So with that, could you walk me through what your decision making was to zero out that fund?
So like the other examples, this is a place where one program has funding in two agencies.
Copy.
So we are that program in DHCD in the DB0 budget is funded with special purpose revenue.
Bye.
Special purpose revenue trends are down. But it also has money in the Housing Production Trust Fund. So it is, the budget is declining slightly, but there's still $2 million set aside for vacant and blighted programs.
Okay. Your budget also proposed $1 million, or rather, your budget also proposed a $1 billion decrease in contractual services. What contracts are being eliminated or decreased, and what will the impact of those be?
So there was one-time funding in DHCD in FY25 for our loan servicing contract. In no way, shape, or form are we reducing our loan servicing contract, but we are shifting that cost onto the Housing Production Trust Fund, and that's based on the portfolio. Right, most of the loan portfolio is in HPTF, so it's reasonable that the trust fund pays for most of the contract.
Now, my second favorite council colleague briefly mentioned the impacts of the $679,000 increase to the single family rehabilitation program. I just wanted to know, is there targeted outreach or funding for seniors that are at risk of being displaced?
I wouldn't say there's targeted,
Okay.
and thank you for asking about the single family rehab program. I think I misspoke before when I was asked what the average amount spent on a home is, and it's between 27 and 30,000 per home that is spent on single family rehab. The number that I was referring to was the amount per project on the small buildings program on average. So just want to clarify that. But there's not targeted outreach towards seniors. I do believe we do a lot of work with senior organizations because that seems to be the demographic that needs, renovations, rehab, or, just like people get long in the tooth around the same time. Maybe their houses get long in the tooth too. So that may be just the nature of who needs it.
Copy. Which is a good segue to my next question. How does DHCD ensure equity in distribution of housing subsidies and grants?
We assure equity by just a process that is, I would say, by points, by making sure that we are allocating towards all 8 wards, by a scoring process, and it really depends on what kind of program you're talking about, by open applications, so a number of things.
Could you speak to how in your FY 2026 proposed budget, your agency is identifying unutilized or vacant properties in Ward 7 for development, and any other sister agencies you may be working with to support that?
So we work with DOB a lot to identify what properties may be could have the greatest impact in terms of infill. We also work to see what's on the tax foreclosure list as well, to try to negotiate that. Sometimes when we are renovating other properties, we'll notice a vacant property next to it and try to sort of close the loop in the community on that. So that's another way. And as people are out doing their jobs, our inspectors, they may note certain nuisance and blighted properties and put those on our radar. So there's a number of different ways.
Could you speak to how DHCD is ensuring that projects funded in FY 2026 and beyond will be completed on time?
How do we ensure that? We work with which, are you talking about specific type of projects or just?
Housing related, or like projects that receive a significant amount of funding?
Well, I think the projects that receive a significant amount of funding, like all of the investors, developers, and lenders are all, we have timelines and we have adjusters that need to be met. We have different agreements that are required, or there could be fines. So everyone sort of rushes to make sure we meet the timeline together, and that we are delivering property according to agreement. So that's how we do that.
In terms of a federal grant, could you speak to how many federal grants is being administered by your agency in FY 2026, and how are they being monitored?
We have
CDBG, Home, National Housing Trust Fund,
Okay.
Recovery Housing Program. Those are the big ones.
Those are the big ones. What is it?
Oh, well, we have a little CDBG COVID money left, but that'll be spent this year.
And my last question, Director, you mentioned the rental.
In terms of the monitoring, we have an Office of Program Monitoring that is responsible for monitoring all our federal funds.
Gotcha. It's my last question out of this round. Director Green, you mentioned the Rental Act. There's a lot of information in the Rental Act. Could you speak to how our tenant protections and education efforts are funded in your FY 2026 budget, or any work that your agency is doing to conduct community engagement and just make sure that, should the Rental Act pass, what that means for tenants and landlords?
Thank you for that question. Well, we have our Housing Resource Center that anyone could come to, located at 1900 MLK in Ward 8, and that's always available. And we're sort of got a lot of information about all of the district available resources. In addition, we fund a number of community-based organizations as well to provide assistance, help, advice across all 8 wards. In addition to that, we attend various stakeholder meetings. Upon request, we have stakeholder meetings in our agency as well. And so we always make ourselves available, and we also share information with our sister agencies and attend their stakeholder events as well.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Fruman, welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me a few more minutes to study my notes. So in the affordable housing setting, big increase, like $30 million, $30+ million, I think. And one of the things that the lists of things that money will be used for includes awards for project-based LRSP vouchers and grants for ADUs. And I'm just curious, do you have a sense of how many project-based vouchers you're intending to be funding in the next fiscal year through that program?
Hi, Councilmember Fruman.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you. I don't have off the top of my head, but I can get it to you.
Okay, because one of the things that I think we all need to keep an eye on is how many vouchers are out there? How long is it going to take to get folks leased up? And to what extent do we have a need to add vouchers to make sure we don't run out? And I'm trying to get my arms around the whole universe. And so to be able to have an informed decision about that. And this strikes me as a number that's likely to be bigger next year than it was this year. So if you can help me.
Well, let me just check one thing with my CFO.
So, on my master spreadsheet, we've got about 15 projects, I think, that we believe will come online in FY '26, and my mouse is not moving, so that's not annoying at all. But our base level of funding for LRSP going into next year is about $6 million.
And I guess the question is, how many vouchers does that translate into? And those are new vouchers, or those are for everybody
Well,
who's,
so our vouchers are only project-based.
right?
So we go based on the number of projects that are coming online and not on the number of units.
Yeah, but I mean, in each project, there would be a certain number of units. So let's see if we can figure out in the next week or so what that number of units is likely to be. And what about, do you have a sense on the grants for ADUs? I think that's an exciting idea, but how many ADUs have you been supporting in past years, and what are you hoping to support in the coming year?
We don't have any grants, any grant funding for ADUs in FY '26.
Oh, it's in the list of things that these
It is-
dollars are used for, but it's
Yeah,
not a
but
thing
we
that-
don't have any specifically set aside for ADU pilot.
Okay. And then this may be turf that's already been covered, but in the community development area, the HPAP, all of those different programs, when I look at the table, it looks like a $6 million cut. When I look at the narrative, the claim is that there's a $9 million increase. Maybe this has been thoroughly covered already, but how do I square those numbers?
So the budget book is kind of like a Rubik's Cube. You have to understand what is going into it. The enhancement is in fact a local enhancement, but it keeps our local funding level year over year, right? Because last year's money was one-time money. So restoring it is also an enhancement, but it keeps us level.
I see. Okay.
The
Yeah, I've seen that
decrease-
in other places where it's a puzzle, but it's because the money the previous year was one-time funding.
Right.
Okay, we won't go deep into characterization of that way of describing it, but it is what it is. On there's a whole lot of federal money that's in the mix here, and I think that you guys have talked about maybe these are grants that exist already or in hand from FY '25. To me, when I see, I think it's like 72 million and in federal grants that are in the pipeline. Makes me nervous. Is there a reason I shouldn't be nervous? Are these things safe?
So I'll speak first, and then I know you have things to say as well. The biggest piece of that is funding for a second tranche of Section 108 loans, right? We participate in that loan program. We've got one loan out there with a development project, but we have the ability to borrow one more tranche of money, about $37 million. In addition to that, it's our normal CDBG and home and National Housing Trust grants and $3 million of recovery housing grant funding that we've been working on for a few years. Our federal money is always a year behind. So what we get in FY '26 is appropriated at the federal level in FY '25. So we feel confident that we will have federal grants in FY '26. And the future beyond that is unclear.
Okay, and speaking of the future beyond that, so in the Housing Production Trust Fund setting, it looks like The deed and recordation tax delivered pretty good. But are you seeing trend lines in the deed and recordation tax, the revenue coming in? What if there are trend lines, what would it look like? How confident are you that we'll be able to maintain these kinds of levels in FY27?
So I very much trust my colleagues in the Office of Revenue Analysis, who are actual economists, and I am not. I do see, based on our collections, that they look stronger than one would necessarily expect, given the conditions in the broader economy. So I feel confident that their estimate will hold up. And the other thing I know from working with the HPTF for quite a while is that there's always one big project that trades hands and gives us a windfall of $3 million that we didn't expect. So I'm always hopeful.
Okay, I mean, part of the reason that I raise it is in the Rental Act context, we've heard a lot of testimony about this is something that's about to go off a cliff. But it sounds like in terms of the revenue projections that are being done, that it's looking more stable than some of the fears. Now, that doesn't mean, I'm not trying to be a hater on the Rental Act. I'm just saying that argument of, oh, we're not going to have any new buildings and we're not going to have deed and recordation tax, at least for now, we're not seeing that in the marketplace. Okay. And then on the rent registry, it's less a question. Thank you very much for doing a presentation of it. I guess, now you're loading up data. And there was some press like it's out there, but it's not quite out there because right now we're in this phase of where you're gathering the data. When do you think it'll be a tool that I can turn to and look at and try to do analysis with?
Well, I mean, so far we've gotten in, as of today, 1,161 registrations, which is, I think, pretty formidable for a week. With the extension of the deadline to 180 days, I think on day 181. I mean, I think you'll be able to go in. Maybe you can do projections based, I'm not a statistician. It was not my strongest grade in grad school, but I mean, and there's a way of, projecting somewhat into the future, I would think. So, I mean, try after 90 days. I mean, I can certainly give you a report if you want of how many registrations are coming in. I think you could even see them for yourself on the public portal of what's coming in. But I mean, I don't think there's ever going to be like, this is the absolute time and this is when you can start functioning off of it. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. So 1,000 registrations, what's the whole pool of, if you hit 100%,
That's a great question. That's why we have the rent registry.
But you have a ballpark. I
mean, the best that we've had to go off of is, I think it was an Urban Institute report from, 10, 15 years ago. Back then I think they estimated there were about 80,000, units. So, we'd have to project that forward 15 years. So yeah, that's the whole point, because we haven't been able to.
Okay, but no more than an eighth so far.
Right.
Just in a week. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just trying to get my
You're
answer.
eager. I understand.
The other thing, I'm eager, but I don't want to be too eager. And we've talked about this, and I just want to put down a marker because I think you might have seen at one of our council breakfasts or somewhere this came up, that I think a lot of us are interested someday in seeing square footage and seeing periodic reporting for market-based units. And when I first thought about periodic reporting for market-based units, I thought, well, that's a giant lift, and I don't know whether we can ask that. But actually, they're a fraction of the rent-stabilized units, so it isn't quite as big of a lift. But it is also, you are in the process of launching. I'm not trying to make you do this now, but a year from now, we're going to be having that
I love the
conversation.
riffing, Councilmember Furman. I love the riffing that you do. I love your enthusiasm. I mean, for the market rates, I mean, think about it. We've had 40 years of buildings and new construction buildings that are market rate, plus the small landlords that are, aren't in rent control. So I think it's probably a larger number than you think. In terms of the square footage, I can't ask, I mean, I can ask the Department of Buildings for that information, but it's not part of the legislative framework on which the registry was constructed. So I think that might have to, you'd have to look at a legislative change, and the same for the periodic reporting for the market rate. I'm already getting some pushback because we do have some elements of reporting that we're asking for this initial registration period. And we are getting some pushback from some, exempt housing providers. Most of them seem to be complying so far, but the question I get is, I've never had to do this before. It's not in the statute. Why do I have to do this?
Okay, so I shouldn't have used up my time and gone overtime on a speculative question about what I'll ask about next year, but can I ask one last thing, then get out of your hair? So, and it may be that I missed my moment and I should have done this when the Housing Finance Agency was here, but the bond cap, we're done with the bond. We're okay with the bond cap. We have access to the 4% LIHTC bonds.
Yeah, we have access to bond cap, from what I understand. But I mean, I could ask that, are they?
That's okay. I should have come earlier, and
No,
now I don't want to drag.
My
back.
understanding is that we have access to the bond cap.
Okay, and
what do you mean by access, though?
That we can have projects where a housing production trust fund grant is matched with a 4% LIHTC bond. This is the mechanism that we've used.
So we are currently in a good position there.
Okay, great. All right. So then the homework is, I want to get a sense of how many new LRSP project-based vouchers are going to come and play in FY26.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Want to move to neighborhood stabilization. DHED supports this effort by funding community-based organizations that provide housing counseling, tenant education, foreclosure prevention, and homeownership assistance. The CBOs deliver direct services. We heard from at least one of them today, aimed at helping residents maintain housing, understand their rights, and access various resources. Through these partnerships, DHED facilitates really localized service delivery. Now, the budget for housing counseling is proposed to increase by just under $100,000 from $10,300 roughly to $10,400 roughly. Something I've asked a few folks on previous panels is how we evaluate the performance of its housing counseling grantees.
Sure. We asked for reporting from the grantees on several different points. How many they've done, where they were from, the demographics in terms of what AMI they were. So we asked for that kind of reporting. We also will do like some spot checks on documentation. Will send me the first 20, send me the first 30. Like we do compliance work on that. So that's how we know what they're doing.
Okay. Now, if they are underperforming or non-compliant, have there been an instance that you're aware of or in your tenure where a CBO with one of these contracts is the contract has had to be reduced or rescinded or reassigned?
No, not that I can recall. But that's not impossible to happen in the contract if they're not performing. We try to encourage them to perform and talk to them about what's going on, what they need, what their resources. So based on their reporting, it's not impossible to happen.
Okay. Just for context, for anybody who ever thinks some of our questions sound crazy, you are not likely to see, knock on wood, like an article where shocking discovery, guess what's been happening in our agencies? Because we do this stuff in here, which is one of the reasons our hearings are so long. But
can I have a bathroom break then?
You can if you need one. Okay. I've tried to add those over the years. My staff pushed me.
I'll do a wink and a nod.
You got it. How many households did housing counseling community-based organizations serve in FY25? I know that's a very specific question.
Very specific. So it depends because there's different, if you're talking about housing counseling, I mean, that includes foreclosure prevention, eviction work. So it's hard to tell you which one are you looking for.
Well, maybe my next question will shed some light on that. Do you understand as you're sitting here today, what percentage of housing counseling resources are dedicated to eviction prevention and tenant navigation services versus foreclosure and home ownership counseling?
Yes, we actually, when they do the reporting, we ask them to categorize which ones they did.
Okay. Can you send that to us as a follow-up if you don't have it now?
Sure.
Thanks. And this is from a concern raised at a previous hearing with a different agency. But how does DHED ensure that the CBO partners you all select are culturally competent and trusted within the communities they serve, particularly among immigrant and returning citizen and non-English speaking populations?
How do we speak to non-English speaking?
How do you ensure that the CBOs that you work with are culturally competent?
Let me bring someone up for that.
Got the short straw. I'm gonna swear you in. I forgot to swear in Lauren Pear, but we're good. If you'd raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And if you would start with your name and title for the record.
Yes, sir. I'm William Winston, Associate Director for Community Services. Neighborhood-based activities falls into my area of responsibility.
Excellent. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, sir, if you would.
How does DHED ensure that the CBOs you work with, particularly for the neighborhood stabilization programs, are culturally competent?
Yeah. So there is some training that they're required to take, and one of those is in the area of language access and plain English, and that's required every year of the grantees that they attend a course in that. The other way we do that is through the application process. We look for their explanation and information about communities that they've worked with, that they feel competent to work with, and that they can. And of course, they're aware that they need to provide interpretive services to anyone who comes to them, and they have resources with which to do that.
And beyond that, I assume you would get complaints if there were issues. Do you have, this is not a gotcha, I don't know anything you don't know, but do you have a record of any like significant complaints or series of complaints against the CBO with respect to cultural competence, sensitivity?
I hear frequently from residents, I'm glad to say, not a huge number of residents, but there are complaints sometimes. They all tend to fall into the same area, to be honest. You know, I gave all my documents and the CBO has lost them.
Okay.
You know, so I talked to the CBO. We didn't get all the documents.
Yeah.
We need the documents again if they provided them. So I wouldn't say this area of cultural issues or language access falls very high in the types of complaints that come to me.
Okay, I'm glad you get complaints. If you didn't get any, I'd be more concerned that people don't know how to reach you or where or how to file a complaint or reach someone.
Right.
Okay.
I think one thing we look to do is to do some surveying of clients around the services that they received and their experience of that.
That's something you do or hope to do at some point?
To do.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
I hope you do as well. I want to move to HPAP and EHAP. Councilmember Felder raised, and I want to echo this concern around a reduction in HPAP. Although, Ms. Spooner, were you saying that there's not a reduction in HPAP?
There is a reduction on the federal side, just because we are not certain at this moment that there would be CDBG grants funding available to carry over from this year. And we don't know how much home carryover will be available.
Okay.
So we can plug the gap between FY25 and FY26 with carryover funding if it's available. At this point, we just don't know.
Okay. And EHAP, that reduction is pretty significant. It looks to be about half, almost, from 5 million to just under 2.6 million.
It is, but it's based on our actual experience of the last couple of years. In years previous to that, when interest rates were very low, EHAP was actually driving a lot of activity, but that has fallen off in the last year or so.
Do you think there's any gap in knowledge from DC government workers about the EHAP program?
I don't think so. I mean, I think almost everyone knows about EHAB, and there's also the NEHAP for people that are in the union and HPAP. So I think that is pretty well known. I do think that there just hasn't been used recently.
Okay. For HPAP in particular, as it's currently structured, is it possible that HPAP is unintentionally driving up home prices by boosting demand without additional supply?
It's a good question. I'm not sure of the answer to that. My guess is I don't really think so. There's too many other factors. HPAP is a small number of the groups of people that are buying homes in the area. So I don't know if it would have that much impact on the market itself.
Has the DHED explored options like interest rate buy downs that could make dollars go further, in addition to our traditional HPAP program?
Yes, and we encourage that. We encourage, if there's a way, we work with lenders to say, if you want to do interest rate buy down, we encourage that.
Excellent. We will work with you all on that. This was one of the recommendations from the Black Home Ownership Strike Forces as well. So we will.
That is allowed, and we do encourage that you're allowed, when you're negotiating with your lender, you can use the HPAP funds for interest rate buy down as well as down payment, as well as closing cost assistance. So those are all options.
It's already permissible.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd asked Director Donald, but he wanted me to just ask you.
Ask him.
A couple years ago, the mayor proposed, and we did increase the maximum HPAP amount from what was $80,000 to $202,000. I'm wondering now, given how popular this program is, if we should look at reducing the HPAP amount somewhere below where it is now.
I mean, I definitely think it would stretch the dollars a little bit. But I think that with the lottery situation, I think that is not as much as pressure on the 202. And I think other underwriting items for HPAP, which are important, like making sure that the 202 is not more than the first trust loan, allows you to keep the 202 in place and make sure that there's sustainable purchasing happening, which is the most important thing. That folks aren't buying something that they can't afford to maintain over the long run. And I think it's okay.
Okay. You think it's okay now at 202? If the loan.
It will, it will, like, if we had a lottery, right? And all the people that are eligible, because you keep going down the lottery until you run out of funds, right? So if all of us have 202, that's less people that we're helping.
But that's true, no matter whether it's the first come, first serve or the lottery. So why is the
And I
impact?
think there's people out there right now with maybe notices of eligibility, notice of continue with that 202, so.
We do need to figure out where to put this thing and kind of keep it there for a while. It's been a lot of movement.
And that's why I would suggest, because we have the lottery, because there won't be so much pressure as a result of the lottery, that so many people will come in at 202, that we should just, it might not be harmful to leave it where it is.
But I don't see how the lottery addresses that issue. I don't see how it's better or worse.
Because it's, so if you come into a lottery and you're number one on the lottery, it spreads it out, right? I mean, it's potentially every single person that comes in the lottery can get up to 202 or needs 202, and that's less people that we help, but what's the chances of that happening, right?
Yeah, same. I would say the same for the first come, first serve. It seems like the same likelihood to me. So there was a Washington Post article a couple days ago on affordable housing costs. In Washington Post, it's called "These Publicly Funded Homes for the Poor Cost $1.2 million each to build." I think there's a lot more exploration that has to go on here, but the article raises an important concern that there are some DHED funded projects that now exceed $1 million per unit. Some jurisdictions have a per unit cost cap, which DC does not. We also don't have developer fees tied to units. We have them tied to total project costs, which seems like it could unintentionally incentivize inflated budgets. Do you think that we should look at tying developer fees to units as opposed to project costs?
Well, I think the developer fees are also capped. It is with project costs, but it's also capped, right? So it can't go above a certain amount. The caps are interesting policy decision in a lot of jurisdictions that does limit sort of where and when they can do projects in that way, and sometimes the exceptions are made regardless of whether they have the caps or not. So I don't know how well that would work, but I mean, anything's a possibility. I do think it has unintended consequences, sometimes caps as well, but we do in our RFPs have guidance. And per unit guidance, what it should be, what we look, and if there's exceptions made, there's reasons for those exceptions. So it's similar to a cap.
On the transparency side, does DHCD report or publish per unit cost breakdowns?
I think we do, just by virtue of like in the Housing Production Trust Fund report, like you would get how many units and how much we gave. So that's how you would, I think you would get the per unit breakdown there related to Housing Production Trust Fund. So yes.
And one day we'll see the FY24 report. So we'll know.
But it's available in the other reports that you have gotten.
Are there internal flags or benchmarks that DHCD uses when you're evaluating the per unit development costs for HPTF projects?
Yeah, I think there's internal flags and benchmarks if things seem really outside of sort of the average per unit cost or what has generally been requested. I mean, we look at it, we track it, we trend it, we see where they are. We look at ways and negotiate ways to try to keep the costs down. I do think, there are some outliers. There are some areas in DC that are more expensive than others significantly. And if you want to have affordable housing across the district in all 8 wards, there's just different value proposition of prices. And so you're going to pay for that a little more, right?
Um, how do you evaluate expensive amenities like rooftop decks or other things like that when you're looking at proposals for Housing Production Trust Fund dollars? To the point of Jair Lynch earlier, we need more Corollas. So is that something that you take into account?
So I can't really speak to sort of RFPs that were before me in the particular senses or very specifics, but it is something that I do take into account, right? It's a value proposition, right? At the same time, if you are, affordable housing is often sort of the placemaker in a lot of areas. So in some respects, you might want to add an amenity because there's not safe parks yet, or there's not somewhere to go, or there's not a gym nearby, right? So you want to be able to have some of those things, but they shouldn't outstrip the cost so far that it adds so much money that it makes it infeasible.
You're right. Okay, we'll continue to work through this. I mean, to your point, it costs more to build in Ward 3 than it does in Ward 7. 3-bedroom costs more than a 1-bedroom, and so it's not that simple. But we do need to keep an eye on costs. Are there DHCD requirements? Have you examined whether DHCD requirements drive up costs, or whether there are zoning requirements that we need to take a second look at to reduce the per unit cost so that we can build more units?
There's a lot of policy put on affordable housing. There's a lot of, I think Jair Lynch made a good point, right? There's a lot that gets put into solving different social, political, policy situations in affordable housing. It does cost money. It costs money and it costs time. And so that does drive up the cost.
How would you feel about analyzing the cost drivers?
We look at them all the time.
Okay. Can you share some thoughts with the committee?
Sure, I could share some thoughts with you.
Appreciate it. RFK. I think this is the last subject. So the mayor has stated that affordable housing will be part of the RFK development. Do you expect that the city will contribute HPTF funds or other local housing subsidies to support those units?
I have not heard anything to that effect.
Okay. So as far as you know, the affordable units, the promise for RFK will be financed by the development team?
I have not heard anything about what the plan is for affordable housing units, but I do know the way the IZ law works, that if you're building something market rate, that there will be affordable housing as a result of that.
Okay. One of my concerns is getting a full assessment of what this proposal is going to cost taxpayers, and that full assessment has not come to residents or the council yet. And this is one place that I do have concerns that in order to achieve the affordable housing in the mayor's proposal, that there's going to have to be money from taxpayers, whether it's from the Housing Production Trust Fund or elsewhere. I think we have also not spoken about the cost of the money that we have to borrow for the infrastructure and the parking garage. So it is an expensive project, and we need to make sure taxpayers know and the council knows what the full cost is going to be before we approve anything. I am.
Did you want my opinion on it?
If it has to do with the cost of housing, I do.
Well, to the extent that there's more housing that gets transacted on, that leads to deed and recordation taxes that supply the Housing Production Trust Fund, I'm all for it.
Me too. But are we maximizing the housing opportunity? And most people don't think it's going to be all housing, but are we maximizing the opportunity for housing on 172 acres? No. And so, we just need to be conscious of these various trade-offs, the cost, for the amount of acreage, the modest amount of housing, for the amount of investment, the modest amount of money that's going to come back to DC. And I should say it here, my big concern is everybody's like, well, we're going to bring in so much money. And I'm still trying to figure out how, because all of the money from the ticket sales go to the team in the stadium. All of the money from snacks and merchandise is going to the team in the stadium. All of the money from parking is going to the team in the stadium. All of the taxes are going for 28 years to the team in the stadium. All of the lease payments for the surrounding restaurants and hotels is going to the team in the stadium. I don't see what's left for DC taxpayers. And in addition to the investment that the mayor has spoken about, we don't have that money sitting in the bank. We have to borrow it. So we're also paying hundreds of millions of dollars of interest. We don't yet know if they're going to need to be hundreds of millions more for transportation like Metro. We don't know if there's going to need to be hundreds of millions more taxpayer dollars for housing. So there's just too much we don't know, but it's not looking good. And I have not yet found an economist who can explain to me how this makes any sense for the district as the deal is structured now. So I'm just very concerned. But I also think that, this is such an opportunity for housing to do something unique. And we're also not doing anything unique there with respect to housing. Those are all my questions, Director. I want to thank you and your team. I know we have a lot of people in the agency doing a lot of work, and the times are hard and getting harder for a while. So I know folks are working arduously, and I appreciate it. Want to thank our other agency directors and our public witnesses for testifying as well. And want to note that if anyone was unable to testify, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 1 week from today on 1 week from today is 16th, June 16th, 2025. Anyone who is interested may submit written testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. If you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov or call 202-727-8270. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee and my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. This concludes the committee's business for today. The time is 3:59 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.